Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fourth part of Legacy Undone. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 32. Tsunade is a woman who wakes at the crack of dawn every day for her work at the hospital. It was familiar, routine by now, even on the days she could sleep and she generally didn't, her natural clock picking her out of sleep on its own. 6 a.m. That was her hour. 6 a.m. every morning she'd wake up, make a big breakfast. She'd eat some, then save the rest for Dan and Akane so they could both eat a few hours later when they woke up. After that she'd go to the hospital and be back returned by 9 or 10. Usually Dan was back long before then, so he'd have cooked dinner for her on most days. She'd spend time with her family as she could, often reading to her little girl at night before getting some sleep herself. Then she'd wake up, and do it all again the next day. That was her routine, with training and time with Dan squeezed in whenever she had the chance to do so or got a rare day off. It was therefore unusual and definitely surprising that she got a knock on her door this early in the morning, the rapping of knuckles on wood bringing her up short as she was just finishing heating up the stove. Who in the hell? She went through a mental checklist. Sarutobi? No, they'd never knock. Orochimaru? Hell, she'd stab him in the forehead if it was him. It'd be far more likely that it'd be some infiltrator with a good henge and sloppy research than him ever having the decency to use simple courtesy. She held the kitchen knife in one hand, making a mental note of the weapon pouches that were hidden nearby. She threw out a chakra string with one finger. 18 feet between her and the door, far enough to avoid the blast radius of an explosive tag if they'd put up a trap. The string latched onto the lock and with a quick tug it was undone, the knob turning before the door was pulled slightly open. Ba-chan? She blinked. Naruto? The former Jinchuriki pushed the door open, blinking as he looked around for her before finally finding her behind the kitchen's counter. What are you doing way over there? Breakfast. She drawled. Never mind that, what are you doing in my house? As she looked to the wall clock. 6:23 in the morning? Oh, I have a team exercise today and I wasn't sure if you'd be in surgery or something later so I kinda figured this was the best time to find you. And if I'd been asleep? He blinked as though the question had never occurred to him. Then he smiled. Well, you're not. So? She sighed, and any worry she would have had of this being an infiltrator faded almost completely. Only Naruto wouldn't have thought of that before coming here. What is it, kid? You want breakfast? Yes, please, kinda forgot when I was rushing to get over here. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. She added 2 more strips of bacon, then decided to add 4, she'd seen him eat before. Alright, so what is it? He pulled a stool out and sat down. Well. She turned, looking at him out of the corner of her eye. His brow was knit, scrunched tight in thought. There's this girl. The handle of her skillet suddenly snapped in half. She blinked, staring at iron and wood handle, dumbfounded. Then she rounded on him. Come again? He nodded. Yeah, there's this girl you see. And just like that, she was off, making a mental tally of all she had to do. It was short notice but she could manage. Gotta find out her name, her family history, pull out her medical records of her parents, run a blood test, get Saru to let me borrow an onbu dite. Her name's Hyuga Hinata. Okay. Got the name. It's Hyu. She got hurt really bad and I was wondering if you could help. And just like that the wind was ripped out of her sails. She almost wanted to slap her own forehead. Of course that would be it. And I already planned when to get inside her room to start the profile too. Your bacon's done, Naruto said. She turned around, shutting off the stove. Right, well, let's see, what does she wait? She paused. Did you say Hinata? Yeah. She offered him a glare. Come on, kid. Do you really think anyone would leave an heiress of the Hyuga clan with some severed vocal cords without tossing her through the doors of my office, practically head first? I was the first person her father came to. His face fell, crestfallen. Oh, I just thought. Her brow furrowed, deciding to take on a gentler tone. The attacker severed the vocal cords with wind chakra. I'd have to use high-grade cellular regeneration techniques to try and fix the damage. But that has such a high risk of damaging her and overstressing the chakra coils around the throat so much it's just not worth it, even to get her voice back. He sighed, nodding. He wasn't happy. But, neither did he seem surprised. I kinda figured. She served him his breakfast. She thought about continuing the conversation, but she was still a little out of it right now too. It was way too early for this. Besides, he looked like he needed to think on his own a little bit. Minutes later, as she was finishing her coffee, a smell hit her full in the face, her eyes going wide. Naruto practically lunged from his chair, he'd caught it too. She moved to rush past the kitchen counter when the sound of her daughter's scream tore through the house. Mommy. Her heart felt like it just dropped into a pit in her gut at the sheer terror she could hear in her daughter's sweet voice. The thumps pounding feet on the hardwood floor were barely a warning before the shock of fire-red hair came around the corner of the hallway. She'd never seen her look so terrified. Akane launched herself towards Tsunade's legs, arms wrapping around her with a desperate force as the legendary medic held her. She heard Dan rush out of their room, saw Naruto rushing past the both of them towards the hallway where her daughter had come from, rushing full sprint towards the smell of smoke as the girl cried into her waist. XXX. No. Kotto chuckled as he checked the stirrups and buckles of the saddle. I'm the daimyo. I believe I get to say that to you, not the other way around. No. Came the deadpan answer at his back. I'm the head of your security. I'm the one that gets to say that to you when you are making my job harder and destroying the hours I put into designing good guard detail for you. The ruler of High no Cuni chuckled under his breath at the foreigner's antics. Ramon, I'll be perfectly safe. No. He repeated for the third time. You'll be perfectly stabbed in the throat and I'll be out of job. Aniki won't attack me. The bearded man chuckled as he shook his head. It'd be too brazen. He's too cautious for that. You want to meet him with only 4 of your fire guardians and 10 of my men. This is too few. Our scouts have already reported that he only has 3 guards of his own. It'll be fine. No. The man repeated in rapid fire. It won't be fine. Why? Because he is stronger than his guards. I could stick with a sword while I am drunk and stupid. He frowned, turning to look over his shoulder at the cheeky head of his security. I will remind you that I am your daimyo. Yes, lucky you, because master swordsman you are not, you'd never make a living that way. He decided to ignore the man and turn back to the horse he was saddling. I understand your concern, but I know the man. I know his strategies, the means he uses to attack. He's the kind of man that likes to escape with the image of integrity firmly intact when he can do so. Attacking me would make that impossible. He is old. His mind is not what it was. He is getting stupid, like when he made the bet. Better if you just let me do my job and surround you and him with 100 men, yes? The answer is no. Kotto flatly replied, practically feeling the glare burning at his back. 4 of the guardians, 10 of your men, plus the garrison at Nagasakno will be more than enough for peace talks, Ramon. I am not liking this. The man hissed. You are being too trusting, you are like horse with blinders over the eyes. Kotto snorted and turned around. Tell me. He began. Are you, perhaps, mistaking my eagerness for a lack of caution? That is what I just said. He flatly replied. What would you call it? Knowing my enemy. He smiled. I know, for example, that Aniki has chosen to appear with only 3 guards because he has at least 7 different teams, probably more, infiltrating the border now. Light patrols, nothing substantial will be risked or lost. Sarutobi has doubled patrols with sensors covering more sensitive areas. I also know that he has chosen Nagasakno in order to simultaneously get a personal view of our most famous border outpost and draw me out of my highly fortified, garrisoned, supplied and isolated palace deep in my territory and closer to the border in order to make us all, Sarutobi included, less inclined to do anything against him. Then why you still do this? Because, he laughed as he turned back to his horse. Aniki has little hope of this succeeding, and proving him wrong has always been entertaining. Your entertainment will give me an ulcer. You'll have time to get over it. It's 2 days' travel to Nagasakno. Saddle your horse or we'll be late. The daimyo chuckled, listening as the foreigner no doubt cursed him to high heaven in his native language. XXX. The room was a slagged ruin. Charred wood dominated the far corner and the walls around it. The ceiling paint had peeled and blackened with the heat, Water splashed at their feet from the jutsu he'd used to drown the flames that had taken hold of the girl's room and bed. Naruto rolled up the scroll he'd used to summon the water, placing it in his top pocket in order to remind himself to fill it up again later before he made his way out of the room to where he could still hear Akane crying. He waited for them to calm down, for Tsunade to hold her daughter close, while Dan inspected the room. They spoke with each other and fussed over the sobbing girl, worried and shaken. Dan agreed to stay home with her today. Tsunade was still needed. He remained there, quiet and less spoken to. Waiting until now, for the girl to be out of earshot, and Dan too if he were perfectly honest with himself. She walked with him out the door, ready to head to the hospital. The light of the morning sun was just filtering through the village streets when he finally opened his mouth to speak. "Do you want me to help?" "What?" She looked up from where she'd been fiddling with the key to the front door. The lines of her face were carved into her features, severe and worried. She'd stay if she could. The red of her eyes was the evidence of the tears she'd held back not 10 minutes ago. "I can help, Tsunade." She sighed, and he could hear the impatience in her tone, the frustration just barely held in check as she turned back to her lock to snap it shut. She was furious, more than that, she was scared and someone today was going to get the full brunt of that. He'd just come real close to that being him. "Thanks kiddo, but you can't really do anything right now, this is..." "Tsunade." He interrupted her, staring at her, willing her to understand. "I can help her with this problem." His tone must have been clue enough. Her eyes as they turned towards him now, were sharp, appraising. "Help her with, what exactly? What do you think this is?" "She didn't get her red hair from you." He offered as an answer, nodding as she stiffened just a bit. "Yeah. I know. You know I'm the only one in the village that can help." He offered. "You?" She hesitated, looking around for prying eyes or attentive ears. "But you don't." "Don't ask me," he said suddenly, realizing he had to nip this in the bud now. She was Tsunade. His Ba-chan. The only mother figure he ever had in his life. And this was his niece, his sister even if she wanted him as a brother. He'd help, hell, he'd die for either one of them. But he would not let her do this, dig herself into this mess, like he'd allowed Itachi to do. She'd died to it once already. "I'll help her. I'll make it so that this kind of thing never happens again. I'll even let you see how if you want, but don't ask questions." Her features darkened, her brows knitting together. He was hurt, but ultimately unsurprised to see the suspicion now lingering in the narrowed gaze. She worked her jaw, the natural mistrust that came from his words warring with everything inside her that trusted him, and worried for her daughter. "When?" she asked. "When?" He blinked. "This isn't something that can be done overnight, this might take a while, I can tell you it took me a damn long while before." "Then when can you start?" She interrupted him. "Well, whenever you when." "Now." He blinked. "Right now? I have to meet my team." "Then we'll meet your team. But if we're doing this now before I can think about this. I'm not waiting." The door she'd just locked was unlocked with another clack and shoved open. "Akane." "Dan." She called. "Yeah? You forget something?" The man answered from somewhere in the house. "I'm taking Akane to the office with me," she said in a tone that brokered no argument. XXX. Minutes later they were walking down the road towards the training ground. "I thought we were going to the hospital, mommy," Akane asked. Her eyes were still red, but she'd bounced back from the scare well, even if she still clutched her mother's hand. Kids were tougher than people gave them credit for. "We will in a little bit, hun." Tsunade answered, smiling as she held her daughter's hand, walking down the road with her, Naruto at her side. "We're just gonna go with Uncle Naruto for a little bit before that, okay?" "K," she chirped, before pulling her hand free of Tsunade's and walking around her to get to Naruto and hold his hand instead. "Uncle Naruto, when did you become a ninja?" "At 5. He answered with a smile. Her face scrunched up, unpleasant. "But I'm 6 now." "Well, I took a special class." "Can I take it?" "Iruka-sensei's boring." He couldn't help it, he threw back his head and laughed. "Oh man. I know that feeling." He snickered, unable to suppress his laugh for a good 20 seconds. "It's okay though," he said as he finally managed. "You're graduating sooner than most. You'll be done in just 2 more years, right?" "But that's so far away." "Oh. They'll be gone before you know it," he said easily. And hey, guess what? I'm gonna be helping you and your mom out today. With what? Well. He paused, looking to Tsunade as he asked this question, gauging her reaction. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is, aka Chan? No, she said, walking beside him, eyes straight ahead, completely unperturbed. Tsunade's eyes closed, pained. He frowned a bit. They hadn't told her. He didn't really like that. But at least Tsunade was willing to accept that they had to tell her now. Good. That would make things easier. Well, I'll explain it to you in a little bit. Hey. You know what? You're probably gonna get to meet my teammates. Are they nice? Sakura-chan is. Sasuke acts mean, but he's a big old softy inside. Make sure to give him a hug to make him feel better. He snickered at the mental image. K. Sasuke and Sakura? He turned, looking at Tsunade. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. I've got students now, Sasuke and Sakura. She raised an eyebrow, stopping mid-stride. Wait. Students? 2? Not a full team and you're only a chonin? He shrugged. Old man thought I was good for it. That changes things. I thought we were meeting up with Kyofu, Ryoko and Oro-kun. He blinked. How does that change things? I thought we were meeting up with Orochimaru Naruto. She thought, then shrugged. That's fine though, I'll contact him and he'll show up. Why do you want him to show up? He balked, nearly reeling. The fact that Tsunade willingly associated with that psychotic freak was still, by and large, bizarre to him in every way imaginable. The fact that she wanted to call him for help, or let him anywhere near her daughter, was just stupefying. He's the foremost expert on seals in Konoha Naruto. She frowned. Hell, he practically designed the seal. She corrected at the last second. Of course I want him there with you. I love you and adore you, kid, but I'll get 10 people to look over your shoulder if I have to, whether you like him or not. Why don't you like Uncle Rochi, Uncle Naru? He looked at Akane, frowning with a mixture of sadness and frustration. This is Akane Naruto. He's going to be there. I'm going to get him. It's that or this doesn't happen. Do I make myself perfectly clear? She glared. He sighed, aggravated. He knew better than to try and argue with Tsunade when she got like this. Fine, he said. Just. He trailed off, not knowing how much she'd be able to do, or was willing to do, to keep Orochimaru far away from him. She looked at him, eyes a little sad now. Why do you fight with him so much? Why don't you? He wanted to hiss. Instead, he shook his head. Come on. XXX. Hey team. The words that brought a feeling of nostalgia, were cut short, dying in Sakura's throat as she caught sight of the people beside him. More particularly one of those people. Teased Tsunade-sama. She all but squeaked, standing up like she was ready to snap to attention. Sasuke, who had been looking away from them, whirled around at the name, similarly wide-eyed. Akane walked forward, smiling as she stepped up, not 2 feet away from Sakura. Hello, I'm Kato Akane, she smiled. Are you Uncle Naruto's team? Uncle Naruto? Sakura asked, blinking, the connections forming up easily in her mind as she put the pieces together. She shook her head, pushing herself out of her stupor. She smiled, it seemed just a tad forced, pushing happiness through her confusion and surprise as she looked at the girl and held out her hand for her to shake. I'm Haruno Sakura. Very pleased to meet you. Akane beamed up at her, oblivious to the slightly forced nature of her smile as she shook her hand. Sasuke stepped forward, standing at his pink-haired teammate's side. Uchiha Sasuke. He held his hand out. She stepped forward, passed his hand and hugged him around the waist. Ooh. Was the sound that came from him, hands held stiffly up, away from her as his eyes shifted this way and that way looking for help. Naruto snickered, and the raven-haired youth immediately grew suspicious. Uncle Naruto said you needed a hug to feel better. Do you feel better? The only satisfaction Sasuke drew from this situation was that Tsunade smacked his short sensei along the back of his head. Yeah, he said. I feel much better now. He turned, looking at Sakura, frowning as she giggled, fruitlessly trying to hide it behind her hands. The little red-head girl pulled away, smiling up at him. Naruto smirked. Small change of plans, guys. I need to help my niece out with something, so for today, let me think. Tsunade stepped forward, interrupting him. I assume you guys know tree walking, right? Yeah, Naruto-sensei taught us in our first week. Sakura answered, slipping back into the honorific in Tsunade's presence. Well, good. You kids got a new exercise then: hang by a tree branch using only the tips of your toes for 4 minutes, or conversely, one finger if you don't like the blood rushing to your head. You do that? Sakura asked, wide-eyed. Best chakra control exercise for beginners I can think of at the drop of a hat. Beginners? Sasuke balked. For med nins, yeah. She smirked. It's okay if you're not tough enough for it though. A lot of people can't make the cut. Sasuke frowned and Naruto could practically see the words splayed over the Uchiha's head. Challenge accepted. He chuckled, a laugh that quickly died in his throat. As another voice joined him. Simplistic chakra control? None of your famous evasion training? My Tsunade parenthood has made you soft. Rochi-chan. Akane squealed, rushing past Sasuke towards the deathly pale ninja as he seemed to appear from nowhere. The yellow-eyed snake smiled, patting the girl's head as she hugged his leg. The pale nin looked to Sasuke and Sakura. Here. He tossed them both a scroll. 1B rank elemental technique for your respective elements. It should keep you busy for the next month. Naruto's lip curled the faintest bit, try as he might to keep his face neutral. Are you keeping tabs on me? Don't I always? The man grinned. That wicked, sick smirk was like a taunt. The tension between them was palpable, broken only by Tsunade's voice as she decided to step closer, practically standing between them. Thanks for coming, Oro. He turned his gaze away from Naruto and towards his teammate, nodding once, the smile he'd sported just a second ago, now gone. Of course then, he turned his eyes towards Naruto again. So, what is it that you've brought us out here for, my old student? XXX. Naga Sikno Outpost was the outpost that stood on the very border of Hai no Kuni and Iwagakure. It was part fortress, part border guard, part supply depot. No other military structure had been taken and lost quite as much during the last Great War. It was the first warning for either country. If Iwo wished to invade, they'd need to get past this location, and if Konoha wished to prepare a campaign, this would be one of the places where, by sheer logistic necessity, there would be heavy movement to and from this base. So it was no surprise this place is where Aniki chose as the place to entertain this meeting. It was within Hai no Kuni's border, but it was land that he knew just as well as any Konoha shinobi, close enough to the edge of Iwa's territory as to give them a readily accessible escape that was barely at 6 hours sprint and isolating Kotto from any readily available help. As they made their way through the thickening forest and laid their eyes on it, Aniki and his 3 Anbu guards couldn't help but notice the changes since they were each last here. The damages had been repaired, the trees pushed even further out of the perimeter, the walls sporting more unseen defenses. Pits and caltrop traps surrounding it, a seal array to disrupt the wall climbing technique, and a subtle genjutsu he could sense but not determine its effect. He tried to dispel it. It didn't work. A seal array perhaps? He could spy at least 3 men on the walls now, sporting peasant-grade armor and the distinctive, Yari spear. If there were no shinobi within, he and his men could slaughter everyone inside easily. It was so strange, ironic really. This place was so insignificant right now, but many a campaign had been lost, derailed, or reliant based solely on who controlled this place at any given time. Tsuchikage-sama. One of the men, Buddha, his censor, at his side called to him. My lord, I can't sense anything beyond the walls, I can't say how many might be waiting to ambush us. He wasn't pleased. Was that a new seal design Konoha had invented and implemented since the last war? It'd be impossible on a village proper, too large. But a small outpost like this. As if he needed more reason to dislike this meeting. Still, he doubted it. Too obvious. Too brazen and not nearly treacherous enough to be Kotto's style. The man would be caught dead before committing to such basic mistakes. Still, that thought was a cold comfort that gave him little peace. I don't need to remind any of you to stay on your guard, he said by way of answer. They answered in the affirmative, each one beginning to search the area for all the various threats that could be laying in wait ahead of them. As they approached the gates, they creaked open on oiled hinges. The thought of residing here for another 2 days whilst Kotto traveled from his palace to the southeast, sat even less well with him, but 2 days of Iwagakure shinobi authorized to be past the border lines was 2 days his spies, scouts and infiltrators could make good use of. A second later, all those thoughts were brought to an abrupt end. As the gates were pulled fully open, he and his men realized immediately that something was very, very wrong. His eyes snapped up to the walls, fluctuating his chakra through his coils rapidly to try and dispel the genjutsu again. It didn't work. Even this close, it didn't work. Then, it was gone. Not broken. Released. Now he could see the men on the walls for what they were. They weren't peasants standing on the walls with their yari spears. They were peasants impaled on their spears, held upright by the long shafts of their weapons. Their sickly, pallid skin gave evidence to the fact that they'd been dead for half a day already, if not longer. The stink of decomposing flesh in the high noon heat was added to the stench of blood that had struck him and his guards the second the doors were open. An attack. Not by Kotto, obviously, but by someone else, someone who wanted to pit them against each other, kick off another war. But who? Kumo? Kuza? Ame? The list of enemies of both their countries was extensive. Sir. We should leave now before whoever set this trap springs it shut. Tori was the one that spoke this time. He was about to answer, he just opened his mouth to speak when another voice did it sooner, cutting him off. Oh, I'm afraid it's too late for that. The shock ran through his whole body, and even his years of experience and skill were barely able to save him from the blade that would have carved open his throat had he been just half a second slower. His other two guards were not quite so fast. Red arterial blood sprayed from Buddha's throat, the artery that ran along the inside of Tori's arm was carved open. He'd bleed out in a matter of seconds. In fact, he stumbled on his second step and fell on his side before he could even fully realize what happened. The man was dead by the time Anaki's feet hit the ground. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he glared at his third guard. Mo. His attacker's shoulders slumped. I guess I'm not as good as I thought. I really thought I'd get all three of you. If you're going to kill someone, just do it. Don't waste time talking about it, he spat, searching with all his senses for the others that must be with this one. He had no illusions as to his invincibility, but one had to be supremely stupid to take on a Kage alone, no matter what their skill level. But where's the fun in that? The Fo Iwa Anbu shrugged. Then we don't get to have the fun back and forth, like this. You can't have a good fight without a back and forth beforehand. It's like foreplay. Anaki's lip curled in a sneer. Was this stalling for time? It was the only thing he could think of. In which case he'd better press the attack now. With that thought in mind, that Tsuchikage made 3 hand seals in rapid succession before slamming his fist into the earth, immediately encasing his enemy in a tomb of pure rock that began sinking into the ground. As it sank, Anaki's surprise grew considerably as the man just stood there, more and more of his body being revealed as the earth technique sank back into the grit that had birthed it. He was different though, no longer was he wearing the white porcelain mask, or the form-fitting black armor. The mask was orange, a single eye that spread into a spiral effigy that covered the surface of it. His robes were black, thick and heavy. He shook his head in time with his wagging finger. Interrupting people is rude. The man chided. Why? I haven't even revealed my surprise yet. Oh no, wait, 2 surprises. Before Anaki could react, the man placed his hand down on the dirt, and that Tsuchikage could feel the chakra flowing into the ground around him. A seal array? He moved to fly up, away from whatever this was when he was hit with something. It literally felt like a jolt, his whole chakra coil system, from his head down to his toes, jerking inside of his body like a massive spasm. Immediately, his chakra control was completely skewed, the delicate balance of powers needed to fly thrown completely to hell. He stumbled back onto the ground, nearly tripping to fall on his ass, before he recovered his footing. He grit his teeth. No flight. So he couldn't flee, his chakra control was thrown off, so he wouldn't last long in a drawn-out fight. This wasn't looking good. He looked to his enemy, and felt his jaw slacken, his stomach falling into a pit as a familiar figure stepped out from behind the gate of the outpost, soaked in blood. Han? He reeled. The turncoat Anbu looked behind him at the name. He found the massive Jinchuriki making his way closer. Oh. You weren't supposed to come out yet. I haven't done a good build-up. The pieces fell together in the Tsuchikage's mind. How they'd known when and where to hit. Han, as their last remaining Jinchuriki, would be put on alert. He would be told, be the one expected on the first wave of the assault should it be necessary. You, miserable treacherous ingrate. You think you can? The old Kage paused, the fury literally choking the words in his throat. You think you can do this to me? He roared. You son of a bitch. You'll wish the last thing I do is skin you alive by the time I'm finished with you. Han didn't say a word, ignoring the old man's furious tirade as he marched past the gates and past the masked man to stand not 3 feet from him. Anaki's glare could have melted stone, his teeth were bared in an inhuman snarl. Han didn't smile, didn't gloat, he didn't laugh or boast. He just said a single thing. Looks like it's your turn to die now. Chapter 33. What do you think he's doing? Shaking with the effort of hanging by a single finger off the tree branch, Sasuke risked a second to look down at his pink-haired teammate. What? Akane-chan. She clarified, still staring. What do you think they're doing? Sasuke grunted, before hastily tossing a look over his shoulder as best he could, the finger he was hanging by straining with his effort. Naruto sat beside the girl, one hand resting over her forehead as she lay on the grass, an ink and brush set rested beside them, the same ones Naruto had used yesterday to draw the strange kanji over her skin. I don't know. He grunted. Refusing to cease the ungodly chakra control exercise Tsunade had described, even though he felt his finger was about to tear off. Why don't you ask him? It's none of my business, Sasuke, it'd be rude. She chided. The Uchiha was confused, but luckily, someone else put his thoughts into words for him. No more rude than staring at them like a roadside spectacle. Oh, Orochimaru-sama. He wasn't sure if it was the surprise of Orochimaru's presence or Sakura's appalled shriek or just the pain he was experiencing that got him to finally release his tenuous hold on the tree, but whatever it was, the cold rush of relief that swept over his overtaxed digit was one of the most soothing sensations he'd ever experienced in recent memory. He hit the ground hard on his feet as Orochimaru laughed. "WH, what are you doing here?" Tsunade requested. "I keep an eye on the two of them, of course." The man smirked. "She trusts your little sensei, but she has her reservations. I've been asked to supervise, discreetly." "What's all this about, though?" Sakura pressed. The serpent chuckled. "Little kindred spirits." He was as confused as Sakura was, but he wasn't gonna push anyone's patience by asking. If their Chunin sensei and the damn Sannin wanted to keep secrets from Jinan, then that was just fine by him. No need to go getting them upset by being nosy about something they obviously didn't want to go sharing. He stood up, shaking out his hand and flexing the finger that sang with pain at even the slightest movement. There was one thing he wanted to ask, though. "Do you think he'll be done with this soon?" "Sasuke," Sakura hissed. "What?" He shrugged. "It's true. I don't mind him taking a day or two to help his niece, but if this is gonna take a month or 3, then that's a whole different ballgame. We're gonna need something to do. Otherwise we're just wasting time." He heard the pale ninja chuckle. "Driven," he commented. "I like you." Somehow, he made that sound vaguely threatening. XXX. Entering the mind of another person wasn't something easily achieved by virtually anyone. The Yamanaka clan was the only exception he knew of, and that had required a dozen generations of ninja building on the achievements of their predecessors, refining and slowly inventing new methods and techniques by trial and error, techniques that were a very, very closely guarded secret. Jiraiya, for example, even with all the time they spent together, never entered the seal space with him. He never could. Minato and Kushina's imprints had been part of the seal matrix itself, not their actual consciousness, not their actual soul. It was just a mimic, like a pre-recorded response that was just a bit more interactive than normal. That knowledge hurt more than a little bit when he learned enough about seals to discover his previous assumptions and hopes that he'd actually seen them were impossible. Even he had never really managed to enter another Jinchuriki seal without help. The closest experience was him with B in order to meet Juki. And even then it required B to focus, the Hachibi to reach out and draw him in, and for he himself to do the equivalent of fumbling around like a punch-drunk idiot inside of that seal in order for them to find him. As it was, this process was almost entirely trial and error and would normally be very, very dangerous with an unwilling Byuu, to the point that it could hurt Akane with severe, crippling damage. Luckily, this wasn't a normal process. Why? Because he had a seal space too. An empty one, but it did exist. Now, it wasn't him invading Akane's subconscious realms, it was him dragging her and as much as he safely could of the Inbi into his seal in order to meet them. He wasn't gonna put Akane at risk. If anyone was gonna be hurt by getting an aneurysm out of this, it was gonna be him. He knew enough about the terrain of his own mind to enter that seal area, practically at will. It was just a matter of finding the right strings to tug in order to get Akane and the Inbi to follow him in. He'd tried it all day yesterday, refining and adjusting the seal he'd placed over her head in order to try again and again. Orochimaru had looked on, offering subtle nods, half of which he missed, towards Tsunade whenever she threw him a questioning look. He'd almost scoffed at that really. For all his being Konoha's expert on seals, the seal he'd placed on Akane was just decent at best. Binding a Jinchuriki wasn't easy, one needed to look no further than Gaara, on how terrible seal experts generally were. By comparison, Orochimaru had done pretty damn well, not that he was going to tell him that, but the thought that the man was supervising and approving of his work was downright laughable. At any rate, his efforts yesterday were rewarded with several empty ink bottles, ink stains on his fingers and Akane's forehead, a sore back from leaning over her, a lullaby song stuck in his head from when the girl had mindlessly hummed it to pass the time, and a splitting headache that made him want to take an axe to his skull in order to try and alleviate the pain later that night. Still, he was closer now than when he started. He could almost feel her curiosity brushing against his thoughts as she followed the proverbial string closer to his call. He wasn't sure how much time passed. Time was strange in this place. Sometimes it was faster, sometimes it was slower, but it was always off. Still, inevitably, she arrived, sloshing through water that was hip deep for her. Uncle Naruto? Why is it all wet in here? It had a grumpy interior decorator, he chuckled, waddling up towards her to lift her up and place her on his shoulders, more for her comfort than his obviously. The cold water now spattered over his shoulders, chest and stomach. Oh well. Where's the big monkey Uncle Naruto? Is he here yet? He chuckled. Kids were amazing. He remembered when they first told him about the QB, the sadness, the anger. How he felt his whole world was simultaneously crashing down and becoming perfectly clear all at once. At 6 years old though. Akane-chan, a Jinchuriki is someone who's had an animal put inside of them. A very strong one. Akane, you're a Jinchuriki. That's why you have red hair, sweetheart. Oh. She touched her head, seemingly thinking before she smiled megawatt bright at her mother and two uncles. Which one did I get? Is it a bird or something? Can I fly? And that had been more or less the extent of her reaction. She wanted to know if she could fly. Plain and simple. She had it easier than most Jinchuriki, and she was far too young to fully understand the implications. Add to that the sheer simpleness of her age, where acceptance was just naturally easier for her than an older kid, so it was understandable that she just reacted to that the same way someone reacts to a little trivia factoid like, did you know the show Dime got kicked in the balls twice by his wife before they were married? Or, Jiraiya once stole the Hokage's crystal ball to spy on women. She just smiled with something equivalent to an "oh, that's nice." And went about her day. But to digress. If he were perfectly honest with himself, he felt weird about it. Not angry or disappointed. He didn't wish her any harm, but not exactly good about how much easier it seemed either. That was probably wrong of him. So he tried not to think on it over much. She'd actually started to get excited about the prospect before Orochimaru of all people had nipped that sentiment in the bud and stressed the need for secrecy, putting fear in the girl of people who would try to hurt her or her family if they ever found out. He hoped she got the message. The last thing they needed was to broadcast who the Jinchuriki was, though he figured anyone from Iwa would know near instantly by her hair, or at the very least suspect. Is he here yet? He laughed. XXX. The hoofbeats of the horses, as they negotiated their way through the forested hills, were more muffled than normal. A rainstorm the previous day had turned the earth into a mulched mess of wet, dying leaves, muddy topsoil and twigs. It was cold as well, cold enough that Kotto could see his own breath in the morning air. It was only early November, but this far north it felt as though the first snows were about to fall. He should have dressed in warmer clothes. He looked to his lead scout. The man knew these lands better than he. How much farther? He asked, looking forward to a warm roof over his head. Not far, my lord. Naga Sikno is just over the next rise. He nodded, somewhat surprised but not showing it. He'd come to this place before, years ago during the war. He didn't recognize one bit of it now. How time flies. He kicked at his horse, hurrying it along, moving the pace from a trot to a gallop, his column of guards following behind him on horseback and from the trees. As they rose over the next rise, however, the whole column stopped dead at the crest of the hill. Surround Kotto-sama. Ramon barked, drawing one of his swords, the 9 other guards circling their horses around his own, the rustling of leaves giving away the fact that the 4 shinobi guards he brought with him had fanned out in their own defensive formation. The gates are open. He drawled. Ramon. The head of his guard knew him well enough that the command was given with just the utterance of his name. Matsu, Ishin. Go. The 2 men kicked at their horses, marching forward with sword and spear at the ready, trotting up to the fortress and into the gates, staying firmly in sight as they dismounted and then proceeded to enter the main building. Minutes passed as Kotto waited anxiously for them to finish searching the grounds. Finally, Matsu rushed out of the building, his sword sheathed. That was a good sign. He mounted his horse and galloped back towards them at full speed. "My lord!" the man shouted as he drew near. "It is the Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage Dono is here." "Why did he stay after he killed the men?" Ramon asked, looking to his lord in askance. "No. The Tsuchikage is here, he's one of the wounded." It was another party. The daimyo's lip curled. But who? He'd kept his eyes on Kumo. Could it have been Suna? Worried that Konoha might be looking to replace them as allies? Kiri? How would they even hear about the meeting place so quickly? How would they even get here? It might be an illusion. One of his shinobi guards said, appearing suddenly at his side out of nowhere. "I and one of the other guardians will move to check. If we say nothing within 1 minute, assume hostilities." "Do it quickly," he insisted. "If whoever this was manages to pin Anaki's death on us, it will be complete open war. We have to see if we can save him, at the very least, find evidence of his attackers." The ninja nodded, the gravity of the crisis falling over the lot of them as the two volunteers, plus Matsu, rushed across the field again. A minute later, one of them stood on the wall and waved the all clear. Kotto wasted no more time in pushing his horse to a full gallop. The animal nearly bowled over Matsu as the man grabbed at the reins, trying to hold the beast still long enough for Kotto to dismount. His feet mulched on the wet, muddy ground. The ground was far more muddy here than outside. Water ninjutsu. He shook his head. He could think about that later. For now, Anaki. They had to save Anaki. He marched into the building, barking out his question to anyone that would answer. "Where is he?" "My lord." The other samurai, Ishin, called from one of the back rooms, the dining hall for the garrison if he wasn't mistaken. He rushed forward, his walking speed just shy of jogging as he entered the room, a trail of blood and destruction leading him straight towards the man. He was the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. He'd led men to war, and fought on battlefields drenched with blood and scores of dead. The sight of Anaki, his long-standing enemy, with his face and chest carved open with a beastly wound that still leaked blood, brought him up rather short. Written in blood beside the man's red-stained fingers was one word. Betrayal. Kotto's eyes took in the scene as his mind put the pieces together, forming scenarios and discarding them as he ruled them out in turn. Less than a minute later he turned, looking towards the doorway. "Shinobi." 3 of the 4 guards appeared immediately, already kneeling, heads bowed. "Yes, sir." "Burn it. Destroy everything here. We need to leave now." "My lord." The samurai standing at Anaki's side was the one who spoke. "Should we not preserve his body? When Iwa finds out, they will want." "Iwa has already found out." He interrupted. "Either Anaki drew that message himself, and our enemy is a rebellious faction within Iwagakure who would rather eliminate him than entertain any notion of peace, in which case they've already carried word to their countrymen, painting us in the worst possible light, or this is a third party that doesn't want Iwa and Konoha suddenly able to devote forces elsewhere and intended for this to be found by Iwa ninja that are probably on their way here right now. An arrival that will coincide with our presence here. If they see this, or worse, see us, there will never be any hope of reasoning with them until we're waist deep in blood." He turned back to the ninja. "Do it. Now. We have minutes at best, we must flee to the south with all haste." The 3 vanished. With a backwards glance towards the dead Tsuchikage that conveyed his sadness at the man's passing, as well as an apology for the treatment of his remains, Kotto turned and marched back out of the fortress, all but jogging towards his horse. He mounted with a single practiced motion, pulling the reins to turn the animal around. "What is it we are doing?" Ramad asked, trotting towards him. "We're leaving. I expect Iwagakure ninja will soon be in pursuit." "It is that bad?" The man sighed. "And here I'd been hoping life would be simple. I will tell the scouts to check the paths towards Konoha." "No," he said, stopping him. "We're not going to Konoha. We move back to the capital." Raman's horse brayed and whined as the man pulled harshly on the reins. "The capital is nearly twice the distance. We cannot." "You have your orders. We move to the capital and that's final." The bearded man's tone left no room for argument. Raman's mouth snapped closed, and even though he didn't look pleased, he nevertheless nodded, knowing that when that tone was taken there was nothing more to be insisted on. Kotto looked up towards the battlements. The fourth ninja stood at the roof of the highest tower, keeping watch. He prayed the man would see nothing. That meant they'd at least have a chance of surviving this mess. Do away with all you can afford to leave behind, he shouted as he unstrapped some of the excess baggage on the beast's saddle, letting it fall into the muddy ground. The horses will be running a great deal soon. He turned his eyes back towards the lookout, finding his mask. Tori. The ninja turned. Yes, sir. Use whatever summoned animals you can. Send word to all outposts and to Sarutobi. On his message, place the word spear thrust, he'll understand. His guard nodded, and soon turned back to his watch as he formed the hand seals to summon his birds. They would carry the warning back to the village. He didn't want war with Iwa. But he knew well enough they'd never even entertain the notion of such now. Anaki was a loved leader. He'd been their leader longer than any of them had been alive. Hell, longer than Kotto was alive. Every Iwa shinobi would be a raging beast, frothing at the mouth in search of his blood. Negotiation, talking, it was out of the question now. There was only one thing left that they could do. Win. XXX. When the Inbi finally came, he was surprisingly silent. 1 second the beast wasn't there. The next, he was looking up at the ghostly image of the massive, four-tailed Byuu. With 2 tusks that were bigger than him, and a row of gleaming, sharp teeth on display. As it snarled down at them. The beast was plenty intimidating. Wow. At least for most people. He smiled a little, knowing that in this state, the Byuu wasn't much of a threat. He was practically transparent and with a moment's thought he could cut the link to send them all back to where they needed to go. With that thought in mind he let go of one of Akane's legs as it dangled in front of his chest in order to wave. Hiya. It leaned down as much as it was able before the chain around its throat snapped taut, holding it quite a ways above them as it sniffed the air. I know the small one. But not you. Can I touch him? Akane asked. Not right now. He answered, and I wouldn't even if you could. Why not? He doesn't like you yet. He answered truthfully. What makes you think I'll ever like her at all, human? The demon snorted, pulling back to rest on his haunches. Such arrogance. You humans are all the same as Roshi. Who's Roshi? Akane whispered into his hair. The one that had him before you. He answered, thinking for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted her up and placed her on the wet ground. Talk to him. He smiled. She blinked, clearly confused. He pushed her forward a bit. She looked up at the massive monster that seemed bigger than the Hokage monument from her vantage point. Hi. She waved. I'm Akane. What's your name? The beast was silent for a time. Son Goku, he finally answered. Do not refer to me by that worthless title you humans have pegged on me. Yinbi. K, she said. She didn't understand all the words, but she got the gist of what he was saying. Why's your hair red? What kind of question is that? She shrugged. My hair is red too. But mommy and daddy already told me it's because of you. So that's where my red hair came from. Where did yours come from? I was born with it, girl. It didn't change after, like mine? I had mommy's hair, you know. No, it didn't change after. Is there a point in all of this? The question was directed to Naruto, and to her in equal measure. He figured this was good enough, there were no roars or furious ape-smashing movements, so he'd take it and call it as a win. Better than his first meeting with Kurama, to be perfectly honest. Well. Goku-san. He ventured, as respectfully as he could. Byuu could be prickly. The thing is, Akane-chan has been having problems. Particularly your power over fire. Changes have to be made. It answered flatly, I have no intention of being sealed into a jar again. While you humans take your time to find a host. This one can be changed. It will be done. What exactly are you doing? He asked. That is not your concern. The beast straightened. Now release me from this place, my curiosity is sated and I've had enough of you. Naruto decided to push his luck a little bit. When will it be over? She almost burned down her room. When I am finished. He snarled. Now release me. He decided not to push it. The Byuu was talking to them. The last thing he wanted was for it to close off and not speak at all. He smiled. Okay. Can Akane talk to you again later though? I'm sure she'd like that. The little girl nodded as the Byuu began to disappear. He didn't answer. He didn't say no either. He'd take it and call it a win. XXX. Sir. The shinobi guard stopped dead on his rush through the trees. The rustling of leaves would have been loud in his ears without the thunder of hoofbeats below them. What is it? The kunoichi, the team censor nin for this assignment, had paused, her eyes peering to the north. A second later, he felt it too, from the northwest. A beacon scroll. Again, closer this time. Again, now to the northeast. How many? He asked. At minimum, 100. Joun and I'd say, either way too many. She answered. Border guard is gonna follow standard protocol, pull back to more fortified positions. Hold them off, guard the path to Konoha. Damn it. He cursed. They should be going to Konoha. Iwa would be run right into the teeth of their defenses and Kotto would be safe. But Kotto got it in his head to move towards the capital, southeast. Not straight south. Until they were within a handful of miles from the palace in 2 bloody days, this was going to be a nightmare, and that's if they had a significant head start. They didn't. Keep me posted on pursuit parties. They'll pick up our trail soon if they haven't already. We're the only ones that can stall long enough to keep Megajiro-sama safe. She nodded. Understood. He could only hope his bird summons carried word to Sarutobi already. The old man would know what to do. XXX. What exactly is he changing? The question was soft, muttered by Tsunade, who leaned on her knees, a ceramic cup nursed in her hands with tea that was now lukewarm. Dan's hand was rubbing circles on her back, though he too seemed out of it. Troubled, bags under his eyes from a night with no sleep, his mouth set with worry lines. He didn't answer when I asked. Naruto replied, sorry for that fact. But, according to Naruto, the Byuu said that he did not relish the experience of being sealed into a jar. Orochimaru pointed out. Based on that, whatever he's doing is something that he intends to use to help Akane. You don't know that. Anything different would just see him thrown back in that jar again even faster than normal. Orochi answered. No matter Orochimaru's assurances, she didn't seem relieved, her features didn't even twitch from the near despondency she'd held since he started speaking. But, he didn't know what to say, he didn't know how he could reassure her. The Byuu weren't evil. They weren't cruel or malicious. They were just, mad, bitter. Except for Shukaku. That one was all kinds of batshit crazy. But the others were good when you treated them like a sentient being and not a tool. He didn't know how he could say this though. How he could explain, especially not with the snake standing right there. Tsunade. The pale ninja spoke. She'll be alright. You can't dash. Tsunade. He interrupted. She will be alright. She bit her lip, lowering her head. Before any more could be said between the four of them, there was a knock at the door, a clear chakra fluctuation that told them ahead of time it was an Anbu. I'll get it. Naruto announced, standing up from the couch. As he opened the door to let in the orange light of the sunset, he caught sight of the cat mask Anbu. Hokage Tower. Now. All of you. This is an emergency. Immediately the four of them stiffened in surprise. Orochimaru vanishing in a cloud of smoke to head back to his home to gather his equipment. This was never done unless there was an immediate battle in their future. I'll take Akane to the neighbors and meet you there. Dan announced, standing up from the seat and moving towards the little girl's room. Tsunade nodded before she too moved towards her rooms to gather her gear. Naruto turned his eyes to the outside, the Anbu having already vanished. Dozens of ninja were already moving, rushing through the rooftops. Anbu, Jounin, Chonin. No Jinan. Whatever was happening, it wasn't good. Minutes later he was standing with a slew of other ninja in the tower courtyard. If he were any judge, it'd be at least 200 people. This might very well be every last ninja above Jinan rank in the village. This was really bad. Naruto. He turned, finding Itachi moving through the crowd, a severe frown marring her face. What's going on? He asked, worry marking his own features. Iwa. She answered simply. Iwagakure has attacked the northern border in full force. His blood went cold, stomach opening into a pit. Wasn't Kotto gonna meet with Aniki? She nodded. He sucked down a breath. Was Kotto dead? Shit. This was really not good. Hey guys. He looked, standing on his toes to find Ryoko waving over the crowd. Come on. He negotiated his way through the mass of people, pushing and shoving where he had to before he found the silver-haired Chunin, her cross-shaped weapon hanging off of her back. What the hell is going on? She asked. You two ever see anything like this? Itachi shook her head. No. The last war was before my time. The Chunin Kunoichi reeled, surprise written all over her face. War? Where's Kyofu? She shrugged. I don't know. I was at home, I imagined she was too. She smirked. We don't sleep together and say we're roomies like you two. His mouth fell open, jaw slack, his expression clearly showing his thoughts. Really? Now? Itachi, again, didn't even bat an eye at the words. Then a hush fell over the crowd and immediately his eyes were drawn up towards the entrance of the tower, where Sarutobi stood, flanked by Tsunade and Orochimaru. All three were dressed in their battle gear. Gone was the white robe and hat, and in its place was the black, custom, form-fitting armor. Orochimaru and Tsunade each were sporting their old Anbu armors themselves. Oh shit. The old man still wasn't looking at the crowd, his eyes moved between Orochimaru and Tsunade as he spoke, the two S-class shinobi hanging on his every word. As he finished, his hand cut through the air. Go. The two vanished, not even a puff of smoke to mark their departure. 1 second they were there, the next they weren't. Sarutobi finally turned his eyes towards the burgeoning crowd. Iwagakure has attacked us. There were no pretty words, no easing into it. The fact that those weren't given told Naruto just how bad this was. Sarutobi wasn't willing to waste time. They have moved through the northern border with an unknown number of shinobi in order to attack Megajiro Kotto, our daimyo. It falls to us to drive them back, and make them bleed for every inch of ground they have to move through to escape. No one said a word. 200 people in a courtyard and you could hear a pin drop. You will be gathered into teams and assigned to jounin commanders who will coordinate your orders. And that was it. With that, the god of shinobi turned, looking to the Anbu guard at his back. We move. And then, just like his students, he too was gone, vanishing without even a cloud of smoke to mark his departure. Naruto focused on his chakra signature, feeling it moving with speed most ninja in their prime would find hard to match for a handful of seconds before he was gone. The god of ninja and what remained of the Sannin were off to war. And the rest of the village would be right behind them. Chapter 34. This wasn't the war he knew. It was different. A different face, a different feel, a different texture. None of it felt like war. None of it felt like his war. He was not a commander here. The enemy they faced didn't have every advantage imaginable. They weren't fighting old friends, or long-dead enemies. The weight of the world didn't feel like it was bearing down on his shoulders. This was not his war. It didn't feel like his war. He was following the orders of a jounin he'd never met in this life, and had barely known in his previous life, Gekko Hayate, fighting alongside 3 other Chunin that he'd never met in either life. Listening to attack plans, fallback positions, rally points. Listening and knowing that he was blind to the grander scheme of things, knowing he wasn't getting the whole picture, that he couldn't influence the whole picture. That he was, insignificant to those above. A statistic, rather than the one they looked to turn the tide. To save them. That was proven rather harshly with Ryoko and Kyofu. There was talk of leaving him behind. Of leaving him in the village with the token forces that would be there to defend in case of some other attack. That was a punch to the gut that had degenerated into an argument. An argument he didn't relish having with his older teammates, but one he wasn't going to let them win under any circumstances. Even if they somehow did convince someone higher up the totem pole to order him to stay, he had no intention of listening to that order. He'd either quit as a ninja and show up in that battlefield as a civilian or go full missing nin and show up there to fight Iwan ninja anyway. No. It wasn't his war. Frankly, it just felt like one big backyard brawl by comparison. That might change with time. With escalation. But right now, there it was. Still, the biggest difference between this war about to be fought and what he and Itachi had dubbed as his war was how wasteful it felt. The battles they'd fought, the lives they'd lost, the sacrifices they'd made. It was all for a higher cause. To stop a madman. To halt the extinction of human life as they knew it. To save their world. This. What the hell was this even for? Why in the hell did this even happen? It felt so worthless. But there was no simple solution. Nothing he could do to try and stop it. What could he do? Walk up to Sarutobi and yell at him? Go and argue with Aniki? Aniki, God, Kurotsuchi. Was she alright? Would she fight? He took a deep breath, trying to sort through his troubled thoughts. He spread out his senses. The near subconscious tickle at the back of his mind that was his nature chakra coming to the foreground. There were many people here he didn't know. A lot that he did. Or at least recognized. The closest signature to him now was one of the Chunin he didn't know. The man joining him on the lookout duty. He singled out the most important ones. Finding Kyofu to the south, gathering materials for the night, Ryoko setting up their impromptu shelter within the hollow of a tree while he kept watch, and the last two Chunin scouted out a few miles ahead to make sure the enemy wasn't a proverbial stone's throw away. He spread out his senses out further. Finding them like little pinpricks. Slivers of green grass in a dried out field. Kakashi, Asuma, Kuza, Kurenai, even Yugao. So many people he'd seen die, all here. And they could all die again. He found Itachi in the crowd. Far off to the east. Almost out of his range. She could handle herself, he knew. Even with all the little tricks and nuances he'd learned in his war and picked up during his time now, he still doubted he'd be able to beat her, as he was without a great deal of luck, or preparation working on his side. She didn't need him to worry about her. Didn't change the fact that he did though. Unlike Kyofu and Ryoko, he wouldn't be there if something went wrong. A minute later, Hayate and the two Chunin slipped back into the envelope of his nature sense, approaching fast. He reached over, tapping his Chunin partner on the shoulder. Hayate and your teammates, he whispered, pointing. Northwest. The Chunin nodded. He settled back to his spot, the hours ticking by. XXX. Mega Jiro. The call brought his eyes upwards, into the trees, finding Orochimaru and Tsunade falling from the higher canopies. He pulled his horse to a stop. The exhausted beast was panting harshly, he could actually feel its heartbeat running up his legs. Frankly, he wouldn't be surprised if half of the horses would end up dying before much longer. Their near-dead sprint from Nagasakno outpost had barely given them any distance from their pursuers to show for their efforts. In fact, according to their sensor, the ninja were steadily gaining on them. Only a whole mess of traps and false trails left by his ninja guard were giving them any kind of pause. And his men were running out of tricks. What are you doing here? He asked, pulling back on the reins as the horse brayed and stomped its feet. Did Sarutobi not receive my message? He did. Tsunade stood to her full height, crossing her arms as she glared at him for all she was worth. But did you really think he was going to leave you hanging out to dry? No. He admitted easily. I expected him, however, to take the two of you with him and send a few of his Anbu as reinforcements. You're wasted here. Not nearly. Orochimaru drawled, still kneeling as a grass snake slithered up from the surrounding foliage. They're following you en masse. I can sense at least 30, all Jounin or Anbu as far as I can detect. The sensor can probably detect more. When they catch up even with the 6 of us, it will be difficult. We need only run for a while longer. The daimyo declared, kicking at his horse to make the animal move again. Not quite at a gallop, but faster than the usual trot. With you two here, word must have reached the palace already. I would assume several of the other guardians are on their way. In which case you'll have all the backup you need. Yeah. Tsunade snorted. Sure. Hopes and dreams there. This was reckless. All of it. I knew Aniki would try this. And so did you. But you wanted to do things your way. Tsunade chastised as she pressed her hand to the horse's side. Instantly the daimyo could feel the animal's heart slow, become more regular as its tired muscles and body were healed and rejuvenated. Aniki is dead. He answered simply. Both Sannin stiffened, brought abruptly short by the declaration. Dead? They were surprised. The whole world would be soon. Aniki had been leader of Iwagakure longer than most people had even been alive, himself included. He nodded. We all saw his body. This is the work of a third party. Independent of myself or Aniki. The two old teammates shared a look, their lips pursing in thought and worry. Nothing for it now. The serpent said with a snort. We can take stock when this is finished. For now we'll keep up the feint. Make Iwa overextend themselves by chasing us to the capital. Kotto smirked. Just like Sarutobi and Orochimaru to see his gamble for what it was. Ramon trotted up beside him. Are you telling me you willingly use yourself as bait? The head of his guard practically seethed at him. It is not your job to act like worm on hook. My job is whatever I decide it to be. He shot back. He watched Tsunade moving off to the other horses, barely touching them for a handful of seconds before she was moving on to the next. Re-energizing the beasts. He looked to Orochimaru. How long be? Whatever he was about to say was cut short as there was a snap of tree branches directly above. There was a lurching in his stomach, a feeling of rough vertigo that made him feel as though he was about to retch before the world came back into focus, the horse stumbling beneath him, rearing up on its hind legs as it startled, nearly throwing the daimyo off completely before he adjusted his seating in order to stay on. Then his eyes come into focus, and he realizes he's standing somewhere else, and in his place was Orochimaru, limbs braced to block a blow intended for the all-too-fragile leader of Hinokuni. Kotto felt his stomach twist as the snapping of limbs reached his ears and the man was sent slamming down into the ground with a hiss of pain. His attacker, a red-armored behemoth that landed on the ground a second later, was startlingly familiar to him. With a kick that shattered the distinct armor, Kotto was witness to the impossibly tall man receiving his comeuppance, sent crashing into a tree in retaliation for the blow landed on Orochimaru, courtesy of the man's brutally powerful teammate. With a shattered forearm brace, and likely a shattered forearm, the man had no time to register the pain before he was moving again, dodging and weaving between kunai blades and arrows launched by Kotto's personal guard. His chakra flared. Visible to the naked eye, nearly suffocating in its intensity. Jinchuriki. Orochimaru barked, reaching his feet. Back away. But in the next second, the man was gone, pulling up and out into the trees. His chakra signature disappearing entirely as if it had never even been there. Shit. One of the Anbu Kunoichi cried. The team censor. Bastard. That bastard. She rounded on him. Kotto-sama. We've got to move. We've got to move right now. The daimyo cursed, paying no mind to the two Sannin as Tsunade moved to hastily fix her teammate's obviously broken limb. They were more than fast enough to catch up. He kicked at his horse. The beast was renewed and fit to travel at full speed again. That was good. Because that Jinchuriki just let out the equivalent of a signal flare to every Iwa shinobi team for miles. XXX. When the battle came, it was quick. There was no build-up, no anticipation. No real warning outside of his own nature sense and the alerts from the sensor ninja. It was two forces, well aware of each other's presence long before they were close enough to attack and meeting in a dead rush of high-speed bodies, knives and techniques. He doesn't act here like he did before, in his war. He can't. He might have the skill to defeat most, but he's still a far cry from the same level of raw power that could flatten armies. He uses his nature sense, with all the sheer precision that offers him, to his advantage, finding the ninja that are still in stealth, still in hiding, who hadn't revealed themselves in order to set up traps and make their kills from the shadows. This early in the battle, with the chaos and the screams and the hundreds of men and women that are rushing to gut each other in a mad dash, they don't expect to be found so quickly, targeted so readily. Normal sensor nin don't normally have the gall to go hunting for ninja on their own. Their roles are usually support, too valuable for the group to be risked in frontline combat. But he's not exactly a normal sensor ninja. He knows where they are, their movements giving away the bulk of where they're directing their attentions. When he attacks, it's from hiding, quick and quiet, knives cutting into places that would make them scream if he hadn't covered their mouths. His kills are quick things, clean. They barely feel the pain before their eyes are drooping and their bodies going slack with blood loss. To the kidneys, the spine, the throat, the temples. These are the places he targets. He kills once, twice, a third time, again and again until he's killed the eighth before someone notices, before someone finally sees that their stealth specialists are being picked off. His attacker was smart too, waited for him to go for his next victim before attacking, all at once throwing off his attack, alerting his would-be victim, getting him to help, and very nearly wounding the blonde with the kunai he barely dodged in time. Suddenly, he's on the defensive, he's the prey and not the predator. He has to move quick, bending and twisting his 12-year-old body through the trees, very nearly dislocating his shoulder as he caught himself mid-fall on a branch. When you're stuck in the body of a 12-year-old, in the middle of a battlefield, with two Jounin-ranked ninjas suddenly deciding you're at the top of their immediate hit list, it doesn't take very long to realize that you have something of a problem on your hands. Still, many of his tricks were learned fighting a great many enemies that were stronger than him at any given time. His shoulder is sore, but the pain is fading as he moves. He leaps back, away from the two. They're faster than him, physically stronger, He has to turn this around before they catch up and put him at a disadvantage by using their greater physical strength and reach, in Tai or Kenjutsu. Mid-range is where he can fight more evenly. They're not a pair that have worked with each other before, he can tell. Their tactics, their skills are clashing. The shinobi stealth specialist is willing to play the supporting backup role, but he has no idea what her attacks are, how she'll move. She, by contrast, is willing to charge ahead, but she's not sure where he is, or if he's even there at all, and doesn't dare take her eyes off of him, even for a moment. They're hesitating. He searches through his pockets, finding the explosive tags, and pulls out 3 along with 3 kunai. They're lit, his feet slam into the branch of a tree, anchoring him in place with an impact he can feel through his knees and ankles. The 2 ninja are on him almost instantly, the kunoichi rushing to close the distance and the shinobi taking up an attack position above in case he tries to flee again. He waits for a second, letting the lit explosive tags cook before he tosses them in an arc, 2 headed for his respective enemies and 1 straight to the empty space between the 2. They don't hit them, they don't have to. The kunoichi veers off to the right and the shinobi intercepts his kunai with a shuriken and leaps away to gain some extra distance. He draws 2 shuriken before the tags go off. When 3 explosive tags go off relatively close, it doesn't matter how good a ninja you are, your senses are gone for a split second, your ears are ringing, your eyes are blinded, the air is pushed from your body by sheer concussive force. It's a split-second weakness that goes both ways. But he has a 6th sense they don't. He follows their movements with nature chakra as he channels wind into his shuriken and launches them in that split second towards the 2 enemies as they move through the trees. The kunoichi tries to block, a blade finding its way into the path of his throwing star, only for the wind chakra she didn't have the time to notice with the momentary blindness, cut right through her defense as though it wasn't even there. The weapon punches past armor. In through her ribs and ripping out of her back, severing her spine in a shower of blood. She ragdolls like a puppet with her strings cut. When she hits the tree branch she hits it hard, and tumbles straight down to the forest floor 10 meters below to crack her skull against unyielding dirt. The shinobi is a different matter. He didn't try to block, he dodged outright, twisting himself in mid-air just enough to avoid the bulk of the attack. Even so, the very edge of the extended wind blade cuts through his side, cutting open a wound that's at least 3 inches deep and bleeding profusely. The man stumbled as his feet stuck to the bark of a tree, cradling his side before he faced him, a surprised fear gracing his features as he realized the severity of his situation. Just run. The blonde thought. Don't make this more of a waste. But before the man could make a decision, either to flee or to attack, it was taken out of his hands. 2 lizard summons, each the size of a large dog, jumped down from the trees above, mouths open with fangs gleaming. They bit into his face and neck. His hand fumbled for a kunai to try and defend himself as the beasts began to tear into him as his blade scratched off their armored scales. He screamed. It had been a long time since he could remember the people he killed screaming. You all right? The call brought his eyes up, finding his summoner teammate standing on the trunk of the tree he was standing on, a massive spider summon resting just above her. The glimmer of silk strings were spread out from it. Was the animal detecting enemy movements? He nodded. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I've done this too many times already for you to worry about me. XXX. In Konohagakure, a wary sense of unease, a tension hung in the air. It felt like the hours before a major storm. Like a monsoon, or a rare hurricane that managed to reach this far inland. Where people huddled indoors, shored up their windows with wood panels and generally kept to themselves and their families, all the while praying that the damage wasn't too great. For Sakura, she was ashamed to say that news came after she woke up. After she'd had breakfast and gotten ready to meet her team and was actually walking the streets. They'd been so empty. Like the people were even afraid to go outdoors. Chonin were patrolling, and what few snippets of conversation she caught, the people were genuinely fearful. When she finally got up the courage to stop and ask, and had been told that nearly every ninja in the village had been called away to war, with more returning teams preparing to follow them as their numbers swelled with every passing hour. When she finally found her way to the training grounds after that, she wasn't surprised to find Sasuke wasn't there. From there, she debated on whether or not she should go home to read a book, or just wait for whenever their sensei would get back. But she decided against it. She didn't know where Naruto-sensei lived, but she did know where Sasuke lived. And even though she was normally terrified of entering the Uchiha compound uninvited, her worry overcame her fear. Sasuke's parents, his sister, hell half his bloody family were ninja. Were they off fighting right now too? With her mind made up, she made her way over, and 20 minutes later, she was standing at the open gates of the compound. It seemed almost desolate. She had to wonder if everyone here had been killed overnight or something before she caught the faint sounds of movement and voices. The majority of the clan were ninja in some form or fashion, but a big chunk of them were civilians. She looked for Sasuke's house, already knowing it by the one time she'd come here with Sasuke in the months since she'd been his teammate to look for a scroll in his clan library. When she reached the front door, it was open. "Sasuke?" she called, poking her head in. "Sasuke? In here?" She turned at the sound of his voice, looking past the living room towards some other room beyond. She'd come here once and waited outside. She stepped in, turning and marching with an almost exaggerated sense of caution to not disturb anything. When she reached the room in question, she was surprised to find that it was the kitchen. There was a second door at the back that led to, from what she could see, must have been a dining room. Sasuke was standing by the refrigerator, a bowl of cereal in hand as he ate. "Hey Sakura," he said before taking another bite. "I just heard," she said. "Came to see how you were doing." The raven-haired boy shrugged. "Fine, I guess. Nothing much I can do except wait." He worked his jaw, as though working the words out of his mouth. "Guess it hasn't even really sunk in yet. Doesn't feel much different than when they go out for groceries or their normal jobs or something, you know." He finished, tossing his bowl in the sink after washing it. "Naruto's gone too, right?" he asked, tossing a look her way. She nodded. "Yeah. Every Chunin and Jounin ninja we had on hand outside of the academy sensei." He took a breath. "Well, I have nothing better to do today. You want to find Hinata-san and her team? Kick their asses for a while." Sakura struggled, genuinely struggled not to roll her eyes. "Boys. They just want to punch someone rather than deal with their feelings. XXX. The battle was over fast. Ninja battles were not battles of attrition. It wasn't the slow grind of infantry against infantry, where the fight was won by wearing the other side down. It was a knife to the throat or the heart, doing as much damage as possible with a full salvo with all the techniques and skills they had available before pulling back. Hit and run attacks were the bread and butter of ninja engagements. The force Iwagakure had hit them with was nearly half their size, at least in this field. He wasn't sure where the other battle groups were, but Iwa's attack was a disorganized mess. It seemed like nothing more than a sheer dead-head charge to do as much damage as they possibly could. They were Jounin, all of them. That was rare, and it raised a huge question of where the bulk of their forces, the Chunin, actually were. That worried him. And as the ninja around him shouted out orders, finished off stragglers, and tried to stabilize the dying and injured, that concern only grew as the enemy gave a full retreat, sprinting back with all speed. He gave himself a moment to focus, standing perfectly still on blood-mulched dirt as he closed his eyes and breathed. Slowly, ever so slowly, he allowed more nature chakra into his system, a drop, allowed to become a trickle. Immediately, his senses expanded, power and energy moved through the earth and into his body through the soles of his feet, an entire kaleidoscope of new sensory input opening itself in his mind's eye. His world bloomed outward. Like a bucket of water suddenly becoming aware of the greater river it was dunked in. It was exhilarating. He'd almost forgotten what it was like. But with that new awareness came something else. Knowledge. His stomach immediately opened up into a gaping pit and his eyes snapped open. Oh shit. He couldn't have contained the word even if he wanted to. What's wrong? The question brought his attention to Ryoko. His silver-haired teammate was almost completely covered in blood. The custom Fuma shuriken she wielded had allowed her to charge straight into the fray of enemies, bringing the teeth of her wind nature to bear in a display that had demonstrated just why the wind techniques were considered the most powerful offensive branch of the five elements. She'd been tearing through limbs and bodies, allowed to do so with her reckless abandon only due to the support of the three other Chunin that were with them under Hayate, allowing her to keep her focus straight ahead and not need to worry over much about her flanks. The end result was this blood-drenched mess she was still too pumped up on adrenaline to fully notice. Reinforcements. He answered hastily. Another battle group? How many? Where are they coming from? East? West? It was a Jounin that asked, one that had been close enough to overhear. He shook his head. No. They're coming from the north, from Iwa. Shit, that means fresh troops. The man cursed, other Jounin now gathering around as the commotion became noticeable. How long before they arrive? My range is really good right now, he said. At their pace, 3 hours. But they're not exactly moving fast. They're more careful than the other group. More organized, securing their points of retreat, spreading out to make sure they're not flanked. He nodded. How many? A lot. He stressed twice our number, easy, and that's without counting the group that we just sent packing, when they meet up. He let his words hang. Shit. That last battle group was all Jounin. The man snarled before turning to the other ranking ninja to come up with a battle plan. They would need to use their limited numbers to the fullest effect if they were going to have a prayer of winning this with their forces so spread out. Somewhere, he heard an order to send a message back to Konoha to tell the latest teams that would have been returning from their respective missions to join them at a fallback point. Their goal was to meet this new attack force with fresh troops and prepared defenses, rather than this blind charge they'd done in order to cut off the pursuit parties that were still focused on Megajiro. As they spoke, Naruto walked, moving with Ryoko towards where he could sense Kyofu, wanting to keep his teammates close under his eye as much as possible. This was going to get worse before it got better. He had to think of a way to end this. To get Iwa to back off. But what would push them back? As he walked, the answer came to him, like an epiphany from above that seemed so painfully obvious now. Fear. They just needed to rattle them enough. Just enough. And he knew just how to do it too. Itachi. Gotta find Itachi. Chapter 34. I must say. Itachi drawled. As far as plans go. This is certainly one of the more audacious I've heard. Naruto smiled at the blood-soaked kunoichi. You can say it, I'm awesome. Insane is more like. Itachi offered with a smirk, her dry humor cracking the impassive surface for a brief moment, before she frowned. How exactly would this function? My reserves are still insanely larger than anyone else, even yours. So, I'll give the chakra, you do the. He trailed off, waving his arms. Whatever you do. He finished lamely before he snapped his fingers, remembering something. Ah, one thing though. I assume this is the rather large string attached at the end of this ideal scenario of yours. She deadpanned. Yup. He beamed back at her. To put it simply, don't bite off more than you can chew. If you screw up too much at once it'll lead to a huge chakra backlash. Which will lead to my death. Ours, he said, lying, already making plans to design the seal such as to get himself the lion's share of the potential damage. No need for both him and Itachi to die. So. He smiled. Yeah. High risk, high reward. You in? She turned away, looking north. And the alternative? The alternative, he mused. We wait. Shore up our defenses and preparations. Meet the attack head on when they get here in 3 hours and at least half the people on each side end up dead. Then we go and possibly do it again the next day and the next, until it's been a week, or a month, or a year, and we go into another Cold War when enough blood has been spilled for people up top to be happy. Are you purposefully trying to make it as bleak as possible? She let out a sound, somewhere between a laugh and a hum in her throat. Nope. He smiled back. Bleak as possible is we lose the war, rocks fall and everyone dies. She sighed through her nostrils, to think this is happening so very fast. She mused. What could have changed in just a handful of weeks? Are delivering Kurotsuchi? He asked. He liked Kurotsuchi. This time around he'd gotten to know her, trained with her, he'd even go so far as to say he trusted her. But her grandfather? Yeah. Aniki was the textbook definition of the old guard. He was a ninja that was more cutthroat than almost anyone else still living. He was born during the time of endless wars after all. He'd even go so far as to say the old man wanted war half the time. Itachi shook her head. No, this wasn't planned. It's too disorganized to be an assassination attempt or a genuine assault against Konoha itself. Even if they did not expect Kotto-sama's escape, they are wildly overextending their ninja. They're actually squandering their element of surprise. Long term, this is a fight that they're setting themselves up to lose. He nodded. Made sense. Regardless though. It didn't matter. He shrugged. Yeah, well. Whatever the reason. Right now, all that matters is stopping it. Figure out the details later. She smiled. You always try to boil it down. Makes things simple, I suppose. She paused, for a moment before taking a deep breath. So, what exactly do you need done? XXX. Almost 2 days now. Half a day, a night, a day and now another night going on to the morning. And still they were running, still they were being pursued with barely a moment's rest. It was like a pack of wolves, circling the herd, corralling and singling out the weakest before they struck and bit at its throat. And every time that they lost their stalkers, or thought they did, the red-armored Jinchuriki would come barreling through the trees. His chakra flaring up like an explosion as he attacked and then quickly disengaged, Tsunade and Orochimaru unable to stop him and unwilling to pursue and leave him unguarded. It had to be a bloody Jinchuriki. For anyone else those attacks would have been suicide. As a Jinchuriki though, he was strong enough to get away with it while also signaling their position for the world to know, and the pursuit party would redouble its efforts. Close the distance even further. Kotto realized, somewhere at the back of his mind, that the human weapon was calling in his reinforcements so he could fight them on his terms, whether they arrived at the now nearby capital or not. Kotto had just about enough of it. Move your enemy. Do not be moved by him. He pulled at the reins of his horse and stopped moving. Nearly his whole retinue of guards suffered some form of accident, trying to stop without crashing into him, the 6 ninja overhead shooting past them on the treetops before circling back around. What's wrong? Tsunade asked, feet to a tree trunk. The palace is barely 2 hours away. What the hell is going on? He looked up to the 2 Sannin. The Jinchuriki, he stated. I want him dealt with. If he's stupid enough to pursue till the palace, then he will transform into his Byuu and cause incalculable levels of damage, perhaps even destroy the whole palace, he said. He is pushing us onto a battleground where you will simply have more to defend and where he can cause more collateral. Even if he can't defeat you, he'll win. Go. Fight him out here where both of you won't worry about potential damages. Tsunade opened her mouth when Orochimaru cut her off. He's right. She turned her eyes to him. What's to stop the pursuit party from going over to us and attacking? Oh, they won't. Kotto assured. Ramon groaned, already knowing he was planning something audacious by the tone of his voice alone. Oh gods, be kind, I'm going to kill you myself. The foreigner hissed. What exactly are you going to do? Tsunade asked. Either you help me or we all die. Kotto smiled. No time to explain. Go and deal with their attack dog. I'll not lead him to the doorstep of the place that houses my son and daughter. Orochimaru nodded, looking to Tsunade. Let's go. He vanished in a cloud of smoke, followed by Tsunade, who cursed under her breath. Ramon's horse trotted up beside him. What is this we are doing now then? Kotto took a deep breath and thought for a moment before looking off to the right. Ah, he sighed, and turned his horse, beginning to march. Where are we going? There's a little stream down here. I used to fish there when I was a boy. I require fresh water for my tea. He drawled. What? Guardians, flare out your signatures in intermittent pulses if you please, he said, ignoring the outrage and sheer incredulity in the voice of his head of security. I'd like to make it very clear where we are. His guards gave a look to each other, concerned to say the very least. But they followed their orders. XXX. In the village of Iwagakure itself, Kurotsuchi felt similar to a piece of driftwood. Getting pulled this way and that way by the tide, unable to resist. Practically overnight the village was turned from its usual bustling activity, to a storm of organized chaos. Their ninja battle groups were mobilizing, leaving the village almost as quickly as they were formed. People were talking about war in the street. War. What the hell had happened? Her grandfather had been going off for peace talks, for God's sake. How did talks degenerate so fast? Did Aniki attack Kotto? Did Kotto actually attack them? Was it something else with Kumo or Kuza? She was still, technically speaking, a genin. But, in reality she was more a civilian with jounin skills. One few people were willing to speak with for a multitude of reasons. Her father hadn't been home in nearly 2 days. Akatsuchi was called out with his team to one of the aforementioned battle groups. She had no one to question in order to get answers. And it was driving her completely insane. Basically, all she could do was sit home and wait. The suspicious looks she got as she walked down the damn street was enough to drive her up the wall. And each sidelong glance was more than enough warning to tell her that curiosity might rile up a few people in a very bad way. They didn't trust her. She was seen as the outsider here. Such as it was, she was sitting at her living room, a scroll in hand, when the door to her house opened. She looked up, and immediately felt a sense of trepidation rise in her gut. Her father was here. That much she'd expected. The 4 chonin with him, however, was a different matter. Kurotsuchi, he said, looking worn. His skin was pasty and his voice sounded rough. She had a feeling she knew where this was going. Her father's face seemed chiseled from stone. Angry. Although she got the distinct impression that it wasn't directed at her. That was some comfort at least. He swallowed, as though the words themselves were distasteful. One of the Chunin stepped forward. Kurotsuchi-sama. You are hereby ordered to follow us. Where exactly am I going and why? She asked. You will be detained until we can adequately determine whether you are a security risk to this village, miss. This is ridiculous. Her father snarled. She's been with me the whole time and she's... Sir, please. Don't make this more difficult than it already is. The Chunin speaker said, looking to her father. It's all right, Dad, she said, standing up. She'd rather her father not get into some kind of trouble on her behalf. Was this insulting? Yes. Was she angry? Oh, she definitely was. But they wouldn't hurt her. Her grandfather wasn't that paranoid. And they wouldn't try to piss him off, much less her father, who was considered the next in line for the role last time she looked. She could sit in a cell for a few days. Can I at least grab a change of clothes? XXX. It had been a long time. A very, very long time since Tsunade found herself in this situation. In a forest, at night, reaching out with all senses on alert, stalking and being stalked by an enemy. Despite herself, Tsunade realized that she wanted to smile. She'd missed this. Missed the chase, the hunt. The thrill of meeting an enemy just as skilled, the rush of euphoria when you realized you won. You were smarter, faster, stronger, or just downright luckier. She was a mother now, a wife. These were not the venues she followed anymore. But she'd be lying if she said some primal part of her didn't, in fact, miss this. Orochimaru was nearby, her quiet little shadow, hiding just as well as she was. Probably better, really. So was their prey. When the Jinchuriki realized that they had finally gone on the offensive and moved to attack him, he tried going around them. When that didn't work, he tried going through them. And when that hadn't worked, he was willing to tie them down. After all, if they were here, that would just make the pursuit party's job easier should they get the opportunity to attack Kotto. The bastard was strong. Fast too. She'd liken him to an armored Mito guy. If she wasn't who she was, he would have easily snapped her in half within mere moments of reaching her in hand to hand. His ninjutsu, so far, consisted of steam-based attacks. The water for which came out of some kind of pack at the back of his armor. She had little doubt he had fire-based abilities to fall back on if she managed to eliminate that water pack. She knew of 2 nearby water sources, but she and Orochimaru were drawing him away from those. It was good to know these forests better than your enemy. What did concern her, though, was the fact that he could draw on his Byuu at any time. They had to wait for that power to manifest before Orochimaru could employ his Gagyo Fuin in order to seal it away. Did he know about that? Was that why he was holding back? It was how Orochimaru had managed to defeat Iwa's other Jinchuriki years ago. Maybe this one learned a thing or two since then. There was a flash of movement along her periphery, a kunai blade clashing against metal. She pounced, lunging for the spot Orochimaru had struck, moving through the shaded trees with speed that could put Jounin to shame, fist cocked back. She punched, a red armored forearm coming up to meet her strike, plates of armor shattering under the force of the blow before she was deftly countered, and this time she had to block. It was a sloppy thing, one she berated herself for as his kick managed to break through her hasty guard to strike the side of her head. It had been a long time since anyone kept standing after one of her punches. Since before she learned to enhance her strength actually. Still having the presence of mind or the strength to deliver a counterattack afterwards. First time for everything. She begrudgingly admitted to herself as Orochimaru descended from the trees above, a fire jutsu exploding from his lips to burn the spot directly in front of her where Han had been standing a moment before. The flash of fire light blinded her. Pupils that had been wide as possible in the night shrinking to pinpricks as the light stung her eyes. But this wasn't her first soiree. She and Orochimaru had been doing this longer than the current generation had even been alive. 95-0. She heard him call out from above, his serpentine eyes catching the movement she couldn't and speaking a code they'd long since memorized. She pounced. Through the flames, feeling the heat burn her flesh even as she healed herself and struck out with a brutal back kick, one which caught the startled Jinchuriki square in the chest. She heard the snap and crunch of bone, felt the flesh moving in such a way to tell her she'd done damage to the brute this time. She heard him cough, wet and ragged, heard the gurgle of blood as the red liquid was trapped behind his mask. She rushed to attack again, only to find him thrusting his arms forward and blasting her with a wave of steam from his gauntlets. She screamed. The superheated water was almost as bad as a fire technique, flash burning her skin. She almost didn't hear the sound of Orochimaru's shout at her back. Fuuten Daibakua. She threw herself to the ground, feeling the gale force winds push past her, blowing away the steam that had been burning her a second ago as she used her chakra to mend her blistering skin and blinded eyes. She heard the struggle continue, listening as Orochimaru fought a handful of meters away, meeting the Jinchuriki head-on to give her a chance to recover. She focused on healing her eyes first. Vision was essential, more than the burns on her arms or face. She heard a cry of pain. Orochimaru's voice. The scrape of steel against steel, the crack and snap of tree bark, and the roars of anger from the red Jinchuriki. When she finally managed to open her eyes, her vision was blurry, just barely catching sight of Orochimaru. Deathly pale, her teammate slipped between the blows of the massive ninja that was a full head and shoulders taller than him, his dominant arm twisted and mangled. The Jinchuriki finally grabbed hold of him. His massive fist grasping onto the collar of Orochimaru's Anbu armor as her teammate's kunai blade found purchase into the Iwa Nin's armpit with a spurt of red arterial blood. The Jinchuriki reached up with his free but bleeding arm and grasped her teammate by the skull. Then he snapped his neck. Tsunade stood up, her vision clearing as she got a good look at the Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's wind blades had carved straight through the armor plates, revealing the glossy shine of still wet blood that gleamed across his stomach and legs. She had little doubt the back of his forearms and triceps had taken the brunt of the damage to protect his face. Then, Orochimaru's jaw snapped open, a single fist emerging with the legendary Kusanagi to slice at the Jinchuriki's exposed head, drawing a curse from the massive Iwa Nin. The Jinchuriki kicked the limp flesh of Orochimaru's discarded body away as the new one leapt away, gaining some distance to more effectively utilize his ninjutsu arsenal again now that Tsunade was back in the fight and could take him on at close range. "That is still disgusting," she commented on his custom escape/healing technique as she stepped forward, cracking her knuckles and neck. "Gets them every time." He shot back, hanging upside down from a tree branch as he smirked. He always liked doing that, being as nonchalant as possible, give the illusion that he was in full control of the situation. He usually was. Though she knew that technique was very, very costly. At most, he could pull it off 3 times. So she could guess his reserves were now somewhere above half but less than ideal. So they knew one thing, he was better at taijutsu than Orochimaru. She looked to Han. He'd been nicked in the forehead, a line of ruby red just above his eyebrows that bled into his eyes. Unfortunately, he wasn't blinded. Possibly using chakra to numb the sting. His breathing remained even and measured. If she didn't see direct evidence to the contrary, she'd have thought the man wasn't injured or in a fight at all. She looked a little closer, noticing how the cuts from wind blades already stopped bleeding. Faster healing. Jinchuriki were considered human weapons for a reason, she was reminded. Even so, the Kusanagi blade was highly poisonous. Lethal unless treated. She doubted his healing was strong enough to eliminate its effects completely. Not even hers was that strong. She knew from personal experience, she'd been forced to make the antidote for it when her usual techniques were insufficient. He didn't say a word, no snarl of anger, no sneer hidden behind his helmet/mask, not even a taunt. He just tensed, soldiers bunching up and hunching over. And that's all the warning they got before his back exploded in a gout of steam, forcing the two of them to move away as they watched the gaseous body coalesce and take form. Well, now the kid gloves came off. She cut her thumb, formed her seals, and I heard Orochimaru's voice a second or so before her own. Kushios. XXX. When the first of the Iwagakure Jounin in pursuit of Megajiro Kotto finally arrived ahead of the main battle group, it was to a peculiar sight. Megajiro Kotto, daimyo of Hai no Kuni, their quarry for the better part of 2 days and murderer of their Kage, was sitting. In front of him was a tea set, and a place set out for another, illuminated by candle and torchlight held by 2 of his samurai. Beside him were 4 of his ninja guard. 2 on each side, directly behind him was his retinue of samurai. Anbu Captain Daisuke, with a force of a good 15 shinobi at his back and 20 more less than 30 minutes at his heels, did not like this at all. "Spread out," he ordered into his short-range radio. "Surround them. Make sure there are no traps or ambushes nearby." His men nodded, each of them moving to follow his orders by hiding in the dense underbrush of Konoha's woodland in the shadow of the night. He spoke, throwing his voice to sound from a few feet away from him. Megajiro Kotto. You are hereby ordered to surrender yourself, and your men into the authority of the village Iwagakure no Sato, and the sovereign power of the daimyo. There will be a surrender here. The older male shouted back, leaning back to not be hunched over the tea table as he stared into the darkened forest where his voice was emerging from. But not if I have to shout. Step out and let us discuss terms. Daisuke gritted his teeth, anger bubbling up the back of his throat. The handle of his blade creaking beneath his white-knuckled grip. This man, this arrogant bastard, he killed Anaki-sama and he was drinking tea? Ordering him to come out and discuss terms? He would die. Execution. Better than he deserved. But his station warranted it. If he ever managed to surrender, that is. But he sounded so confident. Was there a trap in wait ready to spring shut? Talk to him. He concluded. Stall for time so the others can arrive. A battle group of nearly 40 jounin isn't something he can overcome out here as long as Han keeps Tsunade and Orochimaru busy. 10. 15 minutes tops. Then their reinforcements would be here. He'd talk to the old man and hear these ridiculous demands of his. He sheathed his blade. Sir? A jounin behind Daisuke asked. Daisuke turned to the woman, newly promoted, judging by her age. Attack at my signal only. The jounin nodded, a dark gleam in her eyes. Daisuke stepped out of the thicket. Kotto leaned forward, eyes squinting through the dark, beholding a porcelain mask. His lips were pursed, like a teacher looking at a slow student. Tanuki. Kotto greeted before beckoning Daisuke forward. Step into the light. I would see you. Daisuke obliged, keenly aware of the 4 elite Konoha nin at seated man's side. If something happened, he'd need to get out of the line of fire fast. He looked to the treacherous daimyo, struggling to keep his voice as neutral as possible. All right. Let us discuss the terms of your surrender. Then, Kotto surprised him. Smirking like a snake that was slowly uncoiling to its full size before a mouse. Mine? Oh no. I'm afraid you've made a grave error. We're about to discuss your surrender here. XXX. Meanwhile, nearly 100 miles away, Naruto finished applying the last of the touches on his seal array. His clones had carved the nexal points in a fan pattern on the trunks of various trees to the north. Enough to blanket the battleground and keep him well enough out of the firing line. After all, he wasn't going to be able to move for the foreseeable endeavor. One clone was with his Chunin team, being very careful not to get hit or touched. Itachi was with her team, she'd slip away once the battle started. Now, came the hard part. Seals were extremely powerful, but very fragile and utterly specific. One stray fire jutsu or wind blade into those nexal points would cause a cascading whiplash that could very easily kill him. Or, at least, hurt like a real bitch. He and his clones had to be very careful. They had to make damn sure that if one of those points was going to be damaged, he'd react fast enough to the clone's memories in order to safely disengage the seal before the backlash hit. At best, a matter of a split second. And that's only if they're lucky. Well, no pain no gain, as Byuu would say. Just then, he felt the chakra spikes, flaring up like 1,000 candles catching the light. To his nature senses, night turned to day, and it wasn't long before the faint cries of battles could be heard. He formed a single seal, and in an instant, almost 50 clones appeared at his back. Time for a show. XXX. You must be insane. Daisuke snarled, looking at the daimyo as though the man had just delivered the most vile of insults. And why is that? Your horses are practically dead from a 2-day sprint, you are still hours away from your capital city, and any help. I have more men that will arrive here any minute, and even without them, the battle strength of my current forces grossly outmatches yours. He drew his blade, watching how the Konoha nin and samurai tensed, hands reaching for their own weapons before Kotto raised his arm, ordering them silently to stay their hands. That's right, he hissed. Keep your mongrels on their leashes. You know who's really holding all the cards here. And it's not you, murderer. Kotto smiled, chuckling somewhere in his chest so his laughs emerged, almost as coughs. That is the beauty of soldiers. You see what's in front of you, and you strike. A useful and respectable trait. But now, let me tell you what cards I do have. The daimyo looked up to him from his seat, somehow making him feel small even as he practically towered over the seated form. Kotto smiled. You've chased me for 2 days at a dead sprint. How rested are you, I wonder? Rested enough so your men can quickly rush back to safety? Fast enough to escape the force I've called from the capital? Fast enough to reinforce your overextended lines before the forces of Konoha overwhelm the thinning, weakened force that is currently trying to hold the rear guard for your little venture? Orochimaru killed your previous Jinchuriki single-handed. Do you believe he'll fail to do it this time with Tsunade at his back? I don't. Will you be granting us another of your weapons so readily? You're bluffing. He snarled. The mere fact that you're talking shows how desperate you are. If you really had the upper hand, you'd simply snap your trap shut. You didn't give any warning to Aniki-sama. You just killed him. The daimyo's smirk became sardonic. Are you bitter that I betrayed him? Or that I am simply better at it than him? We were here to ensure his safety. The raven-haired man stood, wood armor and red robes now straightening to his full height to stand at eye level with the Anbu captain. Yes. Clearly a full military invasion is meant to be a purely defensive measure. He snorted, stepping around his tea set. Now. Let us speak clearly. You can kill me, and you can kill my men. As you said, you have us outnumbered. But I can assure you, should you do so, the village of Iwagakure no Sato itself won't survive the hour. Daisuke's whole body tensed. What do you? With all your forces out here, in mobilized battle groups, and others on missions. Tell me, he smiled. How many of your men did you leave behind to guard the village itself? Not many, I wager. More than enough. He snarled. Kotto smirked. No. Not nearly enough. Your forces are just as committed as ours. You have ninja engaging our forces. And we have our own defenses. Kotto smiled, stepping forward to speak straight into the porcelain mask. I summoned the Sannin to my defense, boy. His features gained a cruel gleam as his smile became something malevolent and predatory. Are you so inept as to not realize that I have yet to commit the most powerful piece on the board? XXX. Kurotsuchi made her way through the village, escorts surrounding her and her father at her side. The night chill slithered into her arms. The silence of the village was almost surreal, with nothing but the chirping of crickets and insects to fill the night. As she rounded the corner, the chill of the night was replaced by an all too different chill. There, in front of her, was a very dead Chunin, his throat slit from ear to ear. What the hell? Suddenly, the chirping of insects was quickly and violently replaced by the sound of combat, coming from beyond the buildings, in the direction of the Tsuchikage Tower. Chapter 36. Kotto. Even with his face hidden behind a mask, Kotto could tell the man was tense, wary. Perhaps even afraid. There's no possible way. The daimyo smirked, watching the young man's protests die away. You understand now, don't you? In order to chase me through these backwoods, miles away from your village and battle lines, you've left your throat open. Your Anbu. Your Jinchuriki. These things are here. Overextended and exposed. While I am more than capable of fielding forces to both defend and attack. The Sannin and the lesser ninja to defense and. He trailed off, letting the Anbu's own imagination fill in the rest. Sarutobi? The Byuu they stole from Iwagakure years ago? The Kyubi? Kotto couldn't help but wonder what would run through the man's mind. As I said, Kotto continued. You may kill me. But once word reaches Sarutobi, and I promise you it will do so long before you can return, your village will be little more than a smoldering ruin. Sarutobi. Iwagakure. It was decidedly strange. The village that he and nearly everyone in Konoha had considered an enemy for so long, it was a place he'd only seen twice in his lifetime before today. The first time was after the Second Great War, where he had signed the ceasefire agreement. And the last had been at the end of the Third War, where they had officially accepted Iwagakure's unconditional surrender. He'd been to Kumo by nearly 4 times as many instances, Chunin exams, trade talks, even to act as a mediator, alongside the Sandaime Reikage, between 2 feuding border villages. But the sheer enmity with Iwagakure had prevented him from coming here as much as it prevented Iwa from approaching them. Kotto had been the only person in at least the last 60 years, possibly longer, in order to try and bridge the gap. And this was the result. The message Kotto had gotten to him by bird summon had said very clearly spear thrust, an old, straightforward code word that had first been introduced by Kotto's grandfather. The order commanded a ninja to ignore the daimyo's protection and try to break the enemy's offensive campaign by attacking their most vulnerable position. At first, Sarutobi believed that he would attack some forward base camp or staging area. But, as they slipped further and further into Iwagakure territory, it was becoming more clear that whatever caused the talks to degenerate so rapidly had not ended well for Aniki. He wasn't sure if his old enemy was incapacitated, ill or captured, but it was clear Aniki was not in command of his forces here. That man was careful, meticulous and thorough. His defenses were nearly impenetrable and his offensive movements were smooth and deceptive. He took in every factor and precaution. But this. The Hokage and over 30 hand-picked Anbu were standing inside Iwagakure. Inside the walls of the village. A force of them. They'd gone almost entirely unmolested through the defensive grid as what seemed like every possible Iwa nin left the village. All of them dedicated to what could only describe as a single-minded assault. No. Aniki was not in command here. Not his old rival. Which presented a golden opportunity. One he would take hold of for all it was worth. He stood on the roof of a building overlooking the dominating courtyard in front of the Tsuchikage Tower. With a single gesture 6 Anbu appeared around him, almost materializing from thin air, concealed in the shadows of the adjacent buildings. The team leaders. The rest of his force moved through the dark. Their path, though silent, was devoid of mercy. Quietly murdering all that they found and concealing the bodies with quick, practiced efficiency. Sarutobi didn't even bother looking at his men, knowing they were paying attention. He disseminated his orders through quick coded gestures. First team, forbidden techniques. Second team, find archives. Target, roster. Third. Fourth. Fifth, defend. Sixth team. He looked up, eyeing the very top of the tower, one final hand sign delivered. Raise. Tsunade. The steam was suffocating her. Even without the heat, the sheer volume of it was nearly overpowering. She felt herself rising above the forest canopy, where there was still a sheer wall of superheated vapor, surrounding her on all sides. Katsuyu move. She half yelled and half coughed, feeling the movement beneath her feet propelling her up and out of the steam. The wind whipped through her hair as she breathed the sweet, cold night air again. The cloud billowed and shifted, moving like a balloon imploding in on itself for a moment before Manda burst out with a screech, Orochimaru perched on his head. The two of them were left staring at the cloud of steam as it slowly formed itself into the image of the Gobi. The heat. Gods, it was rising. She could feel it even from this distance. If they entered now to attack, they would be boiled alive. And without a physical body to harm. She didn't have the time to try and think of some kind of plan though. The thing rushed her like a charging bull. Get us closer to Manda. She barked, knowing full well Orochimaru had a plethora of wind techniques. Might not be able to stop it, but it'd be enough to slow it down at least. She hoped anyway. Katsuyu moved with speed that belied both her size and her species, deftly splitting into 3 smaller versions of herself. Each rushed off in different directions. The feint succeeded in confusing the steam monster confused, giving them enough time to reach Orochimaru's side. Once there, the other 2 Katsuyus dispersed into even smaller forms, vanishing entirely into the forest canopy. They'd reconverge in this body shortly, she knew. In what would have been impossible in an organic body, the steam creation became nebulous for a moment before coalescing into shape, again facing her. Its charge uninterrupted by the change of its momentum in ways that defied common physics. Then Manda was in front of her, letting off a half hiss, half screech before she heard Orochimaru's voice. Fuuten, Daibakua. His roar, amplified by the vibrating air particles of the wind technique, boomed through the entire forest, nearly deafening her. The steam monster collapsed in on itself, all but imploding before reassimilating itself, entirely unharmed. Not unexpected. Stupid to hope a Byuu would die to the equivalent of an overzealous breeze. It rushed them again. She felt a tug. A pull along her insides. It was Orochimaru, his chakra brushing along her own. So she allowed herself to be pulled. A human Kawarimi dragging her away well over 100 feet below, staring up at the monstrous Manda, Katsuyu and Byuu a second before their summons were swallowed up by the steam cloud. I don't suppose you have any ideas? She heard her teammate drolly question. She turned, looking at Orochimaru's grim countenance. Me? Huh. Well. Damn. If you're out of ideas, I guess shit's really hit the fan, huh? I'd honestly just say find the Jinchuriki and take him out. The steam. His lip curled. It's permeating the whole forest. I can't sense him any more than I can sense a drop of salt water in a pool of fresh water. Manda let out a hiss, screeching as it thrashed and flailed inside of the cloud, trying to crush whoever was controlling it, or perhaps fight back in some way. I can't endlessly fire off wind techniques. We need a way to bring him to the fight again, he said. I'll get Katsuyu to spread across the forest. She'll find him, Tsunade declared, already focusing on the nearest chakra signature of Katsuyu's separated bodies. Quickly then. Manda can survive for a time, but he will eventually be cooked inside his own scales. Kurotsuchi. They barely had time to fully comprehend the sounds of combat inside their village before they were under attack themselves. Their warning wasn't even a warning, was the sound of a blade slicing flesh, the splatter of blood on cold stone, and the muffled scream of the Chonin behind her. She whirled around, pink eyes wide in surprise, just in time to see the Chonin fall dead. An Anbu standing at his back, blade stained red. Her heart pounded in her chest, a whitewash of adrenaline flooding her body. She wasn't cuffed, thank the gods for small mercies, but she was bereft of her weapons and her armor. Of course, she had her tie and ninjutsu, but it was a small comfort when facing down a combat-ready Anbu for the very first time in her life. Her father moved before any of them, his hands flying into seals as the three remaining Iwa Chonin darted off to the side, moving to surround the man. It was sound, again, that tipped her off. The flap of cloth in the wind. None of the Chonin had enough fabric for that. Kurotsuchi found the shuriken just in time to see it hurtling towards her father. By pure reflex she reached out, trying to catch it. In the next split second she felt a spike of pain shoot up her whole arm, originating from her hand. She screamed before choking it down. She leapt away feeling, rather than seeing, her father do the same. Both were painfully well aware that there was more than one attacker here now. She hit the ground and ducked into an alleyway for cover. She pressed her back against the wall, as she heard the fight, quite literally begin just 10 feet away from her. Kurotsuchi looked to her hand, the shuriken had ripped through the flesh and bitten down to the bone, entering through the soft tissue between her thumb and index finger. She reached down, ripping the weapon free with a spurt of blood that sent droplets splattering over her own face. Kurotsuchi tried to move her fingers, feeling the muscles sing with pain. Her thumb especially. Her index finger was more worrisome, it didn't move at all. That wasn't good. This was her dominant hand. She might be able to compensate her kunai and shuriken accuracy, somehow make up for her hand seal speed and precision, but this was not the time nor place to be able to suffer the luxury of a crippled dominant hand. She took a breath, hearing the clash of steel against steel just down the street. When she was about to dare a look when she felt a spike of chakra directly behind her. She dove to the side as a lightning blade punched straight through the wooden wall that she'd been leaning against a second earlier. Her body moved before her mind fully caught up, rolling away to gain some distance before her hands moved in a rapid sequence of sloppy seals. Kurotsuchi struggled for control of the technique as it required more chakra to compensate for her dead-end finger. She sucked down a breath and spat out a fireball, watching it hurtle onto the far wall. Not wasting the moment's distraction, she leapt up to further the distance between her and her foe. Before the wall the attack had come from exploded in a shower of wooden shrapnel and debris. Kurotsuchi landed on the roof of the opposite building, looking into the smoke-filled hole that remained of the spot she'd been leaning against. For a blessed moment, there was no movement. The night rushed into the space all the fighting, all the sudden chaos, had occupied. Then the Anbu came hurtling towards her, bursting from the smoke like an arrow, sword in hand. He reached the edge of the roof and vaulted over, felt a burst of chakra before his whole blade lit up with snap cracks of electricity. She almost took on a taijutsu stance before realizing that the chakra hadn't come from the Anbu she was looking at. Furiously, she flooded elemental chakra through her still functioning left arm, as she braced herself and punched straight down. The fire chakra went off at the end of her fist like a shaped explosive charge. Unlike the uncontrolled blast of her earlier attack, this one was directed entirely downwards, piercing roof tiles and wood before exploding into the home below. Just as the explosion ripped the whole roof out from under her feet, she felt the crackling pain of a blade ripping up her entire left arm. The sword grazing the back of her hand to trail from forearm to elbow. Her whole body seized up with the electrical discharge. Her muscles spasmed and jerked her limbs uncontrollably. The fall through the roof, which should have been nothing, ended with her legs failing and an awkward side landing, her legs sprawled on top of the now blacked Anbu. The top half of his face, the part she could see, was a mess of blood and charred flesh. His mask had shattered and slag to drip down his forehead, nose and eyes. Kurotsuchi grimaced, looking down at her new bleeding limb. The patches of flesh where her skin met the wound were charred black, already the injury itself looked angry and red. It would likely be infected soon if she didn't see a medic. Half an inch. Half an inch more to the side and she'd have lost the limb entirely to the Konoha ninja's lightning blade. It would have been split straight down the middle. She crawled herself up, over his corpse, searching for kunai and shuriken pouches, soldier pills, blood pills, other combat equipment she could use. How many of them were there? Was her father all right? What village were they from? Before her mind could even slow down from racing, there was light. It speared through the window in front of her, blinding. The light was followed, hardly a split second after, by a deafening boom. Kurotsuchi felt the force rattle the house around her, felt her insides tremble and quake with the concussive wave a second before the window itself shattered, forcing her to shield herself behind the body. When the brightness died enough for her to look, she felt her stomach sink. She stumbled to her feet, shambling towards the window like a drunk, staring in disbelief at the cage tower, the shattered, broken, and burning ruins that remained of it. Orochimaru. It was one of the few times in his life that Orochimaru felt useless in a fight. How exactly did one best water vapor? As the battle war on Manda became more and more enraged, shifting from trying to find his assailant inside the steam cloud, to simply attacking anything that moved, uprooting nearly the whole forest, boulders notwithstanding. Similarly, to Orochimaru's eye the Jinchuriki seemed to move on as well. Once he realized that they were no longer on their summons, the steam cloud had spread out across the forest, losing what form it had to become nothing more than a nebulous cloud. Despite the diffusion, Katsuyu had spread far and wide, yet she and Tsunade still couldn't find the Jinchuriki. If he were anyone else he'd accuse her of sheer incompetence, but Orochimaru knew better than that. Frankly, she was one of the few people that could best him in a fight. She wasn't incompetent. The Jinchuriki was just that skilled. Skilled enough to nullify Katsuyu by blowing a lot of hot air. At least mostly, it was impossible for the Jinchuriki to blanket the forest floor with enough steam to burn the slug so long as she stayed on the ground. But on the trees was another matter. If she tried to raise her multitude of miniature selves above a handful of inches, she was quite literally flash steamed. So they effectively had nothing. This is ridiculous. Tsunade snarled, watching as the steam cloud continued its implacable advance towards the capital. No doubt the Jinchuriki knew they would eventually have to try something in order to intercept it. Indeed, Orochimaru agreed. I'd normally suggest a retreat, but with the capital so close. He trailed off. I'm honestly starting to think we should just try blowing up the whole goddamn fort. She stopped. And he recognized that look in her eye. You've stumbled on an idea. He smirked. I'm honestly kinda disappointed in myself for how long it took. Especially, given how simple and stupid it is. She looked to him, smirking. I'm thinking you'll be downright pissed you didn't think of it first. Go ahead. Spit it out then, he demanded. Burn the whole forest down. He blinked. What? He's hiding in there. We can't go looking for him. But if we burn the whole forest down, it does the job of flushing him out, and also dispersing the steam cloud. Win-win for us. Predictably inelegant coming from you. He drawled. You got any better ideas? I never said I did, he stated, smirking before he spoke again. After 2 days of running, Manda, and all my previous techniques, I should have enough chakra in me for 5 large-scale wind techniques. I trust married life hasn't led you to forget those fire techniques of yours? She smacked him on the shoulder. Let's get this over with. We have a plan now. It'll do this time. He clarified. This is hardly a viable plan in a population center, and I imagine he'll figure that out quickly. We'll have to think of something better for the future. Kotto. You're lying. The Anbu insisted, shaking his head in disbelief. If you had truly thought of everything, you wouldn't stop to tell us about it. You wouldn't be monologuing. This desperate ploy, this doesn't make sense. He shook his head. You must be lying. He was nearer to the truth than he probably realized. But he was hesitant. Years of conditioning, years of believing the very worst of Konohagakure, and therefore of Kotto himself, was warring with his reason. Best to continue feeding his prejudice then. I am telling you this because I already won, boy. Anaki is dead. He drawled, shrugging his shoulders for emphasis. And while I could easily destroy you now, how do you suppose the other villages will respond once word reaches them? You're holding a knife to our throat knowing it would destroy you as well? Destroy us? Doubtful, he laughed. It might, perhaps, cost us lives. Maybe some money. Even some resources and political capital. You, on the other hand, will be destroyed. For us, the remaining villages will eventually be appeased enough to cease whatever reprisal they decide on. If they actually decide to do so. Which village have you all befriended recently? Suna is our ally, not yours. They will easily be appeased with promises to hand over portions of your territory to them. Kirigakure is already entering trade talks with us. Do you believe they will risk that in order to avenge you? Kotto laughed, his shoulders shaking as he shook his head. Your only hope for true reprisal would be from Kumagakure, and indeed, only because Kumo despises us more than they despise you. He tisked, shaking his head. Your Tsuchikage has done very little but make enemies. I'm only glad it was my designs that granted me the privilege to finally give him his comeuppance. The Anbu's grip on his sword tightened, his clenched fist visibly shaking. But he was not so quick to threaten him this time. Much less strike him. Better. He looked at the cat-masked Anbu. So, I will repeat myself. Call off your pursuit and crawl back to your holes, and perhaps my message will reach the team in time to call off their attack on your village. You expect me to just take your word for it? What guarantee do I have that if I do as you ask you won't try and have them destroy the village anyway? Kotto shrugged. You don't. What you must ask yourself is simple. Is my life worth more to you than everyone in your home? Just then he became aware of a glow on the horizon, coming from the northwest. Fiery orange, blazing like the first spears of a dawn. As the Anbu turned away, looking behind him to follow Kotto's gaze, the daimyo realized that it could only be one thing. Orochimaru and Tsunade against the Jinchuriki. He prayed that whatever it was, it meant Tsunade and Orochimaru had won. If they hadn't, his position just became far more precarious. Best to end this now. I see that this Jinchuriki has been dealt with as easily as the last one. He drawled. The Anbu rounded on him, the surprise and concern visible, even through the mask. That meant he wasn't sure as to who won either. That gave him a few minutes at best as a head start if Orochimaru and Tsunade had failed. Kotto, very deliberately, turned his back on the Iwa Anbu and looked to his guards. Prepare my horse. We're done here. He saw his men tense a second before he felt a blade pressed to the back of his neck. You don't leave here until I say so. You're not in control here. You are not the one to call the shots. Now turn the hell around. He did so, looking at the man over his shoulder before rounding on him fully. The blade was to his chest now, he felt its edge against his armor as he leaned forward ever so slightly. I have your village by the throat. Your Kage is dead, your last remaining Jinchuriki defeated, the other in my service, ready to be unleashed at a word, and your men are soon to be surrounded and cut down. He sneered, eyes ablaze with a fury that was not entirely feigned. So the next time you raise your weapon to me, I suggest you be fully prepared to use it, boy. He snarled. For an interminable moment, the Iwa nin held the weapon in place, his hand steady. Naruto. Far to the north, miles away from Megajiro, Tsunade, Orochimaru, or even Sarutobi, another battle was being fought between the respective ninja forces of the two villages. Naruto was the witness to this one, soon enough he'd be a part of it. Hopefully he'd end it. The seal he'd drawn at his feet was an impressive thing, easily big enough to allow him and Itachi to stand within its boundaries. His chakra poured into it, spreading out, in and through the earth to blanket the entire battlefield. As his awareness expanded, dragged with his chakra, Naruto felt the presence of the other ninjas as a spider feels the touch of a fly on its web. Itachi's signature was crystal clear, familiar, and bright. A single beacon. Ryoko and Kyofu were no different, still alive, still active. Ironically, it was his shadow clones that were the hardest to detect. Formed of his chakra, they were too familiar, it was like looking for a rainbow with sunglasses on. Itachi wouldn't have this difficulty. At least, he hoped not. As his clones moved through the treetops, mimicking his skill and plethora of experiences to stay hidden. They were imperfect, some were detected, attacked and subsequently dispelled. But most slipped into place. Lost in concentration, Naruto didn't notice as Itachi broke away from the battle and headed towards him. Not until she was right on top of him. She hit the ground with a grunt, spattered with blood, and wasted no time in carefully placing herself inside her place in the seal array. He reached up, gripping her bicep, and began pouring his chakra into her. For a moment, she did nothing, taking the time to adjust to the feel and pull of the foreign energy within her body before she put it to use. Instantly he felt the drain on his system. His chakra rushing through her and into the seal array according to her will. Show time. Iwaigakur Jounin Nobuyuki. There had been no battle cry. No theatrical charges or warnings. Both sides were determined to remain hidden for as long as possible. No, the battle, one destined to be remained for its speed and brutality, started silently. The whispers of the trees was the only sound. It took one scream of pain, someone stabbed unexpectedly, to open the floodgates and bring the forest to life like a hornet's nest stirred into a frenzy. Nobuyuki and his men wasted no time launching themselves straight into the fray. Chunin made up the bulk of their forces for this assault, and the difference was evident. A and B ranked ninjutsu lit the night like a bonfire, lightning crackled and forked through the air, fireballs brought the forest to a blaze, the earth heaved and quaked. And, the impossibly tall and thick trees of Konohagakure's forest were, quite literally, being torn apart under the exchange. As Nobuyuki moved through the crowd, he noted that there was a desperation to Chunin. Rage or fear, in equal measure and equal blame for their haste. Unlike the Jounin that had engaged the Konoha nin earlier, these men didn't pace themselves. These men didn't try to preserve their energy for emergencies. They saw their enemy in front of them and their whole world began and ended with that enemy until one of them was dead. That meant they, Iwa, were going to lose. Certainly, they would reap their tally of bodies, but in the end, this battle was lost before they'd even begun. Even if Iwa won, they would need to retreat, and hope and pray a pursuit party of fresh troops didn't come right at their heels to finish the exhausted battle group. He hated this fight. Anaki-sama was. He was dead now. But this, throwing themselves like savage beasts at a wall of well-prepared, experienced and skilled enemies to die was not the way to avenge him. If his people could pull themselves free of the frenzy that had swept through the whole mob that their leadership had degenerated into, they might have a chance of actually winning. Not just the battle but the war in the coming months. Regardless of his thoughts, he moved quickly through the forest. The motions of his body falling into a pattern, a routine, as he met the Konoha ninja in hand to hand. Nobuyuki would rush up to their sides or back while they were distracted, his kunai blade flashing in the night a split second before the squelch of a blade slicing flesh and the splattering of blood joined the cacophony of the battle. He was fast, using the minor genjutsu he knew to augment his stealth while avoiding entirely any enemy that detected and rebuffed his illusions. Someone skilled enough to spot him would take 3 times as long to kill as someone could not. Pattern. Jump, land, stab, jump. The noise, the stench of blood and the chaos of the night battlefield were all a white noise to him. A background static he could just tune out. Until his blood ran cold at the sound of a single terrified shout. Kyosenko. Itachi. Naruto's chakra was like a river behind a dam. His reserves dwarfed hers and quite possibly everyone she had ever met. Even so, when she took hold of it, molded it, and spread it across as many the targets as she could manage, Itachi felt how draining this actually was. Despite their size, she felt a noticeable drain on his reserves. She would need to be careful. Genjutsu worked in one way. The manipulation of chakra coils. A genjutsu wielder always manipulated the chakra of another shinobi. To do this they made use of the chakra coils of the intended victim. Either along the eyes to fool the sight, the ears to trick the sense of sound, the sense of touch, even the sense of balance. The more invasive or complex the illusion, the more one had to manipulate the chakra of the intended victim. Thus, the easier it would be for the victim to detect it, or for the wielder to screw up the delicate act in some way. To try and manipulate so many, and from this range would normally be impossible. The greater the range, the greater chakra had to be utilized, and thus, the less control one had of the technique. In short, it all became exponentially more difficult. At least, without this seal. And without Naruto's particular advantage of massive reserves. The seal Naruto had designed was a combination of 2 lesser. The first, of course, was the chakra transfer technique. Simple and easy enough, it was used by ninja all the time for a multitude of purposes, not the least of which was the medic ninja in long-term operations. The second seal was a detection seal. The precursor, or so she understood it, to the barrier sensor field that surrounded the village as a warning system. It allowed, as long as the seals that marked the edge of its range remained intact, for a person to detect all chakra signatures, all chakra coils within its range. Useful. But ultimately a benign seal. In the hands of a genjutsu wielder, however. One with an abnormal level of chakra at her disposal. This benign seal suddenly became very dangerous. The chakra provided by Naruto answered to her every whim, moving and twisting as she bade it move through the array. Without the need to supply her chakra for the technique, her full focus was leveled solely on creating the mass illusion. Invading the foreign chakra coils, planting the trigger within their psyches, supplanting the reality of what they were seeing for her fabrication. Soon, she forced the illusions to take root, boring into their skulls, lying there, undisturbed and unnoticed, waiting for her to trigger them. She looked to Naruto and offered a single nod. Ready. At her word, a mental command was given and the clones that had been concealed through the use of henge, or more simple hiding techniques, each sprang into action. Each attacking the first Iwa nins they could see. To the Konoha ninja, all they saw was the equivalent of a mass ambush. Several dozen or even hundreds of clones springing up out of the ground to attack with a furious cry before dispelling themselves the instant their victim died or their bodies were struck. To the Iwa battle group, however, their vision was of something entirely different. In their eyes, it was one attacker. A single nightmare they'd hoped to never see again. He was there. To the right in one instant, then he was gone. A flash and he was somewhere else, another of their friends dying, a knife to his throat. Another flash and a new man was left screaming, a kunai blade having ripped through his cheek. Another flash and he was at their backs. Another and he was above them or at their sides, below. 100, 1,000 places at once as Itachi tried to blanket as many eyes as possible in her illusion. It was a panic that swept through the ranks. A pure, freezing, all-consuming terror that washed a cold bucket of ice water onto the ninja, whom just a moment ago were filled blinding fury. There were others that she didn't capture in the illusion. Those that were trying to rally their comrades, break them out of it. These she had to force out, dull the senses to them so they wouldn't be noticed. She felt another drain on Naruto's reserves as another layer was added to the illusion. All the while the clones continued to disappear, less and less to fuel the fear and anxiety into pandemonium. Itachi knew she had to make up for the loss. Another layer to the illusion, another twist on the senses, changed the appearance of friendly ninja for instants at a time. It made them seem like someone else for a moment. Then, it vanished them entirely from sights. Another layer, and this time she felt her hold on a few of them slip, the illusions she crafted forcefully dispelled as she felt her concentration fumble on so many subjects. Naruto gripped her bicep tightly, sucking down a sharp breath as his reserves dwindled to less than half of its base state. But it wasn't enough. They were rattled, but not broken. The Konoha ninja were taking up the momentum and slaughtering the ranks wholesale, but the objective Naruto wanted was to stop the needless death, not subject one side to a complete rout. She took more. Another layer, focused this time on the center of the battle, focused on those towards the rear, adding to the illusion of the yellow flash come again, she added. More. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Sarutobi. The three of them bursting onto the field like gods of death returned from hell. The trio tearing into those at the front, ripping through all of friends and their strongest comrades with laughable, almost exaggerated, ease. In the face of their three strongest ninja and a nightmare long thought dead returned. Their lines broke. She was far from the field, far from the fighting. But even she heard the call for retreat when it came. A near hysterical panic filling the voice a split second before the Konohagakure forces cheered in celebration. And then pursued. The retreat became a butcher's charnel lane. The Konoha ninja tore into the thinning front lines and sank their blades into the ones now looking to quit the field. She felt it all. Watched it through the sixth sense provided by the seal, could feel the chakra flows ebb and die as their owners breathed out their last. Watched until the ninja slipped out of range, the Konoha forces right at their heels. She didn't look to Naruto again until he fell at her side, the chakra that had powered the seal vanishing instantly, like a light bulb that had been switched off. She looked to him, finding him on his hands and knees, breathing heavily. His skin was pallid, his cheeks tinged green. It was likely he'd never suffered the effects of chakra exhaustion before. She knelt down, pushing him until he fell on his side. Lie still, she commanded. Move too much and you'll pass out. His breathing was harsh, like a winded dog. A vein was visible along his temple. Then he threw up. Not. An uncommon reaction but always an unpleasant one for both parties. She was about to say more when she felt a shiver race along her spine. Killing intent. She heard a sound at her back, turning, seeing the glint of a kunai blade rushing towards her spine. She moved, adjusting her place before she felt the burning, searing pain lance up across her whole back and around her sides. She bit down a scream of pain as she lurched forward, and placed herself over Naruto. The Iwagakure jounin that leapt from the trees looked feral. His eyes locked with hers and she could see the wild, savage rage held within them. Let's see how tough you are without your illusions. She reached around herself, fisting the hilt of the kunai blade before yanking it out. It would bleed more. But it would make it easier to move. You don't seem to understand, Captain, she hissed from her place on the ground. The Iwagakure jounin, Nobutada, only had a moment to realize the woman he was speaking to had quite literally evaporated, like mist in a breeze, before he felt his own kunai blade plunge into the side of his neck. He gasped and choked on blood. His arms flailed as he pulled away, trying to strike her and staunch the bleeding. When he felt the hilt of the knife between his fingers, it was already too late. Itachi stood there, bleeding from her side, arms still outstretched from where she'd stuck him with his own knife, fingers held in a loose fist from when she'd let the blade slip through them. Those eyes stared into his own. As long as I can see you. I'm never without my illusions. Kotto. As they once more moved through the forest, their pace much more sedate, it was Ramon that eventually marched up to his side. They will be hating you for this. The captain of his personal guard said. Long after I'm dead, most likely. He responded. All these things you do for peace, what will you do now? He shrugged. Peace will never come for us now. Perhaps the future generations will do what I could not. Perhaps they will be seen differently. But this world seems to have one of a villain. He brought his hand up, fingers splayed wide before he beat his open palm into his chest twice. I've done it before. I did it again. I suppose I play the part well if the gods keep casting me in the role. His voice sounded even, measured. Ramon had known him long enough to know better. I see. Was all he said. They remained quiet the rest of their journey to the capital. Chapter 37 Naruto. How are you feeling? Kyofu asked as she entered the tent, smiling as she walked up to the chair at his bedside. If a bed was not overstating the stretcher hammock cot thing. Like I should have gotten out of here days ago. Naruto grumbled. He was decidedly not pouting. Nope, not at all. I keep telling everyone I'm fine. Good as new. She sat down, offering him a chiding expression. It takes almost a week to fully recover from chakra exhaustion, Naruto. We're not letting you out of here in only 3 days. He glared at her. Is that why you, Ryoko, and Itachi are taking shifts watching me? So I don't try to escape? If you need to ask the question. He was really not pouting. I hate you. Don't care. She chirped, flipping to marked page of her book as she took a seat. Could you at least tell me what's going on? Naruto pleaded. Itachi was really tight-lipped when I asked, and I was practically asleep when Ryoko-chan came in. She sighed, closing one eye and peeking at him with the open one. He never did get that habit. She answered slowly and, when she finally answered, hesitantly. He could see that she had to think about what would be okay to tell him. The battle group is coordinating with others to establish a more thorough defensive perimeter around the border, setting up patrols, trap grids, early warning systems, and such. I meant with Itachi and me. He clarified. Naruto knew that it hadn't taken long for the Konohagakure jounin to piece together that a mass illusion had been used, given the shouts of the Iwa ninja and the mass disorientation in their actions. When they found him, Itachi, and the seal-designed Naruto had remained conscious just long enough to hear some of the conversation before he finally lost the fight with chakra fatigue and blacked out. From what he gathered from the scraps of conversation he overheard, the higher-ups were equal parts pleased at the innovation and angry that they hadn't gotten approval to utilize it beforehand. Something about using an untested, unproven, original design seal on allies being unsafe. Untested, yes, Naruto had thought. But unsafe? Never. He was good at seals. He didn't need some jounin with less than half his expertise on the subject looking over his shoulder and possibly trying to correct his work. Itachi trusted him enough to go along with it. She was the only one besides him at risk there besides him if his seal and backups failed. He wasn't sure if he was in trouble, or if he was getting off scot-free, or somewhere in the middle. The uncertainty, as well as his unlawful imprisonment in this damned medic tent, was wearing on his nerves. She shrugged. Not sure. But it can't be anything too bad really. I mean, you did play a very big role in the enemy's defeat on the field. I guess, he said. The Jounin sounded pissed though, and if I wasn't getting in trouble, why wouldn't Itachi just tell me about it? She shrugged. Try not to worry about it. Anxiety will slow your recovery. I guess. The blonde grumbled but decided to give it a shot. For about 15 seconds. Just as he was going to open his mouth to complain again, the tent flap was thrown open. Uzumaki, a Jounin he didn't recognize, called. You good to walk? He practically sprang up to his feet, stopping somewhere past a sitting position. Yes. He nodded at Naruto. Good, Captain wants to talk to you and your Uchiha partner. Figured 3 days was enough for you to at least walk on your own. He blinked. Well, that didn't sound good, or did it? He was so confused. Okay, he said. It was minutes later that he was outside. Kyofu had managed to get him dressed in fresh, simple albeit ill-fitting spare clothes. There weren't many Chunin his size. He, the Jounin, and Kyofu made their way towards the eastern edge of the camp, and he used the term only inasmuch as it was a place where the ninja's presence was visible. All they had in tents were the injured and some provisions. Things and people that couldn't be moved easily. It made strategic sense since nearly the entirety of their force was mobile. There was no strategic value to assaulting this camp barring war crimes. If someone wanted to catch the battle group asleep, they'd have to find hundreds of individual hiding places first. From what he understood, soon there would be a caravan of samurai, or some such force, with wagons to escort the most grievously injured to the capital. Then there would just be a handful of tents with spare supplies. Not even food would be left here. And after they established the defensive grid, the early warning systems and patrols, the whole force would pull back to a more centralized position to better respond to breaches along those perimeters. In short, there'd be nothing left to mark the battle ever took place here. Somehow. That made him feel very sad. When they finally cleared the thicket, it was to the sight of 3 other Jounin standing around his seal work, along with Itachi herself. He stepped forward. Sup? He asked, struggling not to fidget. Uzumaki. One of them greeted with a nod. He had a scar across his face, quite literally. The thing meandered down from his left temple, to cut clear between his brows, and end at his right jawline. Good to see you're up. Now, we can all talk. Perhaps, even see what exactly we're going to do with you. It was a dangerous stunt you pulled. Another, this one a kunoichi, spoke up. If this seal had malfunctioned, gods forbid it backfired, it could have affected your allies instead. There's a protocol for a reason. That, a third Jounin finally spoke up. There wasn't much notable about him. A fact that Naruto disliked, immediately remembering Kabuto. Is the biggest question in my mind. Why didn't you consult with your commander, who would have consulted with us? Naruto looked to Itachi, who stood off to the side. She, on the other hand, was looking elsewhere, staunchly refusing to even glance in his direction. He didn't think she was pissed at him, so that only left. Answer the question. The kunoichi demanded. Yup. Definitely instructed. No real time. He half lied. Designing the seal was complex and time-consuming enough. Asking a superior, explaining it to him, who would have then come to you, and you all would have needed another explanation. Then gods knows how much more time you'd all need to come to a decision. The battle would have been over by the time you all gave the go-ahead. A lack of time doesn't give you the right to put the whole battle group at risk. The kunoichi hissed. He got the distinct impression she didn't really like him. He frowned. The only risk the seal presented was to me. If it backfired, I would have taken the full brunt of its cascade failure. You never tested this thing before. Don't you know that even the slightest mistake can alter a seal's effects to dangerous and horrific degrees? Not to mention, the wildly fluctuating and unforeseeable potential outcomes. You went off on a hunch and decided that you could handle it. Evidently he was right. The first Jounin, Scarface, spoke up. Ninja don't follow strict military disciplines or engagement strategies. We adapt to the situation. He knew his technique, ran with it, and came out on top. Far as I see it, it's fine. Even if I'd rather him not repeat the stunt. And what happens next time and it's simply not fine? What happens when he decides to gamble again and, because of him, we end up losing gods knows how many shinobi? Whether he was effective or not this time is completely besides the point. He didn't utilize any precautions whatsoever here. Blind luck isn't something I'm willing to bet my life, or the lives of our men, on. He wasn't sure what it was, perhaps something in her voice or just the words themselves. But something in him, something dark and ugly, uncoiled in the pit of his stomach, spilling acid through his blood. That's not how I do things. His voice was poison as his fists clenched and shook at his sides. Seething with something more insidious than simple rage. I don't hurt my friends. I don't let them down. Suggest it again and I promise there won't be enough of you left for them to cart back with the rest of the injured. He barely noticed Kyofu's sharp gasp behind him or the way Scarface grimaced like he got a bad taste in his mouth, but the other spoke up. Uzumaki. You may be under a lot of stress and medication, war affects everyone differently, so I'll forgive the outburst. He held up a single finger. Once. But, threaten anyone under my command or act insubordinate again and I promise that you won't like the way the story ends. Are we clear? Naruto didn't answer, gritting his teeth against the venom that was rushing through his system. He was lecturing him on the effects of war? Are we clear? The man barked, now looking at him with anger. Naruto couldn't have been less impressed if he'd tried. The kunoichi glowered, nonplussed, before she turned and looked to her colleagues. I think that just about says it all about how careful or smart this one is. My previous recommendation stands. Scarface stared between the whole lot of them. I still say sanctions and disciplinary actions are too harsh for a technique that ultimately worked and saved a whole bunch of asses. Give him a fine or something and let's call this a day. The Jounin commander nodded. Duly noted. Uzumaki, though you're rash-tempered does you absolutely no favors. I'm guessing by the surprised looks from your teammate and Itachi here that this isn't normal. However, this seal is beyond my comprehension. Whether you two achieve this through luck or skill I have no way to judge. So, you, Itachi, and this seal design will be sent back to Konohagakure. An expert there will review your work and disciplinary action will be merited out then. Who knows, maybe this thing can be refined and replicated. Naruto focused on taking slow, deep breaths. The indignant anger that had flooded his system kept a firm hold on his thoughts as he glared at them. Then another thought occurred to him. What about Ryoko and Kyofu? I'm not abandoning my teammates here. You'll do as ordered. The kunoichi hissed. Frankly, you're getting off light. If it was up to me. He opened his mouth, ready to bite out an answer of his own when he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found Kyofu staring down at him, a worry held in her gaze. It's all right. She assured. We'll be fine, Naruto. This moment, this second was one of the few times he could remember, possibly the only time, that he genuinely hated what he was here. Who he was. Uzumaki Naruto. 12-year-old Chonin. A nobody. He'd been the man who had been at the head of nearly every offensive, been at the rear guard at every retreat. When he spoke people listened, when he said he could do it people believed him. They'd known that he did his level best every time for all of them no matter who they were or where they came from. He was the one that people believed in. Put their trust in. And now? Now he was just. Uzumaki Naruto. 12-year-old Chonin. He didn't consider himself a prideful person. But these three weren't Tsunade. They weren't Sarutobi, Itachi, Kakashi. Hell, they weren't even Iruka-sensei or fucking thrice-damned Orochimaru. They were no one. They were literally no one to him. To sit here in front of these three children, all with half his skill and a third of his experience, and they wanted to pass judgment on him? It felt like a slap to the face. Like he'd unknowingly drank a poison that was just now bursting across his insides. Getting away from the battlefield will help. Itachi spoke up. These were your first kills, weren't they? Naruto blinked, turning to look at her, wondering, just for a second, why she would say that. Then realization slipped in. She had just given him a way to salvage the whole charade, a way to explain his behavior right now. And it worked. He felt Kyofu's fingers squeezing his shoulder, her surprised "oh." Even the kunoichi seemed to soften her gaze ever so much. Somewhere he realized, as far as this lifetime was concerned. She was right. He nodded stiffly, gulping down a breath as he bit out the words. They were. The lie came easily. But this time he couldn't help but wonder for whose sake it really was. XXX. The palace halls were quiet. That was the most notable thing really. There were no servants moving about the halls or cleaning the room. No criers calling out the hour from the courtyards. No soldiers in the training grounds running their drills. They were all out of his sight. It was good. Kotto wanted quiet. Well, he wanted peace. He would settle for quiet. Anger, frustration, sorrow, listlessness, all of these things warred within him. A cacophony that had brought him to a state where he drank himself into drunken rampages for the past 2 days. The first episode sent him stumbling through the western wings of the palace despite the concerned protests of his braver servants. For their efforts, he had summarily banished them from his presence. He cursed them, and then cursed anyone he could think of for this failure. Kuza, Ame, Taki, Kumo, Suna, Kiri. Hell, even Konoha and Aniki himself hadn't been spared from his wild, delirious imaginings. His work, his efforts, his hopes, all thrown back into his face. Kotto could remember only one other occasion where he'd experienced failure of this magnitude. And he detested it then just as much as he did now. But, that was yesterday. This was today. The luxury of drinking himself through his sorrows had to be put aside. His country was at war. And he was. The daimyo. When he stepped out of his rooms it was to find Kaido, the oldest servant in the palace. He was kneeling not 10 feet from his door. Kotto-sama. He greeted, bowing, his head touching the floor. Call in the servants, he commanded. I must bathe and dress to see the court. Kaido bowed again. Of course, Kotto-sama. The daimyo didn't bother waiting for him to finish his sentence before turning around back to his rooms. XXX. Where exactly do we go from here? The question was soft, almost careful. Sarutobi allowed himself to sigh, staring out from his window to the expanse of Konohagakure. Everything that can be done, has been. We're still recalling the bulk of our forces from their active missions, increasing our patrols, and securing our borders. For the time being we need to take stock and carefully plan our next move. He heard Danzo lean forward where he sat, shifting his weight onto his cane. Sarutobi. You cannot honestly think I believe you would be so incompetent as to simply leave it at take stock and careful planning. The old warhawk snorted. We've both exhausted all possible simulations and battle plans in the event of another war with Iwagakure. If you do not wish to tell me, just say so. Do not insult my intelligence by pretending you can take me for a fool. Then I don't wish to tell you, he said easily, turning away from the window and back around towards his desk. Sitting down he didn't even look at Danzo before he began perusing his paperwork. I'll be blunt. I require your root Anbu. Again, Danzo snorted. If root still existed, I might have been willing to oblige you. Hypothetically speaking, what objectives would you have asked them to carry out that you couldn't do with your own forces? If root existed, I'd instruct you to turn your eyes to Suna and Kumo. He answered. We need to know if the first will try to distance themselves from our alliance as for the latter, to determine if they will seek to throw their weight behind Iwa in the conflict. Or perhaps even open up an entirely new front. Our forces are stretched thin at the moment and burdening the Anbu Corp with these objectives will only needlessly weaken our battle lines. I will see if I have any old contacts remaining in those countries then. I cannot promise their effectiveness, given that they are not root Anbu of course. But, I will see what can be accomplished. In the meanwhile, what exactly did you acquire from your raid on Iwagakure? Sarutobi smirked. Quid pro quo, Shimura, I only arrived yesterday. There are many things I'm sure I haven't been brought up to speed with just yet. His old rival offered a single dry chuckle in response. You have missed quite a bit. Most notably the fact that your successor decided to return from the grave. Or at least a perversion of his technique did. That was not what the Kage had been expecting. What? Danzo chuckled. It was rare to catch Hiruzen so flat-footed. Indeed. The Uzumaki child may have been bereft of the QB. But, dare I say that I am beginning to wonder if the trade-off was, perhaps, worth it. I have it on good authority that he's been sent back to Konohagakure along with his partner, Uchiha Itachi. What exactly did they do that has you so impressed? He asked, rather incredulously. It's not every day a preteen and an Uchiha princess with familial baggage manage to turn away the bulk of Iwagakure's army so decisively that the causalities our forces suffered barely reached the double digits. I don't have specifics on the technique. However, rumor has it that they used some kind of illusion and seal combination. I can say it worked. Rather effectively at that. Hiruzen was, indeed, suitably impressed by the descriptions. His lips and mouth twisting in an expression of surprised approval in order to hide the surprised irritation. Just how many high-ranking spies did Danzo have in his employ along the front lines to enjoy such accurate information so quickly? Strangely, it was simultaneously dismaying and reassuring. Quid pro quo, as you said, Danzo said as he leaned back in his seat. What did you learn? Sarutobi closed his eyes, reaching into his robe to pull out his pipe. Anaki is dead. Now, it was Sarutobi's turn to enjoy the surprise of his old rival. Danzo offered no facial expression, but the way he slowly straightened in his seat and tightened his grip on his cane said more than enough. He couldn't blame him. Sarutobi had the same reaction. It was strange. If he were honest with himself, Hiruzen could admit he felt a certain sorrow settle over him whenever he thought of it. Anaki was dead. They'd only met each other on the fields of battle or at the end of their great wars to discuss terms. There should be nothing but enmity in his heart for the old bastard. And yet... I see. Danzo finally said. The two of them fell into silence, until finally, Shimura cleared his throat. This is very good news. Potentially, Sarutobi cautioned. His replacement could be much more antagonistic. True, but it will take time for Iwa to find a replacement, and more time for the boy to establish himself adequately. They're on the back foot, giving us time to tighten our defenses or prepare a full offensive into their territory. By all reports they have suffered grievous casualties and injuries. An invasion is not out of the question, if... Danzo trailed off, and Sarutobi could tell he was not about to like the turn the conversation would take. If? We have no battle-ready Jinchuriki, Hiruzen. Sarutobi straightened, his features tightening. No. Was his immediate command. Do not ask it again. Your soft-heartedness for your students does you no credit. The Jinchuriki, Han of Iwa, is reported to be one of the strongest ninja Iwa has ever produced, and the Gobi's previous Jinchuriki famously cooked nearly 100 shinobi in a matter of seconds in the Battle of. I know our country's long histories just as well as you do, Danzo. Then you know that if Han is as powerful as the previous Jinchuriki, we have very limited options in order to counter that power. Tsunade would sooner tear down this entire village with her bare hands than willingly hand you her 6-year-old daughter Danzo. Sarutobi warned. The Warhawk snorted. Then I suggest you control your student. Certainly, the child would never be ready to face Han by the time this war begins, but she can be made ready, perhaps, for the next village that tries to utilize the current situation to their advantage. We don't have the luxury of simply waiting another decade for her to be even at a marginally respectable skill level. Give her to me. No. Sarutobi barked, all amicability evaporating as he glared at Danzo. Would you like to test how weak my attachment to my students has left me? You try it, breathe in Akane's direction, and I'll reduce you along with everything you've ever built to smoldering ashes. Danzo sneered. The silence that fell between them was thick with tension, both old rivals staring at each other across the room. Fine, Danzo folded. Despite his mockery and criticism, Sarutobi was a very, very dangerous enemy to make. Then at the very least take her out of the accursed academy. Place her with a Jounin sensei Hiruzen. I will consult with Tsunade. He conceded. If and only if she agrees will I begin looking into such. Danzo shook his head, equal parts irritated and disgusted by his condition. XXX. The road to Konohagakure was a quiet affair. Only he, Itachi, and a handful of other shinobi were cleared to return from the front, and none were in an overly talkative mood. Kyofu and Ryoko were still with the battle group, and even though he knew the battle was done, that by all reports Iwa's attack force had pulled back behind the border, Naruto still hated that he just left them there. They were his friends, his teammates. They were strong, some of the best kunoichi he'd known. But he couldn't protect them while they were there, and he was here. The thought was like a dog gnawing on a wound. Every step, constantly picking at the raw nerve that was the fact that he was getting further and further away from his friends when they might need him. He was so lost in his thoughts, he nearly jumped when Itachi's hand came down on his shoulder and brought them to a dead stop. Huh? Let's talk, she demanded, looking down at him as the rest of the ninja pulled further away at their sedate pace. I'm fine, was his immediate statement. He was sincerely growing to hate that perfectly arched eyebrow of hers. No. You're practically spitting fire techniques every time you open your mouth. At what point did the words of a single Jounin kunoichi hold such influence over you? What exactly did she say that riled you so much? It's... He paused, sighing before shaking his head. Forget it, just forget about it. I'll get over it. She offered him a look, one that let him know she didn't quite believe him before she nodded. If you need to. Yeah. He interrupted, nodding. Yeah, thanks. Really? But let's just get back home. XXX. For Iwagakure's last remaining Jinchuriki, the fever had taken in. The slight cut from the legendary Kusanagi blade had delivered its equally infamous poison. He wasn't dead. But, even his heightened immune system was having trouble fighting off the effects. As such, his temperature was through the roof, nausea churned his stomach, and fatigue rushed through his muscles. He managed to travel relatively unhindered though. Simply trusting that his body would throw off the sickness after another day or so. He moved north, back towards Iwa. It was expected of a loyal shinobi after all. The orange-masked ninja, Toby, was gone, as he said he would be. He wasn't sure where. The man had schemes within schemes and plots within plots. Though he played the role of a fool, his hatred for Konohagakure was, perhaps, more extreme than even Han's hatred for Iwagakure. His request was simple. Fuel the war. Keep the two countries fighting each other. Make the two bleed each other. Whenever Iwa gained an advantage, sabotage them. Should Konoha gain too many advantages, turn the tide. Frankly, he cared nothing for Konoha's destruction. Toby could do his own dirty work. If they were bled white while fighting Iwa, so be it. But he would do nothing to hinder their advance. Distracting the advance force towards the daimyo's locations had drawn their veteran forces away from the front far better than he could have ever anticipated. The fools really did love that old bastard, hadn't they? He couldn't help but smile at the thought. This was just the start as far as he was concerned. Chapter 38 Kurotsuchi. She stayed at the hospital, more as a prisoner than a patient. 2 Onbu guards stood outside her door. The medics that treated her were jounin, armed and ready for a fight. Her room was wired with alarm systems and traps. In their eyes, she was the spy. The traitor. And why wouldn't she be? She is returned, and not a month later. This. Nearly 200 dead. Even more wounded or missing. That Tsuchikage Tower burned to the ground. Konoha infiltrators and thieves making off with their records of their top jounin and operatives. Their missions, locations, stealing the archived forbidden techniques. And Aniki. Her grandfather. Of course they would suspect her. She would suspect her. Her only saving grace was that she'd killed one. Killed one, been injured and left in Iwa. If she was truly a traitor, she wouldn't be here. That. And her father was next in line for the position of Tsuchikage. And through all of this, the question gnawed at her, crawled through her mind like a worm. Just how much had she been used by Mega Jiro Kotto? It was a hard image to reconcile. A conniving, cutthroat, murdering warlord with the man she shared dumplings with at a dinner table. That someone she'd almost considered family had so completely betrayed her. Used her. Trading her back to her home was his means of opening the negotiations, luring her grandfather out. And she was the one that convinced Aniki to take less guards than he initially intended. His whole plan had revolved around her and her playing her part. And she did so flawlessly. Konohagakure had won a massive embarrassing victory over their ancient enemies, not since the Yondaime Hokage had Iwas been beaten so completely. Their image, their political clout, their standing, their military strength and security. All of it. And she'd played her part. She should be fucking executed. When the door opened, she looked to find an Onbu standing there, not a doctor. Kurotsuchi-san. The man said. Then he showed her the cuffs. You're being summoned. XXX. Sorry, Toby. The thought that passed through Hiruzen's mind was an odd one. It was that, years ago, he would always stand for reports like this. It was unseemly for a Kage to remain sitting at all times. That his appearance, his stance gave his subordinates impression as much as his words. But, frankly, he could barely bring himself to muster enough energy for that. For posturing. It was just one thing after another, a mountain of shit piled over shit that kept piling up with no end in sight. To try and muster the energy to stand up just to listen to more of it. So he stayed seated, leaning back in his chair, smoking his pipe as his eyes remained closed. Jinchuriki. He breathed, smoke curling past his teeth and lips before opening his eyes to look to Orochimaru and Tsunade. Given what you've seen, what would be the potential damage to the village should he attack us here? In a word? Tsunade hedged. Catastrophic. Orochimaru finished. The real danger lies in the fact that there's no real way to defend against the massive steam cloud he utilized against us without causing damage to ourselves. The strategy we utilized of burning down the forest isn't viable within the village walls, and mass wind techniques could cause just as much damage and only work as a temporary solution. We need a countermeasure, and we need one fast. He was glad he was sitting when he let out his aggravated sigh, shoulders slumping. He sat in silence for a time. "Sensei?" Tsunade asked. "There are some counters we might have available. I will have to view the Forbidden Scroll," he answered. It isn't the first time a ninja has sought to utilize a gaseous attack. Not to mention that people fought the Byuu long before it was sealed, Tsunade said before looking to Orochimaru. "I'll consult our historical records." The serpent answered with a nod. All half measures, as expected. The door opened without warning, revealing the near-sneering face of Danzo Shimura. Sarutobi felt the migraine rapidly approaching as he sighed. Shit, piled on more shit. XXX. Kurotsuchi. She was escorted to her father in chains. It was infuriating, humiliating, depressing, and incredibly fitting all at once. Her father looked at the chains as though he wasn't sure whether he should rage or feel deeply sad. He was surrounded by a half-dozen people, Jounin, Anbu, her grandfather's advisors. All looking to her with expressions that ranged from open hostility to a somber, quiet sadness. "Leave us, please," her father demanded. One by one, they began to file out. The conference room of a commandeered office building the Anbu at Hat was serving them now as the would-be headquarters until the Kage Tower was, at last, repaired. The Anbu that escorted her moved to follow the others before her father held out his hand. The Anbu hesitated before giving her father the keys. The door closed behind them fully before Kyuchi reached down to remove her bindings with a sharp crack of the lock, the chains rattling to the ground. She rubbed at her wrists, looking down, not saying anything. Her father stayed quiet as well. When he did speak, "It goes without saying. We're at war with Konoha." It was about this, not about her, not about her injury. The small divide that she'd felt to be slowly mending since her return a month ago, the trust that had been re-established as though it was never gone, was now shattered, and she felt as though a gaping, mile-wide chasm existed between them. Something ugly, like a wound. He gestured for her to sit. With leaden, heavy feet she made her way over to the chair, watching as he sat across from her. When he looked at her, his face was gravely serious, all hard edges and chiseled lines. "We need to know everything, Kurotsuchi. All the information you have on the daimyo, his family, the palace's defenses, the Konoha ninja you trained with. Everything. If you do, it'll help." The message was clear. She was on thin ice. This was her only salvation. Could she betray them? Not Kotto. The man had shown himself to be a snake more vile and treacherous than Orochimaru. But the others? Her tutors? Kotto's children? Itachi? Naruto? None of them had known. None of them were responsible. Could she turn on them? Give information that would make it easier for them to be killed? Or worse, would make them a target? Did they deserve to pay for what Kotto had done to her? Did she deserve it? Did Kotto deserve to live because of the people around him? Should a snake be allowed to thrive and prosper because he lived in a flower bed? It was an ugly, horrid little thing that uncoiled in her chest at that moment. A feeling that made her feel wretched inside. She realized that yes, she could betray them. One good turn deserves another. "I'll tell you everything," she swore. XXX. Naruto. The return to Konoha was a somber, quiet affair. The shinobi arrived in a column, carrying their dead and wounded, a harsh, macabre statement as to the cost of a single battle. Greeted at the gates by Chunin guards, the battle group's welcome was a screening process and a check for infiltrators as they took stock of the dead and wounded. There was no fanfare, no celebration, no welcoming faces. Just a Chunin with a notepad and a grim face. He and Itachi were allowed through quickly. They had priority given that they needed to see the Hokage, but as they entered the village itself, the two of them could feel it. Like a texture in the air. The village felt dead. Afraid. The streets were all but deserted and the vibrancy that made their home feel welcome was gone. Naruto had felt this before. Seen it for himself as his world died once before. He hated it, and it made him hate this. Wretched, Wasteful war even more than he already did. They entered the tower, and within its walls, it was the exact opposite to the village outside. Where the village was quiet, solemn and desolate, the tower was a hive bed of activity, with Chunin and administrative ninja moving quickly and with purpose. The village's long dormant war machine was waking up again. It's amazing to see. Itachi commented. Naruto frowned. I hate this. I agree. But even so, the efficiency is impressive. Sombering more like it. They made their way up the stairs. Halfway up the second floor, Naruto's enhanced chakra senses went off with a bit of a warning. Ba-chan and Orochi team were up there already. And Ba-chan was getting pissed. He started moving much faster. Swallowing the stairs 2 at a time. What's wrong? Itachi asked, matching his pace. Not sure. He answered truthfully. When they made it to Sarutobi's office, it was to find the door closed and the sound of what was rapidly becoming a shouting match, with Tsunade's voice all but swallowing the whole hallway. You go anywhere near my daughter and I'll snap you in half, you one-eyed fuck. He'd never heard her voice like this before. No, scratch that, he had heard her like this before. In his world, when Kabuto and Orochimaru had nearly killed him while he was still trying to convince her to return and be Hokage. Your child is an asset to this village, something that you agreed to at the moment you consigned to place the Byuu within her. Do not pretend now that you have any right to be surprised or deny the need we have for her. Naruto felt his brow knit together at the voice, trying to place it for a moment before he remembered. His interaction with what had once been the Rokudaime Hokage had been greatly limited. All he really knew about the man before his reign was abruptly cut off is that he was a cutthroat bastard who ran Root, and the only reason he knew about Root at all was because of Sai. You know I'm right, Hiruzen. The best weapon to battle a Jinchuriki is another Jinchuriki. Naruto's eyes widened. So that's what he wanted? He wanted Akane to turn her into another ninja like Sai? Well, fuck that. No way Tsunade or the old man would ever let it happen. There's no way he would let it happen. Give her to me. And to the blonde's horror, he didn't hear a flat no from Sarutobi. You can't actually be considering this. The betrayal, the hurt in Tsunade's voice was heartbreaking in and of itself. Sensei. Finally, the old man spoke. His words were less than encouraging. I won't give her to Shimura Tsunade. But she's 6. She interrupted, the sadness quickly transforming to outrage. I understand, believe me. But think of the situation. Iwa knows we hold their Byuu, they will be searching for her, they will kill her Tsunade. She needs to not only protect herself but I can protect her. So can Orochimaru. Dan. This isn't. She must be trained. Sarutobi answered, smoke, wafting out of his slightly parted lips. The village needs a defense. Even if not for this war, then for the next. You yourself have told me how disastrous an attack by the Jinchuriki Han would be if it made it to the village walls. Han could fight off Oro and me. You're not going to. I'm sorry. But this is how it must be. I will draw up a list and you may choose the jounin that will take up her training. But I'm afraid it's not up to any of us anymore, Haim. You think I don't know what that fucking means? Tsunade's laugh was a harsh, bitter thing. It made Naruto's hackles rise. You think I don't know him or you? He saunters in here knowing I'd sooner gut him like a fucking fish than give him Akane, and you're conveniently here to offer the softer alternative that I'm going to jump at. Naruto felt his eyes go wide, looking to Itachi and askance, who merely stared at the door in front of them with her typically blank expression. The old man. He wouldn't do that. He was kind, the best ninja in the village and he was the Hokage. With everything that entailed. Offer me a list of jounin. Jounin that you choose, that will be more than willing to lie to me and hide things from me as long as they can get the job done that you want them to do. I could pick any name on that list and the result will be the same. My daughter is the village's fucking trump card to be sicked on Han or some other target to buy us a little time and fuck her if she dies. There was a sound of an impact and Naruto guessed Tsunade had just slammed her fists into something. I know who you fucking are when you want to be. There was silence for a long moment. Then Sarutobi spoke. His voice slow, measured. It is decided. The feeling that hit Naruto a second later filled him with dread, an instant, nauseating churning of his gut. Killing intent. Powerful, focused, he'd faced down things like this in the past but rarely was it this strong. The voice that spoke this time made him reel. You won't get near her. I'll kill the first of you who tries. You think your Anbu can protect you from me? Orochimaru. Naruto could feel the chakra signatures of the Anbu flare up, feel how Danzo shifted his placing on the floor along with Sarujiji. Orochimaru. He was dead fucking serious. Without another moment's thought, before Itachi could even think about stopping him, his hand lashed out, turning the doorknob and flinging the door open. When all eyes turned to him and the visibly surprised Itachi, Naruto felt very much like a deer caught in the headlights. Nevertheless, he spoke up, voice clear, strong and far more confident than he felt as he stared down the four most powerful ninja of the village. Team 7 has a free spot. Last I checked. Chapter 39. Sasuke decided that, to anyone who even bothered to take a cursory glance at Team 7, his team would easily be the most oddly composed team they'd ever seen. They had a Chunin instructor who was their age. The Rookie of the Year, a bookworm Kunoichi. And a toddler. Sasuke didn't consider himself a prideful person. Well, no more than anyone else in his immediate or extended family. But honestly, he spared a glance across the bridge, where Sakura was currently humming a tune as she let Akane braid her hair, a big smile on the little girl's cherubic face. How in the hell was anyone gonna take them seriously at this point? Oh dear God, when Kiba got wind of this, he'd never hear the end of it. Sasuke groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Maybe he could bribe Hinata to keep him in line somehow? More than the issue of image though, Sasuke was starting to feel a very real sense of unease. This was just too much politics for his liking. He wasn't an idiot, and he wasn't blind either. There was a lot of crap going on with their sensei that neither he nor Sakura were privy to, and now with Akane, Tsunade's daughter, added to the mix, and this team was going to have a lot of eyes from very high places looking down at them to see what would happen. A Chunin didn't just get a Genin team, and a 6-year-old girl didn't just get bumped up the academy graduation system because war was declared a week ago. No. Someone wanted Akane to graduate early, someone wanted Naruto to train Akane. And someone wanted Naruto to train a Genin team. Naruto said Itachi asked him and she'd confirmed it, but what if that was just some sort of cover story and someone higher up the food chain wanted Naruto specifically to train them for some reason? Just thinking of these things was making him queasy. Politics wasn't something he wanted to become overly familiar with. Far as he was concerned, it was far simpler and much more preferable to have enemies that didn't smile while stabbing you in the back. And getting involved in political scheming in the middle of a freshly started war was just asking for trouble. Too much trouble. The worst part is that he didn't exactly know who to talk to about it. Sakura and Akane were out, his two teammates were probably oblivious to this, and if he were to tell them, they couldn't do anything about it anyway. If he talked to Naruto, he wasn't sure if there's anything the Chunin could do or even would do. Or even if his odd sensei would tell him the truth or just flatly lie to him. The only person Sasuke could think of to go to was his father, and that's something he didn't want to do at all. It'd be like kicking up a hornet's nest, without even knowing how high this actually went. Hey guys! The shout brought their eyes over to the end of the bridge where Naruto stood smiling with a wide, sunny grin as usual. The blonde walked up to Team 7 with Sasuke offering a grunt as Sakura and Akane offered their own respective greetings, all the while Akane diligently kept braiding a lock of Sakura's bubblegum pink hair. XXX. As the day wore on, Sasuke noticed something strange, and honestly, more than a little dismaying. Akane was outlasting Sakura and himself. Again, Sasuke didn't consider himself a prideful person, not at all. But she was 6 years old. And she was still running circles around the field long after he felt his muscles were going to burn off his bones from the exertion. What the hell? This was downright humiliating. God. Kiba could never get wind of this. He'd bribe Hinata with the whole Uchiha treasury if he had to. Or an endless supply of cinnamon buns. She liked those, last he checked. Sasuke looked up at the sound of laughter. There she was. Still running laps. Gods, this was humiliating. He pushed himself to an upright position, looking behind him towards Sakura at the base of a nearby tree, panting like a winded dog. A second later, he joined her. What the hell are they feeding her? Sakura wheezed. Drugs, Sasuke declared. Lots. And lots. Of drugs. She laughed. He wasn't joking. Having fun yet? Sasuke opened his eyes, finding Naruto hanging upside down above them, smiling. The blonde dropped down, landing in a crouch between the two of them. Akane's special if you didn't notice. The blonde preened. We noticed. Sasuke deadpanned. Where does she get the energy? Sakura put in. Well, that's the thing. Naruto offered as he sat down. Akane has really high chakra reserves. Higher than almost anyone in the village, especially given her age. That's why she was assigned to Team 7. Their sensei pointed at himself. I'm one of. He paused. Then actually started counting his fingers. This many people in the village that have her beat in chakra reserves right now. He held up 7 fingers. Who are the others? Sasuke asked, his bruised and battered ego feeling a little mollified at the information. Saru Gigi, Tsunade Ne, Orochi Team, Kakashi Sensei, Kuza. Wait. Kuji's dad? Sakura asked, blinking, probably just as confused as him that Kuji's dad was up there with so many high-profile ninja. Yup. Akimichi techniques eat up a lot of chakra. More than almost any others in Konoha. Naruto nodded. Then there's me and Itachi-chan. Sasuke froze. One could almost hear the grinding of his teeth and vertebrae as he turned his head to look at Naruto. Itachi-chan? He noticed the blonde shiver, looking around him. Why do I feel like someone walked over my grave or something? Before the situation could proceed further, Akane called from the field. Naruto ni. Yes. He called, turning to look at her. You said to keep going till I was tired. You tired now? He called. A little. A little, she says. Sakura laughs. Probably did our share of exercise for the next month and she's just a little tired. Makes you think that we should look into this abnormally large chakra reserve stuff. Seems like it could be useful. Sasuke decided to quip, making Sakura chortle. For some reason, Naruto looked at him funny as Akane walked up to the group. So what you talking about? The redhead asked, plopping herself down, hands gripping her feet together. Naruto actually shook his head, apparently pulling himself out of some stupor before he smiled and answered. Well, I was just about to go over what I'm gonna be teaching you guys. Sasuke, Sakura, you guys remember that we went over the chakra affinities, right? Sasuke with fire and lightning. And me with earth affinity, yeah. Sakura half finished for him, half interrupted. Naruto nodded. Right, well, Akane here, he reached over, ruffling her hair. Has a fire and earth affinity. Emphasis on the fire. I burned down my room, she blurted, blushing. Oh, and Gao. I burned Gao too. Sasuke wasn't sure what was more dismaying. That she'd gotten a fire technique down enough to burn somebody, while barely even being in the academy, let alone out of it while he hadn't gotten it down till he was almost 10. Or that the fact that she burned somebody and it didn't really seem to bother anyone at all. Naruto nodded. That's right. He smiled. Which seemed completely out of place given her statement. Now, again, since you're again in team and you need to work well as both individuals and a team, I'm thinking it'd be best for Sakura to keep practicing and studying earth, Sasuke to focus more on lightning for now, and Akane with fire. Diversity, Sasuke concluded. Naruto nodded. Yup. Before turning to Sakura. Now, Sakura-chan. He seemed to pause, frowning for a moment. I know Orochi gave you and Sasuke some scrolls last time we were around. How you doing on that? It was the earth wall technique. Sakura smiled, all but preening with pride where she sat. I managed to get it down in 5 days. How many can you make? He asked, his own enthusiasm mirroring her own. Sakura, however, seemed to deflate at the question. I just 2. Then I'm pretty much done. Sasuke noticed Naruto struggling to hide a wince, even as he himself averted his eyes to look away. Sasuke knew Sakura's chakra reserves were low, but damn. Okay. Right then, we'll have to work on chakra reserves before anything else. Sakura looked crestfallen. Hey, don't worry, Naruto was quick to reassure. Look on the bright side, no matter what, you're always gonna have chakra control that's leagues ahead of any of us. That lets you do a lot of things that we can't. It seemed to help, though Sakura's smile was a little uncertain. What am I learning? Akane asked with a raised hand. You, Naruto grinned, will be learning the basics. Chakra control first. Then better fire. Akane's nose scrunched up. Sounds boring. He laughed before looking to Sasuke. Well, You've got the reserves and the chakra control, more or less. So we can just dive right into your lightning skills. Sasuke, following Akane's example, slowly raised his arm a bit. Question. Their blonde sensei blinked. Huh. Ah. Shoot. You think Tsunade-sama would be willing to point me at some basic medical ninjutsu to start? Sasuke didn't think his question was strange enough for Naruto to make a face quite like that. XXX. The scrolls were slid across the table, presented to him as he sipped his tea. The generals and scholars have drafted their preliminary reports for you to read over, Kotto-sama. The aging daimyo took a deep breath through his nostrils. He didn't even need to look at the titles over the scrolls to know what they contained. The specifics were different, but the broad strokes were the same. Grain and food supplies for the country, how long they will last once nothing further can be brought in from the local farms or from trade, where the food is stored for the armies, the fortifications on these silos, their garrisons. Ration projections, sustainable and unsustainable ration planning, with appended lists of estimates of casualties once starvation began to set in, where revolt and food riots would likely break out first. Drafted conscript numbers, economic viability within the short and long term, trade plans that could sustain them, casualty simulations in the immediate engagements, the open theaters of war, to be open soon. Training regimes and schedules, estimates on when these new forces will be ready. Possible locations suitable for attacks through disease, toxins, and biological routes, a preparation they could thank Chiyo of Sunagakure for, given her preferred method of attack. Major roads and byways. Concourses to be used for effective civilian and troop transport. On and on the words and estimates would come, the generals, the experts. He'd been down this road too many times already. He sighed. What's one more? With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the servant watching as the man bowed and scurried out of the room before he leaned forward and grasped the first of the scrolls, reading them, and falling into the familiar role of warlord once again. XXX. When Naruto made his way home later in the night, the young blonde was already thinking of the most effective way to increase Sasuke, Sakura and Akane's skills as quickly as possible. Akane was going to be easy, frankly, she was barely into her classes into the academy, which meant she was a completely blank slate. With the lava he knew she'd be able to wield in a few more months or years, she was going to be a taijutsu monster. Nigh unbeatable. With little more than the lava armor Roshi had nearly killed Orochimaru once before. That alone could be something that would keep everything short of a jounin at bay while he taught her other tricks. Sakura was equally simple, especially this Sakura, whom still had a crush on Sasuke but didn't make it the orbit of her entire universe. She could pick up skills from just reading things in books, it was her chakra reserves that were horrible, and the best way to raise up her chakra capacity was to force her to use it to the point of exhaustion over and over and over again. Eventually, the body would get the message I need more and the change would come naturally, same as any muscle in the body. Now, getting her to do it by practicing new techniques, or doing physical exercise, that would just be killing two birds with one stone. This Sakura also seemed to prefer combat to med techniques. Quick hit and run tactics, traps and ambush attacks. That was something he excelled at, but seeing Sakura so keen on the combat style was jarring to say the least. Off-putting even. Nevertheless, he had promised himself, assured himself that these were his friends. And that it was okay that they had different likes and preferences to the friends he remembered. Sasuke though. Sasuke had thrown him for quite a loop. Never ever would he have believed to find the day where the Uchiha would have even the slightest inkling to do medical techniques, let alone ask him to go to Tsunade for apprentice scrolls or advice. It wasn't a bad idea to have a medic on the team, far from it in fact. But Naruto knew exactly jack and shit of medical techniques. He really would have to ask Tsunade for help in training Sasuke. He doubted she'd put up too much of a fight, considering her own daughter was on this team and Sasuke's medical ninjutsu could very well end up saving all their lives. What worried him was that it might just take him a bit too long to be effective with Tsunade's teachings. Sasuke had large chakra reserves, even by Uchiha standards. Hell, towards the end, the only people that had more chakra were Jinchuriki like himself, or Tobi. To become a medic with that much chakra. Frankly, he wasn't sure if it was even possible. But he did promise he'd talk to Ba-chan and he always keeps his promises. By the time he opened the door to his apartment he was greeted with the smell of food. Not ramen, but it put a smile on his face anyway. Smells good. He called from the door, stepping into his apartment, finding Itachi sitting at the living room couch, book in hand, one leg crossed over the other. She turned her eyes to him. "I've been accepted into the Hunter Ninja." Her words made him freeze in place, even as her tone remained flat and neutral. All at once he felt the anxiety, the fear and the uncertainty churn through his insides. His blood rushed through his skull to pound against his temples. Then he looked at her face, looked at eyes that seemed to gleam with a sort of gleeful pride. And he shoved it all down into a place it couldn't reach him. The fear, the anxiety and every nauseating feeling that burned through his insides like red-hot coals. He pushed them all away and smiled at her, showing all the gratitude and pride he felt for her in that moment, forcing it to shine through all the rest. The corner of her lips pulled up into the slightest of smiles to return the gesture, seeing it for what it was. Chapter 40. Shinobi wars were quiet things. They were not like the wars of the daimyo, with armies marching in open fields, sending out criers to towns and settlements through their lands, demanding that the fit and the healthy serve their country and lord by joining the military. They did not have samurai in heavy armor and horseback marching through the streets, with weapons and banners flying. They did not field armies in ranks and lines. No. The initial battles were fought, blood drawn and victors decided on the open field. Now came another stage. Another theater. A time for both sides to bleed the other from 100 little cuts. Weaken them as much as they could before they engaged again. An assassination, an accident, a theft, a sabotage, a defection, an informant, a capture. Victories and defeats in the Black Nights where none but the knowledgeable can see or hear them. The battlegrounds of the old wars still bore their scars, but they will not be used yet. Will not see blood yet. Oftentimes, the population at large might not know two shinobi villages were at war at all. As quietly as their war raged, so too did the villages quietly alter themselves to fight it. The academies were given more stringent training regimes. Chonin were made into sensei for new graduates to free the force of Jounin to join the other elites where they could contribute the most to the war effort. D-rank assignments within the village walls were rejected. Only the missions with the most reasonable risk-to-reward ratio were accepted from private citizens. Administrative staff fit for combat were required to begin their training again while other, less able-bodied personnel took their place. All done beneath a placid veneer of calm that showed nothing at all was amiss to the outside world. Shinobi wars were quiet things. XXX. So this sensei of yours? Ino spoke with a sly tone as she stirred her tea. The light, cocky tone made the hairs on Sakura's neck stand on end. Yes? She ventured carefully, already having an idea as to where this was going. She was right. Is he hot? Damn it, Ino. She cursed, glaring at her friend with a scowl. I just knew you were gonna take it there. What? The platinum blonde half shrugged, half whined. Asuma sensei's got that rugged thing going, but the guy smells like a freaking chimney, so ew. Kiba and Hinata-chan sensei is a girl, so not into that. That just leaves yours, so spill the beans. Is the man hot? Sakura rolled her eyes. I'll have you know Naruto sensei is our age. Even bet wait. What? Her brain caught up to her mouth and seemed to have caught Ino a little flat-footed, with the novice mind walker blinking in stupefied disbelief. Sakura laughed a bit. Yeah. And our third member is Tsunade-sama's daughter, she's 7 I think. 7? She balked. God, what the hell are you guys team underage? Ino shook her head. What are you guys even doing? D ranks forever? No actually. Sakura answered. Naruto might not look it. Or act it actually, but I read up on him a bit. He's one of like 3 people to have graduated the academy in just 1 year. He was trained by Orochimaru-sama, and even studied with the daimyo's 5 guardians for a long time. He's teaching me an Akane elemental manipulation already. She preened, all but glowing with pride at learning something that was at least a Chonin level branch of ninjutsu while still a rookie out of the academy. And Akane is your new teammate? Tsunade-sama's daughter? Yeah, she has a really strong fire affinity. How strong? Strong as in, she burned down a good chunk of training ground 8 with her first try at a fire technique. That was her? Ino asked. We went there last week. I figured a jounin or something had gotten a little too pyro happy. Nah, that was her. Damn. Starting to wish I had your sensei. Ino's lips pursed. Asuma sensei teaches us team formations and tactics mostly. Nothing with any real meat. It doesn't help that Shika's already good at it. I guess he's waiting on us to pick up our family techniques and not really deviate us from that. She shrugged before leaning forward, still curious. So what missions have you guys taken? Anything exciting? Nah, not really. Sakura shrugged. Just E rank so far. But that's kinda dried up now. Yeah. Ino averted her eyes, suddenly uncomfortable. I hear they'll be giving us C rank soon. Courier missions to the front, or guarding supply depots and things like that. You think that's true? It is. She confirmed, a little uneasy herself at the thought. We just got assigned a mission like that earlier. What? For real? Ino's tone was just shy of horrified. What? Where are you going? What are you guys doing? We're heading to a border post. Sakura admitted. The Chunin units there need an update on their new patrol routes or something. It can't be trusted with a messenger bird. So? She shrugged. C rank. How close to the border? Not too close, I think. Hoped actually. They're really gonna make Tsunade-sama's daughter go to a place where she might be attacked? It's still a C rank, Ino. Sakura stressed, trying to hide her own unease. I honestly don't think we'll see anything, but if we do, we'll have Naruto-sensei there and Sasuke-kun still the best in our class. So we'll be okay. Yeah. Ino smiled. Yeah, I'm just. It's weird, you know? It's like it hasn't really sunk in yet. Never thought I'd be in a war. At least. Not till I was older, you know? She did know. Irrational as it was, she shared that niggling fear. That little disquiet, the thought that every day she would get some kind of letter or order that she was gonna be heading off to fight Yuan ninja, an imaginary Damocles sword hanging precariously over her head. So when do you guys leave? Ino asked. XXX. The next morning, as the sun was beginning to clip over the eastern mountains, Sasuke and Sakura made their way to the team's usual rendezvous. Walking with a strange quiet between the two of them, supply packs full to bursting. As they arrived, Naruto was already there. Hey guys. The blonde actually waved at them like an overenthusiastic kid as she and Sasuke made their way across the bridge, smiling in a way that seemed to fit the morning sunshine. Sakura smiled and waved, Sasuke offered a nod beside her. The pinkette looked around. Where's Akane-chan? Naruto shrugged. Still on her way, I guess. We are still a little early, I think. So they waited. They waited in silence. Apparently, even Naruto was feeling some kind of anxiety or something that brought his usual enthusiasm and chatterbox personality to something a bit more reserved. Finally, when Akane showed up, with her, came Tsunade. Hi Sakura-chan, Sasuke-kun, Naruto ni. Akane waved, smiling a sunshine grin that reminded them of Naruto not 10 minutes earlier. You guys ready? Not just yet, honey. Tsunade chided, smiling before it vanished, and she looked to their sensei. Naruto, can I talk to you for a moment? Their diminutive sensei seemed surprised before he nodded. Huh? Oh. Yeah, sure, Tsunade. XXX. Naruto had to jog at first before he fell in step with Tsunade, the two making their way to the other side of the bridge as they heard Akane start talking with Sakura and Sasuke, her excitement at the mission pushing away the gloomy anxiety that gripped both her teammates with her oblivious enthusiasm. So what's up? He asked. A few things, she said before sighing, rubbing at her forehead. Too many things. But let's start with the least dangerous ones. He hoped she was being melodramatic. She took a breath. Akane wasn't feeling well last night. Naruto blinked. Wait. What? Tsunade seemed to catch his look. Yeah. Jinchuriki don't get sick, much less with me as a mother. So I checked. And I found her whole chakra system was active. To say the least. He nodded. You suspect the Byuu? We know he's been doing something, she said. She seems over whatever it was, but. He nodded. Yeah. I got it. I'll check her again the second we get back. She nodded, though didn't seem thrilled at the prospect of her daughter going off like this, to say the very least. All right. Now. She reached into her coat and pulled out a bingo book. Opening it at the marked page, she handed it to him. Naruto blinked. Then he tried really hard not to break out with the biggest smile ever. Or yank it out of her hands to go show Sasuke and Sakura. A rank. He also tried to not sound too enthused by the threat rating. Ha! Ryoko and Kyofu could shove their B ranks. Apparently, his attempts at curbing his enthusiasm failed, given Tsunade's displeased frown. This isn't a game, Naruto. Look at the stats they have on you. He did so. Uzumaki Naruto. Rank, Chunin. Proficiencies. Taijutsu. Favors no known single style of taijutsu combat, likely developed for purely personal use, is known to supplement taijutsu with ninjutsu, particularly wind. As such, close combat should be avoided without sure counter or advantage. Ninjutsu. Known to be highly capable in elemental manipulation of earth, wind and water techniques with extremely high chakra reserves. Expect target to have high plethora of available techniques and the ability to use them more frequently and for more time than most other shinobi of similar or higher rank, including but not limited to the forbidden technique, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Note, target was seen utilizing the Yondaime Hokage's signature technique, the Rasengan, during his Chunin examination. Genjutsu. Not known to utilize genjutsu on many levels, but is competent in its detection and dispelling techniques. Preferable avenue of attack if at all possible. Kenjutsu. While not known to utilize traditional kenjutsu, the target is known to utilize wind chakra in his kunai to bolster the blade. As such, the use of kunai in the target's fighting style should be expected. Fuinjutsu. The target has a known proficiency for sealing techniques, his skill in the art is unknown, but expected to be between adept at least. As such, known countermeasures should be prepared, as well as, if possible, and surprise engagement that does not allow him time to prepare or utilize these seals. Threat designation, A rank. Suggested tactics. Trained under Orochimaru of the Sannin and the Daimyo's personal ninja force, the target's current rank is not a reflection of his skill. Disengage when not holding a numerical advantage. When holding numerical advantage, utilize longer ranged ninjutsu if possible. Do not engage target in mid to long range, as these ranges are where he excels. Should be engaged with large-scale effect techniques in order to nullify shadow clone numerical advantage. Bounty, 48 million Ryo. As he read every word, Naruto began to frown, his features gaining a somber, saddened look. Kurotsuchi. It was the only way the bingo book could have this kind of description on his skills. With the turn of the page, he looked for a moment before finding her name. Uchiha Itachi. Her skills were similarly detailed, along with the best ways to fight her. It made him angry, not for himself, but Itachi was already taking on the most dangerous job in the whole village. Even with her identity hidden, it was one more danger she potentially had to deal with. He knew it was coming, knew that Kurotsuchi was going to have to fight them now, but this isn't all, Tsunade continued, bringing his attentions back to her. Maru spies in Iwa have reported that, right behind Kotto, you are at the tippy top of Iwa's shit list. He winced. My team's a target, he concluded. A big one. She stressed, before kneeling down to look at him at eye level. Look. Naruto. No matter what, I still know you're the best person for Akane to be with for the things inside this village, as much as out of it. But from this point on, this isn't a game. You and your friends are gonna be in very real danger every time you step out of these gates. You have to be on your toes. He turned, looking over his shoulder to see that, somehow, Sasuke had gotten wrangled into playing a game of patty cake with Akane. The Uchiha looked as enthused as one could imagine, while Sakura was red-faced trying to swallow down her laughter. As much as it boggled his mind to see it, it made him smile before turning to Tsunade. I promise. Nothing will happen to any of them while I'm around, Tsunade. She leaned forward, grabbing him by the head before placing a kiss on his forehead. I don't want anything to happen to you either. She warned before standing up. Just be smart and careful. He grinned. Aren't I always? Chapter 41. The village square was full to bursting. 3,000 square feet, and not an inch left of space left for people to move. Akatsuchi was beside her, and Eden on her other side, a buffer, however minor, between herself and the crowds. Was it truly warranted? Perhaps. Perhaps not. She couldn't be sure. She knew well enough, however, that people now whispered at her back, looked at her with open suspicion, quieted when she drew near. There was no open hostility, no violence or even obvious sneers. But she suspected that was only by sheer grace of who her father was. The truth was plain for all to see. In her own home, she was now a pariah. She was the sympathizer, the prisoner. Perhaps even the enemy or the traitor. Even her father, who wanted so desperately to believe that she was innocent. To believe in her couldn't bring himself to do so fully. He couldn't really be sure where her sympathies, her loyalties now lay. Especially now. She watched the space that had been cordoned off in the center of the square. A perfect, empty space where she could see over a dozen onbu strategically placed in and around the location, with most of them hidden by genjutsu, prepared to intercept any possible attack, suicidal or otherwise. They above all the other ranks had taken her grandfather's death hard. It was their duty to guard him after all. It was more than their cage that they'd lost. They viewed it as their own personal failure. She could understand. She'd been the one to argue, convince him to go with a smaller guard detail. Maybe if she hadn't said anything, they would have been enough of them there to save him. Maybe she wouldn't have gotten him killed. Hey! Akatsuchi nudged her, his elbow feeling like it was the size of a fist as it rubbed against her arm. She didn't turn to look at him. You okay? Fine. She tried to keep her tone neutral, but she was curt, clipped. Almost instantly she wanted to apologize. The last thing she wanted to do was alienate one of the few people who still regarded her as a friend. As someone trustworthy. Just thinking. She finally managed to say, in order to at least provide some kind of explanation. Yeah. He breathed, leaning back a bit as he crossed his arms. I don't blame you. This is big. Big. That was one way to describe it, she supposed. She took a breath, letting the silence fall between them as the crowd murmured and meandered around them, waiting. Soon enough, the murmuring of the crowds bled into nothing, going silent as the event finally started. Her father made his way towards the elevated platform, escorted by a cadre of chonin that negotiated their way through the mass of people, making their way to the line of onbu guards that kept the people away from the center of the square. He was in his jounin vest and uniform, seemingly no different than any other day. He made it there first and stood alone on the cut stones, clasped his hands behind his back, and waited. Then the village elders came. Escorted just like he was, they lined up in front of him, 3 of them, one holding the hat, another the robes themselves. The last held a kunai blade. That was the one that stepped forward, standing just a hand's length away from her father. The man's face was stern, etched, lined and worn by decades. When he spoke, it was slow, an old voice that reminded her of the castellan of Kotto's palace, strict and devoid of humor. By the powers of the laws that govern our village of Iwagakure no Sato. Stand before me. He stared at her father like a judge presiding over his execution. Looking at him as though he was somehow found wanting. He probably thought he wouldn't live to see the day he had to anoint a new cage after her grandfather. Maybe none of them really did. Anaki had been there since before she was born. It always seemed like he'd be there well after she was gone. Her father said nothing, merely stepped forward, his head bowed, and the old man reached forward, taking his hand and placing the kunai knife along the back of it. Do you consign yourself to serve your village above all others? I do so. Do you consign yourself to defend the integrity, power, and prestige of your village above all else? I do so. Do you consign to give your life, without hesitation in the face of death, to defend your village if it is so needed? Her father offered one more nod. I do so. Then by the powers of the laws that govern our village of Iwagakure no Sato, as they were passed on to us from the days of our Shodaime Tsuchikage, you, Kyuchi Ishikawa, have been deemed worthy of the burden of responsibility and are hereby named our Yondaime Tsuchikage. He sliced open the back of her father's hand. None shall find you wanting. The wound was deep, and it bled profusely. It would leave a lasting scar. Even so, he didn't flinch. She imagined her grandfather hadn't flinched when he got his own scar. The last 2 elders stepped forward, with the first holding out a single arm as her father removed his jounin vest, taking it from him before placing the cage robes over his shoulders. The kanji for 4th emblazoned on the back. The hat came last. It cast a shadow over her father as it was placed, and all of a sudden it seemed like weight of the whole world sagged over the man's shoulders. There were no cheers from the crowd. This was not a day of celebration. As her father bowed to the elders and turned to face what were now his subjects, not just his people, she saw that he agreed with the solemn silence. A quiet anger burning at his eyes. We did not strike the first blow, he said after a long moment, using some technique or other to amplify his voice enough to carry through the crowded village square. We have received wounds. Our blood has been drawn. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. I promise you all now, that for every blow we have suffered, we will make our enemies suffer, tenfold. A few clapped, some with murmurs of muted agreement. If they come here we will kill them. If they hide in their forests we'll burn them out. If they run home we will follow them. With each declaration the agreements came a bit louder. With a bit more fervor. They struck the first blow. They cut us. They will rue that day. We will bleed them dry. She could feel it. Their bloodlust. Their rage. She'd heard stories of the last wars. Listened to the cautionary tales and accounts of horror. The old wars left wounds that scarred. They left their mark. This war though, its wounds wouldn't scar. They would fester. XXX. Naruto didn't consider himself the smartest person in the world. Sakura and Sasuke had, rightly, called him an idiot on quite a few occasions in his past life, and even in this life Itachi had expressed a similar view at times despite his years of unique life experiences. Of course, Itachi didn't so much say it as just look at him with this flat, deadpan expression that dissuaded him of whatever idea he'd gotten in his head at the time. The ideas weren't that bad. But, to digress, he didn't consider himself to be a genius of any kind. He was not however a complete idiot. And even to him, this mission stank to high heaven. Akane was a 6-year-old girl, barely out of the academy for 2 weeks. With almost zero combat capability at the moment and was, arguably, the most high-priority target in Konoha bar no one. Not only was she as close to royalty as a ninja village could get, being the daughter of Tsunade, great-great-granddaughter of the Shodaime, but she was also the village's sole remaining Jinchuriki. So, what the fuck were they doing, going to a base right on the front line barely 10 minutes from the border? Just a day's ninja sprint away from Iwagakure itself. It made no sense. Unless it was something intentional. Were they being used as bait on a hook? It's the only thing he could think of. And if they were, who exactly was Sarutobi looking to draw out? Who was the trap for? Han? If that was the case, he'd like to think they would have at least told him about this plan. And even then, he didn't think Han, or anyone else for that matter, was worth enough for Sarutobi to risk Tsunade and Orochimaru's collective wrath. Tsunade probably had the same suspicions of the mission. It was why she came to him. Warned him. But that was all they had, suspicions. They had no proof, and without that there wasn't much any of them could do. He didn't like it, not any of it. Though he didn't show that to any of his teammates. Instead, he smiled. Marching through the mud-caked quagmire the road had become. You know, if you guys had learned more elemental manipulation, you wouldn't be having these problems. In response, Sasuke, Sakura and even Akane glared at him. His 3 students were soaked to the bone. The thick traveling cloaks they'd bought in the last town they'd passed by were sodden and freezing, with the rain coming down in sheets. He, on the other hand, was keeping himself relatively dry with a gossamer thin layer of wind manipulation that was buffeting the droplets of rain out and away from him like a fan. We don't have wind elements. Sakura pointed out. Excuses, excuses. He laughed as he felt her glare burning a hole through the back of his skull. In truth, he would have liked to spread out the effect to cover them as well. He certainly had enough chakra to do it. The problem was that it would give away their position if they were in some kind of danger. Elemental manipulation wasn't subtle. Even now, anyone within 100 feet could probably sense his chakra usage. Having them all huddle closer together so they all fit in the current effect of his technique was just asking for trouble. Ninja needed room to move quickly, not trip over each other if they had to scramble. So far, he hadn't sensed any kind of danger, even with his nature chakra sense, but that was no real guarantee. Itachi-chan, Kakashi and Orochimaru could escape his detection if they really wanted to. They'd all done it before. The smart thing to do would be to set up camp and wait out the rainstorm under some shelter. But going on 4 days walking, the border outpost wasn't far now. He'd be glad to put his back to the thing personally. The sooner they left, the less things could go wrong, so he gave the order to push straight through. So far, to anyone that wasn't a ninja, or more specifically a sensor/pseudo-sensor ninja like himself due to his nature chakra, the signs of war were virtually non-existent. There was absolutely nothing that would indicate that there were battles being fought all around them. But he could feel it, the spikes and discharges of chakra in the far distance. It took effort, more concentration than he normally gave any one task, and even then, it was as quick and quiet as a distant spark of light that was rapidly snuffed out, but it was there. Small comforts that most of it was too far to be in immediate danger. but it didn't help put him any more at ease. Yeah. He didn't like this mission at all. They marched forward, through the rain and the biting cold. XXX. It was hours after the ceremony when she was called to his office. The sun was beginning to set, allowing the ruins of the cage tower to cast a long, dark shadow over the village. The building they were utilizing now was an administrative building, with cold, thin halls, that made her feel claustrophobic as she moved through the traffic of assistants and paper pushers that were still working round the clock to recompile the records, repair the damage and determine what exactly Konoha had stolen from them. When she made it to the office, she found her father there, dressed in robes that seemed so out of place on his shoulders, staring at the hat that sat on his lap. She had to clear her throat for him to move. Seemingly snapping out of whatever reverie had gripped him before he looked at her. Kurotsuchi. He didn't greet her, didn't smile or nod. He sat up straighter in his seat, setting aside the hat before he sat properly at his desk, laced his hands together and faced her. There was no formality, no veneer of civility or small talk. The first words out of Kyuchi's mouth were, "I have a mission for you." And all she could think of in response was, "Already?" "Yeah. Already." She had a sinking feeling in her gut, an inkling as to where exactly this was going. What this mission was going to demand of her. He reached into a drawer at the side of his desk, pulling out two familiar files. Overflowing and heavy with information. Information she'd provided just days ago. The names of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi stared up at her in dark red letters, a mass of bookmarks and notes taken on both of them. Our spies have confirmed that the mass illusion technique that caused the rout of our main force was conducted by these two, he said. A tandem technique. Preliminary analysis indicates some kind of seal work as the most likely medium. Given the unknown nature of the technique, or known viable counters, we've decided that. You've decided that they need to be killed. She cut him off. And you want me to do it? For a second, an instant, he looked at her and he resembled her grandfather so much, it was as if she was staring at a ghost. Face carved out of stone, deep lines that already seemed to age him. Make him more severe, cold, and he didn't flinch as he answered, staring her right in the eye. You know their abilities the best. They've proven too large of a threat to be left alive. No offensive campaign can ever survive if we have to exhaust ourselves hunting down illusions while the enemy rips us to pieces at the seams. He leaned forward where he sat, elbows resting on the table as he looked at her. No amount of data we give our operatives can replace experience. You have that. She did. Almost 7 years. She called them her friends. He straightened in his seat. Seemingly taking a moment to fully settle into this, his new role, the role that had to order things like this, before he continued. Your first mission as a reinstated ninja of Iwagakure will be the elimination of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. This is my order as your yondaime. She looked to him. Not having the strength to glare. Not even having the strength to muster up the barest hint of any feeling at all. After so many weeks and months of her life turning in on itself over and over again, she just felt drained. Her answer wasn't the surprising part. What was surprising was how little she could feel within herself as she said it. Mission accepted. XXX. When they finally found the border outpost, well after the sun had started to go down, leaving little more than the burning orange embers of the sunset to flicker behind the cloud cover in the sky, Naruto had to conclude that it really was a sad little thing. Stuffed into a tight corner of the forest, surrounded on two sides by the bluff of what could only by significant charity be called a cliff, a third side by a stream that poured out from said little cliff, and the fourth open to the forest itself, it consisted of little more than camouflage tents, under a canopy net that, with the help of some minor genjutsu, could pass off as foliage if viewed from any real distance. The most remarkable thing about it, however, was that it was filled with dead Chunin. Dead Konoha Chunin to be specific. Sakura's horrified voice was the first one he heard. Oh God. She sounded like she was ready to puke, and he was surprised, pleasantly so, to find that she still had enough presence of mind to grab hold of Akane and turn her eyes away. He remembered the first time they'd found something like this in his first life that she'd frozen, like he had during their first C rank. For Akane herself, the little girl seemed torn between stuffing her face into Sakura's stomach and staring at the dead bodies in morbid, horrified curiosity. Naruto didn't take any chances. Using his nature chakra to spread out his senses as far as they would go and forming 6 shadow clones to spread out onto a perimeter around himself and his team. I don't see the Jounin commander. Sasuke tried to sound composed, and did a good job of it, truth be told, though he too was looking a little green at the gills. He had a good eye too. You're right. I don't see any Jounin here either. He probably got away. He paused, squinting as he took a closer look at the bodies. They were dead by neck slices. No crushing earth jutsu or burning fire jutsu. Each of these men were just riddled with blade wounds. All instant kills too. He couldn't even see any damage to the area. No retaliatory techniques, not even a stray kunai. That meant stealth experts. At least Jounin, he would guess. All right. He breathed. Needless to say, we can't report to dead men, he said. We're leaving. Right? No. His statement was cut short as he had to duck beneath a shuriken that would have buried itself into his temple. Then, 6 men seemed to melt right out of the trees, surrounding the 4 young Konoha ninja. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Even standing in front of him, right in his face, Naruto couldn't feel their chakra signatures. It wasn't until the men each reached onto their chests and ripped off a chakra paper seal that he could feel their presence. Chakra suppressor seals. Good ones. Too good for Iwa to just develop overnight and deploy so quick. No matter what Kurotsuchi had said. The 6 men didn't wear forehead protectors. There were next to no identifying markers. They wore black outfits, no vests, no ranking identifiers either. No way to know if these were Chonin, or Jounin. Definitely not Iwa. He was hoping they were Chonin. 6 Jounin to take on 1 Genin team was overkill. To say the least. Of course, an outpost of dead Chonin didn't exactly inspire confidence in that assessment. Behind him, Sasuke took a fighting stance, while Sakura drew a single kunai blade, still clutching at Akane. He formed a ram seal, forming 5 clones to surround his students. The other 6 clones he'd made earlier were out. So he effectively had these 6 men surrounded with clones. He'd need to make that count. The Shinjuu. One of them hissed, giving him his answer. Give her to us and the rest of you can leave. His answer was simple, holding no room for doubt that he meant every word. That's not going to happen. The 6 men drew their weapons. He had no other warning. The enemy ninja swarmed over them, attacking from a half-dozen different angles in a perfectly coordinated pincer movement. His clones rushed to defend Sasuke, Akane, and Sakura, with only Sasuke moving to join the fight with a hasty fire jutsu as the other clones he had burst out of the tree line, buying them a brief enough respite for him to shout out an order. Run! None of them needed to be told twice, and with what was practically a unanimous about face, the elder 2 turned and ran back the way they'd come, with Sakura all but pulling Akane by the arm before one of his clones leapt down, away from the fight, grabbed the toddler and ran right behind the 2. After them. 4 of the black-clad assassins carved their way through his clones, slicing through them like a scythe through wheat, with the remaining 2 identifying him in the mayhem of his remaining clones to try and stop him from interfering, effectively herding him away from his team like a pack of wolves isolating their prey. They were good. But no force, on heaven or hell, was ever going to stop him from protecting his friends again. He dodged and weaved, ducking beneath their kunai and shuriken, formed his hand seals with rapid, practiced motions, chakra surging through his body before he slammed both hands into the ground. Doton, Doryukatsu. The earth trembled at their feet, and with a thunderous crack that rattled their bones the earth was split in 2, a yawning chasm, dozens of meters wide, at least 100 meters long, cleft the earth open. The ninja stumbled, not expecting the sudden hazard of an earthquake, allowing him to form a second technique before they could stop him. Doton, Doryujohiki. At the clear other end of the canyon he'd just made, the earth sharply rose straight into the air, forming a cliff, the size of a building, to stand between the ninja and his teammates/students. Before he could recover from his crouched position, however, one of the assassins rushed him, blade in hand, and drove the knife right into his gut, all but lifting him off the ground with the blow, knocking the wind out of him before grabbing him by the jacket in order to cut his whole stomach open. He would have succeeded too, if Naruto hadn't retaliated by drawing a kunai from his ankle holster and punching it into his neck. The man dropped him like a brick, his hands flying to the ruin of his throat as he gurgled and choked before falling over, dead. Leaving him, and his sliced open midsection plus 3 clones staring down the 4 remaining nin. Wait. 4? Shit. Chapter 42. The ground shook and Sasuke barely managed to keep his footing through the violent tremors, needing to grab onto a tree just beside him to avoid falling flat on his ass. Sakura fared little better, falling onto her hands and knees. The thunderous, bone-rattling crack that ran through his body like an electric charge made his heart skip a beat. He turned looking over his shoulder to find out what had made that sound and felt his obsidian eyes going wide as a massive gorge literally formed itself right before his eyes, the earth breaking like a fruit being pulled apart before he received his next surprise, with his side of the new ravine suddenly lurching upwards like the gods had just decided to manipulate the earth like wet clay. And then, he, Sakura, and Akane were at the top of a cliff, the enemy ninja on the other side, well out of reach. Along with Naruto? He turned, half surprised, but only just as he looked at another Naruto holding Akane in his arms. Shadow clone? Shit. Had to be a clone. Everything happened so fast, he guessed Naruto wanted to ensure their safety. One ninja's life in exchange for his 3 genin. How long would he be able to hold them off? How big was this gorge? If they went around, how much of a head start could that give them? Would they still catch up? How close was the next border outpost where they could call for backup? Should they try and help Naruto instead? They might not be much help. But if, or when they got past Naruto, they'd just end up dead anyway. Was it better to fight here with a high chance of dying or try to run away with a small chance of escape? Sasuke's thoughts were a whirl of conflicting emotions, and he himself was answering his own questions as he thought them. He kept coming up with a single, common answer. He didn't know. He didn't have a damn clue about what to do here. He looked to the clone in askance, finding him helping Sakura back to her feet and setting Akane down on the ground. What do we do? The question was out of his mouth before he could think otherwise, and he hated the note of panic he could feel fraying at his emotions. But the clone apparently didn't hear him, or ignored him, and Sasuke felt his nerve begin to ebb as the sounds of a fight cut through the air at the other side of the gorge. He didn't dare look that way. He looked to Akane. She seemed pale, shaking like a leaf in the wind and nauseous. It seemed more shell-shocked than any real grip on her composure that kept her from breaking down and crying. She was the target here. These men were after her. Let's go. Naruto suddenly demanded, standing up to his full height. Full sprint, straight south, don't stop for anything. XXX. As for the real Naruto, he found himself assessing his situation with some measure of distress, to be perfectly honest. 4 ninja of unknown rank against little old, injured him, with nothing but a single shadow clone to protect his student/teammates at the other side of a ravine from a 5th ninja that had gone after them. To add to his concerns, a sharp lance of pain brought a fresh reminder about the knife currently in his gut. Well, he'd face longer odds in just the time travel thing, he encouraged himself. He hissed as he stood, pulling out the kunai knife to let the wound begin to heal. It was deep. It might have been fatal without surgery or a medic nin if he were anyone else. The 4 remaining ninja moved like a pack of wolves, wordlessly coordinating to surround him with a practiced ease that came from having extensively worked together before. You could have survived. Their leader said, shaking his head. Now we will kill you and take her anyway. He took a deep breath, putting his focus off the pain as he glared at the guy. Yeah, he chuckled. That's not going to happen. His hands blurred together to form his signature shadow clone seal, only for the ninja on all sides to rush forward, their speed easily on par with most jounin he knew. The attack was brutal, efficient. Kunai blades punched into a multitude of vital organs from 4 directions: throat, heart, kidneys, the artery along his inner arm and hip. He would have been dead before he hit the ground if he didn't vanish in a puff of smoke a second later, leaving their thoroughly dead friend vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving their very much dead friend standing in his place, a burning explosive tag on his chest. The enemy nin didn't even need a second to put the pieces together, all of them reacting with admirable speed to get out of the way. A second later the ground that occupied went up in a fantastic explosion, the remains of their thrice dead friend getting flung around in a myriad of gore-ridden pieces. They hit the ground on their feet, on alert and searching for him. They didn't need to search long. With a crack of dirt and stone his hand punched out of the ground, grabbing one of the enemy jounin by the leg, and pulling one leg down into the ground up to his hip. Like a spider springing from a burrow, Naruto burst out of the dirt to the man's left, a glowing blue orb in hand, his free hand catching the man's reflexive strike before the Rasengan was shoved into the jounin assassin's exposed ribs. The ninja convulsed once, body finally contorting into an odd, broken angle with the last jerk of his muscles before his insides were destroyed, and he slumped over dead. The remaining 3 were pouncing on him in a second, unrelenting, undeterred. He ducked and rolled, weaved between their attacks as best he could, but every time he tried to gain some distance one of them would be right there, closing it and giving his teammates a chance to close and all over again. This was no amateur group that had only just started working together. They weren't tripping over each other's attacks. This was a well-oiled, practiced, efficient machine, and every attack slipped by just a little more, got a little closer to striking him. If he kept playing their game, he was going to lose. He nearly missed his opportunity when it came. It was a slip, literally, one small slip on muddied ground that only just managed to make the ninja overstep his footing just a bit that gave him the chance to escape. The rain his team had been bemoaning earlier may have just saved his life as he dug in his heels, pivoted sharply and slammed his elbow into the man's masked face, cracking his jaw and sending him to the ground before he took the chance to lunge past him and rush into the trees. XXX. They sprinted through the trees, the orange, burning light that of the rapidly setting sun cast long, dark shadows across the forest. Stop. The Genin almost didn't, too panicked and harried, barely even recognizing Naruto's voice before their training and common sense overcame their fear and they ground themselves to a complete stop on the trees. What? Sakura hissed. Why are we stopping? It was Akane that noticed first, piercing the gloom of early night with her gaze, better than both her teammates. Naruto, what's wrong with your eyes? The blue of his eyes, normally dark like deep ocean waters, was clear, nearly translucent in the flecks of light. At the edge of my range, he said, voice low and almost self-recriminating at the fact. This is as far as I go. Range? You're a clone? Sakura all but shrieked, suddenly horrified. We left Naruto-sensei alone back there? You worry too much. The blonde grinned with a bright smile that seemed completely genuine. I'm still around, so we know I'm just fine back there. But look, you guys need to keep going. He pointed. Straight that way around 5 kilometers, then turn south by southwest, 30 degrees or so. The genin fidgeted in place, turning their eyes to each other, then at the clone with blatant, palpable uncertainty. Don't worry. The clone reassured them, smiling in a way that made it seem like he was sending them to buy groceries, not leaving them alone in the wilderness with a potential pursuit party. Everything will be fine. Just keep going. I'll meet up with you guys soon. There was either nothing more to say, or the clone's time had simply been used up, because in the next second he vanished, leaving a rapidly vanishing puff of smoke behind him. Sasuke swallowed thickly, looking to Sakura, and then to Akane. He took a deep breath, swallowing to try and gather some of his nerve before he brought himself to speak. All right, he cleared his throat. Let's keep moving, it's not very far from the next base, and the faster we get there the better off we'll be. We can ask the Chunin there to come back and help Naruto ni. Akane suddenly said. The thought hadn't even occurred to him. Frankly, he doubted Naruto could hold out that long. Still, he was not going to tell her that. Sakura didn't say anything either, even though by her tremulous smile at the girl he could tell she was thinking the same. She reached down to Akane's shoulder and began leading/tugging her along before he decided to take point slightly ahead of them. XXX. All 3 Jounin pursued him. A mixed blessing to be sure. He tried to evade, tried to give them the slip and double back towards his team. But a gut wound that dripped blood everywhere and the need for a breakneck pace didn't exactly leave him time to cover his tracks properly. They were constantly at his heels, the sound of their pursuit like a whisper on the wind. They'd been waiting for them at that camp for a while. They were rested, he meanwhile had been walking all day beforehand, and the strain was beginning to wear on him. With Kurama this would have been so easy, his injury would have healed by now, and his speed and power would have let him run circles around these guys with just basic taijutsu if he chose to do so. As it stood now, he was barely able to stay ahead of them, incapable of even hiding effectively. Every time he'd tried they zoned in on him like bloodhounds. Their tactic was becoming obvious. They weren't trying to fight him. Not really. He'd already killed 2 of them. They were wary of taking another loss just as much as he was wary of jumping into a 3-against-1 engagement. They were hurting him away from his team. He didn't need to kill them. With his stamina to go on far longer than they could, and his direction heading south, they'd eventually have to break off the pursuit. Conversely, they didn't have to risk their lives trying to kill him. Just buy time for their friend to go after his team. He couldn't let that happen. In retrospect, his directness, in this situation, was perhaps not one of his brighter moments. His feet crashed onto a tree branch, bringing his full, forward momentum to a dead stop before he turned right on his heel and decided to take care of this problem like he did all others. Head on. The three ninja reacted with clockwork precision, spreading out to surround him in response. A part of him, that irrational, imbecilic part that lost all reason at the notion of Sakura, Sasuke, or any of his friends in danger, wanted to simply bull rush straight past them. But he brought himself under control, knowing that, until they were dealt with, he'd never be able to get to his team, let alone help them. Without even making use of the traditional hand seals, two clones appeared at his side before jumping away, forming their own seals as he jumped after one of the Jounin. The Jounin threw out his own kunai in retaliation, their rings tied with burning explosive tags just as he and his clones finished their hand seals. Futon, Senpu Goeki. Kaden, Gokyu no Jutsu. He thrust out his palms, and gale force winds erupted around him into a condensed typhoon. The flames that were spat out from his clones were caught in the cyclone, and spread with preternatural speed, a raging inferno that could have leveled the village square. Suten Suishu Tatsu. Doton, Ganban Q. He heard the other Jounin call out their defensive techniques. They had a split second extra to react. The Jounin just half a yard in front of him, with his hand still outstretched from his kunai throw, didn't. He screamed as he burned. The explosive tags went off, the fire scalding his exposed face and hands, the concussive force hitting him in the chest like a sledgehammer, knocking the wind out of him and sending him hurtling back down. The trees were all set ablaze, making it impossible for him to catch himself on their surface. He hit the ground on his feet, biting down on a cry of pain as the bones of his legs threatened to break from the massive drop. The heat turned the forest into an overpowering hell, the acrid smoke stung at his eyes, making them tear and water even as he searched for the two remaining enemy ninja. The all-encompassing stink of burning wood all came together to turn the battlefield into a nightmare landscape that was as hazardous to him as his enemies. He moved to stand, limping as the pain in his legs was just a bit sharper than it had been. Did he break something? He couldn't let it stop him. Broken legs or not, he was going to win this. There, a lumped mound of dirt that danced and writhed with the shadows. He moved, faster than anyone with his injuries had any right to. Either from adrenaline, or just sheer, stubborn determination that let him cross the distance in an eye blink. He formed his seals mid-run, diving for the earth wall as wind blades erupted and surrounded his body, a whirling dervish of blades that could cut through anything. Even a wall of pure stone. With a crash of rock, dust and dirt, he punched through the shell of the earth dome like a drill. Rolling with his landing, he found his enemy in the gloom, surprised and off guard. The man was wholly unprepared. With a thought, he bent the earth and forced it to seal itself again, shutting the hole he'd made, trapping the Jounin with him. The Jounin moved to stand, realizing his own technique was being used against him as the earth dome refused to collapse, only for his height to be as disadvantaged in the confined space, all but needing to hunch down, shoulders, neck and skull pressed up to the arched ceiling as Naruto pounced. The taijutsu exchange was brutal, and he forced the Jounin to remain on the defensive, using his smaller size and greater maneuverability in the small space to the greatest advantage it could grant him. He rarely used his fists, truth be told. He didn't have the speed, or the momentum here to make up for the lack of stopping power his body had at this age. Instead, he utilized them purely defensively, using them to shove aside and redirect attacks, grappling and making sure the man's fists and kunai blades hit the walls around them. His offense was centered around his elbows, knees and feet. The tough bone and small space proving ideal in the fight. The Jounin, bloodied, bruised and becoming more desperate, finally just tried to bullrush him, abandoning all semblance of trying to control, or drop the earth dome around them in order to simply grab hold of him and use his superior brute strength to his advantage. With full control of the earth dome, Naruto drove a stone spike through the top of his skull, its pointed tip punching through the underside of his jaw. He stood there, impaled on the spike before Naruto retracted it, allowing him to fall over, Dea. He felt a surge of chakra outside, a sudden, rapid buildup that could only be an offensive technique. Too late, too fast. The walls of the earth dome shattered like cheap glass and Naruto felt his vision go stark white with pain as his body was blasted with arcs of lightning. XXX. We should have been there by now. Sakura's voice was barely above a whisper, meek and almost frightened. She was right though. It felt like they'd been running for days. He was coming to a rather rapid conclusion that he'd gotten them lost. It rankled to admit that, but he had taken on the job of leading Sakura and Akane through the forest after they'd left Naruto. His teammates been following him, his lead. So this fuck-up was purely on his shoulders. He gnawed on his lip, his heart thundering in his chest as if it wanted to burst out of his ribs with the fear, the anxiety that gripped him at the thought that he was only going to dig them deeper into the hole they were in. Should we make camp? The question was offered hesitantly, almost timidly. Sasuke turned, looking at Akane over his shoulder, who stood beside Sakura, casting a wary eye over every shadow and moving branch. He began, then stopped, taking a moment to look at his surroundings. He didn't have the foggiest notion of where they were. Nanao-sensei and Iruka-sensei always told us never to travel through the forests at night. The girl insisted. It's all right to wait for light. Didn't they tell you guys the same thing? Yeah, they did. Now that he remembered his first-year lessons, they even got it to rhyme. It's all right to wait for light. He repeated, mumbling under his breath. Sasuke? He started, gaining his awareness again and finding Sakura staring at him with a fearful uncertainty that mirrored his own. She's right. He finally said. We're not getting anywhere fast. And if we keep going without any idea where we're going, we could end up going in a completely wrong direction and end up in even more trouble. He determined before looking around. There was a tree, a termite-rotted thing, hollowed out and half looking like it could tip over at any moment. They'd have to make do. Sakura, you were good at trap making, right? Scored highest in the class. She affirmed, sending a shaky smile in his direction. Mine were always a bit more subtle than yours. He forgot to smile back, just nodding. All right, set up some basic ones. Akane, get us a fire going. I'll see what I can do. Set the tree up to be a bit more adequate. The two girls nodded, and he kept an eye on both of them as he and they worked, with Sakura pulling out her tools, ninja wire, rope, kunai, shuriken and smoke bombs, beginning to set up a perimeter, and Akane marching up to the taller branches and plucking out the brambles and twigs, tossing them down into a pile they could use to burn through the night. He and Sakura would have to take the watch. If he had to guess, it was close to 9 or 10. That meant he'd have to stay up for about 3 or 4 hours, and Sakura would too. That would get them to 4 or 5 a.m. when the sun was rising. Akane couldn't. Not only was she too young, and too inexperienced, she was the target right now. He and Sakura had to protect her, not the other way around. Not much point in putting her up as a watchman. It'd basically be the equivalent to leaving a lamb to guard the sheepdogs from a pack of wolves. XXX. Naruto's heartbeat was erratic. That was the first thing he noticed as the worst of the pain subsided. Then. It was that he couldn't move his left arm. Couldn't feel it. He struggled to open his eyes for a moment, trying to look, assess the damage. He sat, leaning against the biggest chunk of rubble that remained of the earth dome. He turned, looking to his left arm, wondering why it wasn't moving. It was a rock. About 3 times the size of a kunai, the sharp stone was jutting out of his shoulder joint. Yeah. He wouldn't be using that for a while. His skull was pounding, the splitting headache barely even allowing him to think. Our briefings did not do you justice. He looked up, squinting past the smoke and the flame to see the last Jounin approaching him, weapons drawn and held defensively, ready to react at a moment's notice. Looks like he wasn't being underestimated anymore. He moved his lips in his best attempt at a smile, tasting metal, now that he cared to notice. Maybe you guys just suck? He offered. You got very lucky. The second man you killed, Taida, he was our genjutsu specialist. Your primary weakness, or so I'm told. He moved, feeling razor blades sliding across every inch of his flesh. Even just getting his hand to push himself upwards seemed to be a colossal effort. His hand pressed down on the wet, moist earth. And that same hand was speared a second later by a kunai blade, thrown with enough power to drive the weapon straight through flesh, sinew and bone, burying it up to the hilt, nailing him in place as the tip dug into the ground. It was more shock than any kind of self-control else that kept him from screaming. That. The Jounin spat. Was for Taida. Would you like to know the other members of my team that you killed? Okay. Naruto groaned, falling onto his side, breathing deeply through his nostrils. I take it you're kinda pissed about that. He groaned. The man stepped closer, the stomping of his feet audible through the crackling flames before he lashed out and kicked him so hard across his ribs the crack of bone was audible, even through the roaring, crackling flame. His hand was almost ripped open from the kunai before the dirt gave and the weapon was ripped out of the ground, still in his palm. Naruto's cough was a wet gurgle of blood. The Jounin stood over him, his contempt almost palpable, even behind the mask. I'm gonna enjoy killing you. Naruto smirked at him. Don't think so. He thrust his hand with the kunai, up to the man's face. The ninja jerked, blinking stupidly as he stared down at the blade that was 3 feet too far to do any damage. Then it appeared, razor thin, a slice along his cheekbone. Wind blades are a lot longer than people think. Naruto thought aloud, feeling his chakra ebb and flow through the knife that was still skewering his palm through and through. The man blinked, confused, as he brought his fingers up to his face as though to touch his punctured cheek. He didn't even realize he was dead before, one eye drooped in its socket with the nerve damage before he simply fell over. Naruto took a breath, feeling like death had warmed over him. Nah. Not yet. He had to get back to his team. Had to keep them safe. He couldn't lose them a second time. He just had to move. Get to his feet. Once he got to his feet and started walking, he'd be fine. He needed to see them safe. He just needed to stand up. XXX. Sasuke felt the chill of the cold night claw at his fingers, making him shiver as he huffed a breath onto his cupped hands to try and warm them. The fire Akane had built was still going strong, its light dimmed by a cloth he'd managed to hang and properly wrap around the hollowed-out tree that served as their shelter. Undoubtedly he'd be a lot warmer, but he wouldn't be much service if he was grouped up with Sakura and Akane if they were attacked. The other issue was something he and his 2 teammates had forgotten about in their anxiety-ridden day. He was hungry. None of them had eaten since the morning, and this wasn't the time to go looking. He was hardly going to starve. By tomorrow morning he'd be surprised if they didn't manage to forage some edible wild berries or find a stream where they could catch a fish or two, but it certainly didn't help the situation for tonight. Right now he was sitting up in a tree, one that he himself had surrounded with a handful of traps, and even one that was the equivalent of a dead man's switch. If he moved, like say, dropping over dead, the handful of explosive tags he was leaning against, concealing them with his body, would go off. And if that didn't kill the assassins, it would at least warn Sakura to take Akane and run. Rather grim, even by his standards, but he wasn't stupid enough to think a Jounin couldn't flatly kill him with a comparably minuscule effort such as to not at least try to prepare for that eventuality. He looked up to the sky, trying to place the time, as he felt his eyelids beginning to grow heavy. He felt something brush against his hand. Was that a feather? XXX. He reached out, grabbing the boy by the shoulder as he melted out of the shadows of the forest, making sure he didn't fall to his death as he slumped in his forced sleep. Personally, if he could avoid killing these kids, he would prefer that. They only had one target here, the Senju, no need to go making this worse. It was why he'd made it his priority to go after them when the Uzumaki had cracked open the earth to cut them off. If any of the others had gone, they wouldn't have hesitated to kill the 2 other genin. Especially after the kids had led them on a merry old chase like they had. He patted the Uchiha boy twice on the shoulder before climbing down the tree as quietly as he could. The traps were good, for genin anyway. Above average at the very least. But too textbook. They weren't easy to spot, just not creative enough to catch him off guard. He crept closer to where the girls were resting, reaching forward with a delicate touch. He lifted the cloth just a little bit at the edges, checking for any final trap they may have laid here. He found it, a thin string, nearly invisible, set to go off when the tarp was pulled open. He did not see what it was supposed to trigger from here, however. He drew his knife, and with a nick, the string was cut. He heard a gasp inside the tent. Then a loud clack. He barely dove out of the way in time to avoid the volley of shuriken that ripped the cloth of the makeshift shelter to tatters, the little metal stars flying off in every direction like shrapnel from an explosion. The Jounin rolled to his feet, looking to the shelter where he saw the pink-haired girl nursing a fresh cut on her shin, the wire he'd cut leading to a blade that had fallen from above to cut her leg, waking her up, letting her trigger the shuriken trap herself. Clever girl. The target sprang up where she slept beside Haruno, green eyes wide as she stared at him with frightened eyes, like a deer caught in the proverbial headlights. Sasuke. The older girl shrieked, jumping to her feet and stepping in front of Senju. Sasuke, where are you? The Jounin felt the boy break out of the delicate sleep genjutsu. He sighed. Why couldn't they just make it easier on themselves? Reaching his feet, he decided to try one last time. Give me the Senju, and none of you need to die. His answer were 3 shuriken aimed at his head, falling down from the tree line above, courtesy of the Uchiha boy. Sakura, take Akane and run. He screamed. That wasn't going to happen. Catching one of the shuriken mid-flight, As he let the other two pass him by, the Jounin spun, redirecting its full momentum and tossing it with a flick of his wrist, burying it into the flesh just below Sakura's knee, between the cap and the shin bone. Her scream could have woken the dead. She fell back, flat on her ass. She sat on the forest floor as her hands hovered and shook over the bloody blades, her breathing coming in short, rapid gasps as her brain tried to come to grips with the shock of her injury. Sakura-chan. The Senju girl screamed, rushing over to the girl, turning her back to him. He heard the Uchiha boy long before he was in any danger, turning with the same fluid ease that he'd caught the shuriken with. He grabbed the boy by his outstretched wrist, twisting harshly, forcing him to drop the kunai knife. He was forced to raise his other arm in a hasty block as Sasuke kicked off the ground, twisting his body in mid-air to deliver a dexterous spin kick to his face. His grip on the boy's wrist slackened, which was enough for Sasuke to pull himself free, rolling forward before spinning around, hands cupped in front of his mouth and spitting out a fireball point blank. With a shunshine that could only have worked on a genin, he appeared to the boy's right, avoiding the fireball completely before delivering a kick that cracked against the back of the boy's skull, sending him crashing to the forest floor face first, concussed at the very least. He could give him credit for the effort. It was then that he noticed something. Chakra signatures. Fu no 7 of them. All making a beeline straight towards him. Looks like they were closer to the border outpost than he'd thought. He turned away from Sasuke, rushing straight for the two girls. It was the Haruno girl that saw him approaching first, gathering enough of her wits to pull a kunai out of her leg holster and toss it off to their left somewhere. He stopped moving, hearing the thunk of the kunai striking wood, followed by the sharp crack of something breaking. A tree branch, about the size of a desk, swung down from the treetops like a pendulum, and it was covered in a myriad of explosive notes. Oh she! He dove back, hitting the ground and covering his head as the tree went off with enough force to knock the wind out of him. His ears were ringing, his brain felt like it was rattling in the confines of his skull. He heard the girl scream, and realized that, in true amateur fashion, they were closer to the blast than he was. Had he just lost his target to a Genon's stupidity? He scrambled to his feet, rushing as quickly as he could past the burning debris to find the two girls. The Haruno girl was on the ground, unconscious, blood coating the whole side of her face. He couldn't clearly see the damage, but it seemed significant. The Senju was beside her, clutching at bleeding ears, still somehow conscious, despite the concussive force that should have killed someone of her size. Lucky, he supposed. Kaden, Hausuka no Jutsu. The Jounin turned, rounding on the Uchiha as a hail of fireballs converged around him like a flight trap. Suten, Suijin Heki. He spat out a volume of water, the swirling torrent swallowing the fireballs before he dispersed it, keeping just a single handful in his palm. Suten, Ryujuaben. The handful of water shot out like a lance, extending to a single sharp, impaling point, and punching into the surprised Uchiha's stomach. The genin coughed, spitting out blood as he lay on the ground. Akane, run. The boy was loyal. He'd give him the. Suddenly, he felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. The chakra felt sick, oppressive. Like his guts were being shredded and turned inside out. It wasn't human. He turned, finding a 6-year-old girl. Where he found the promise of death. Jinchuriki? The girl's chakra flared in an aurora, brushing across his skin like a burning, red-hot brand. He had to get out of here, had to report back and tell them the girl's status as the holder of the QB. She stood to her unintimidating 3 feet, sucked down a breath, and breathed out an inferno. The fire moved forward like a tidal wave, spreading out like a curtain to swallow everything in between them. He formed his hand seals, pouring as much chakra as he'd ever used into the defensive wall of water. Suten, Suijin Heki. The steam was instantly overpowering, the sheer heat of it turning the clearing into a sauna. But still, it held. He felt the oppressive chakra beginning to taper off and wane, and his panic quickly waned as he remembered. Jinchuriki or not, she was a child. Her power was nascent, untrained, in a body with clear limits. He could survive this. The fire seemed to surge forward at his thoughts, trying to brute force its way through the water wall. It wouldn't. The sharp, harsh pain of shurikens cutting into his flesh across his ribs and side, gave him only a second to realize his mistake of ignoring the Uchiha before his technique faltered, and the flames punched forward like a battering ram, swallowing him whole. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.